ferai des heures hein, comme ça. Hein. Ça fait du bien, hein, cette bonne tribe. Quoi. Voilà, ça c'est la tribe que j'aime bien. Avec des kicks bien ronds, pas agressifs, mais qui sont assez profonds pour bien partir dans la tête et dans le corps. Vraiment, cette tribe-là, ça fait plaisir. Bonjour à tous, c'est Patakès. Hop, bonjour, coucou. Et coucou à Tranquille, qui est cette fois-ci Prems. Voilà, je devrais prendre une feuille et un stylo et noter à chaque fois, avec un petit bâton. Je devrais mettre une colonne tranquille, une colonne bleue. Allez, une colonne est mort parce que ça lui arrive aussi. Et je devrais mettre un petit bâton à chaque fois qu'il y en a un qui arrive en Prems. Et on compterait ça au bout d'un an ou deux pour voir les comptes et tout ça. Donc aujourd'hui, félicitations Tranquille, tu es la première. Sblot aurait peut-être arrivé au cours de l'après-midi ou pas. En tout cas, bon, bienvenue à tous ceux qui regarderont aussi cette VOD, qui seront différés, voilà, comme le match de l'équipe de France hier, où pour une première fois on est en différé de 10 minutes. Et oui, à cause des débats présidentiels, tout ça, blablabla. Enfin, pas présidentiels, les débats européens et tout ça. Bref, c'est pas ce qui nous réunit aujourd'hui. Si j'ai mis cette jolie décoration pleine de couleurs autour de moi, c'est que on va continuer le trip musical. Alors, ce sera pas de la tribe, hein, je pense, dans ce jeu. Hein, si un jour il y a un point and click techno, franchement, je participe au Kickstarter, je donne 200 € au projet, j'achète le jeu Day One, je fais un streaming 24 heures sur le jeu, et je mixe par-dessus. Enfin bref, quoi. Le jour où il y aura un jeu techno, quoi. Des fois, il y a des titres comme ça qui peuvent te faire penser qu'il y a de la musique, mais en fait, c'est plutôt le mot technologique que techno musique, comme Techno Babylone, par exemple, qui est un point and click. Il faut que je vous fasse un de ces quatre. Hier soir, je chinais sur un site, comme on appelle ça, des fameuses zones grises. Enfin le débat qu'avait lancé Monsieur Plouf enfin relancé le débat il y a pas longtemps Monsieur Plouf il y a un mois avec sa vidéo. Mais bon, moi je suis plutôt on va dire dans le gris clair que dans le gris foncé. Et donc ouais, je regardais les jeux, voilà, les très 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 bonnes affaires quoi pour ceux qui ont des petits porte-monnaies. Et du coup bah voilà, je suis tombé sur ce jeu que nous allons jouer cet après-midi, qui était dans ma wishlist depuis très longtemps. Et il s'agit de Stray Gods, The Roleplaying musical. Tu vas nous sortir des stats toi aussi. Bon, ouais, des stats de petits bâtons, c'est tout, quoi. C'est pas méchant, quoi. Fais gaffe à tes souhaits. Bah, écoute, j'ai eu le nez creux, quoi, comme on dit. J'ai eu le nez fin, ou plutôt, frère, ou j'ai eu du nez. Voilà, comme ça, trois citations en une. Et donc, ce jeu qui a l'air si particulier, j'avais envie de faire autre chose qu'un point and click pur et dur, quoi, parce on a quand même beaucoup joué à des vrais point and click ces derniers jours, ces dernières semaines. Le dernier en date, c'était ce Dark Hive Memoria, hein, qui était super tout du long. Et je vous raconte pas la fin, allez voir la VOD, vous aurez vous aurez bon ressenti. Tu vas peut-être pouvoir piller ton tiroir caisse. En tout cas, j'ai participé au bien-être de la chaîne, si on peut dire, parce que j'ai chiné des point and click, soit français, soit anglais, que j'avais jamais vu. Que j'avais jamais vu parce que je m'étais jamais intéressé au catalogue anglais des point and click, parce que voilà, pour moi c'était pas faisable, quoi, parce qu'il y a trop de texte. Et depuis ce site Planète Aventure, qui est vraiment une caverne d'Alibaba, une cure de jouvence, un Eldorado, enfin ce que vous voulez. Encore une fois, merci Iris de m'avoir relancé sur ce site, parce que maintenant que j'y suis, je regarde minutieusement les jeux qui sont dispo, et les correspondances sur Steam par exemple. Et donc, bah voilà, j'ai fait les emplettes, quoi, et je peux vous annoncer pêle-mêle The Whispered World, par exemple, The Excavation of Hobbs Barrow. On aura aussi le Testament de Sherlock Holmes dans les prochains temps. On aura Beyond the Steel Sky, le fameux, voilà, le fameux Beyond the Steel Sky, qui est la suite directe de Benes Steel Sky, un vieux point and click, mais qui a refait surface il y a quelques années avec cette suite bah, qui promet pour moi en tout cas quoi. Et dernier petit plaisir que je me suis fait, c'est un point and click qui était en anglais, qui s'appelle The Journey Down, qui est en 3 chapitres, donc en 3 jeux. Et il a l'air top. Il a l'air top. J'ai hésité entre Stray Gods là qu'on va lancer et celui-ci tellement il me faisait envie. Et tout ça pour moins de 10 euros quoi. Pour moins de 10 euros de manière légale. Hein, voilà, j'ai activé les clés Steam. Y a pas de souci. Et c'est du bonheur quoi. Voilà, il y a de quoi faire quoi. Plus les jeux que tu m'as offert toi tranquille il y a quelques jours, c'est-à-dire Cat and Ghostly Road et l'autre euh, c'était le Testament de Sherlock Holmes justement. Donc on fera un troisième Sherlock Holmes sur cette chaîne dans les enfin, les jours et les semaines à venir. Mais là, on va donc faire du Stray Gods Roleplaying musical, qui, d'après ce que j'ai compris, est une sorte de visual novel plus plus. C'est ce que je range dans la catégorie visual novel au sens large du terme, mais la catégorie visual novel avec beaucoup de contenu, quoi. Et une partie musicale qui va être très présente vu que ça va être un peu un des thèmes centrales du jeu en corrélation aussi avec le thème des dieux grecs. Voilà. Apparemment, les dieux grecs voilà, vivent parmi nous et ils font de la musique, ils chantent il va y avoir aussi une intrigue. Euh, je sais pas beaucoup ce que ça va être, mais voilà, il va y avoir un mélange de tout ça. Et au niveau gameplay, bah en fait, va se jouer un peu comme un visual novel ou si vous voulez un Telltale, euh, où des fois, voilà, il y aura des multi-choix et on va faire et on va lier d'amitié avec certaines personnes, au contraire avec d'autres. Il y aura même une histoire de romance possible si on pousse le projet. Donc à voir quoi. Je suis pas habitué à jouer ça en tout cas en streaming quoi, ça c'est clair. Et puis voilà. Donc et puis il va y avoir beaucoup de musique quoi. Beaucoup de musique donc bon, s'il y a du métal, bon, je suis pas chaud, mais s'il y a d'autres styles de musique, pourquoi pas quoi. Donc voilà, un jeu, je pense plutôt chill, où ça va être voilà du texte, du choix. Et donc pour finir, ça a été développé par le Summerfall Studio et ça a été édité par Humble Games qui voilà fait des sorties exclusives régulièrement sur leur bundle quoi. Dire le dernier en date celui que j'avais bien aimé dans leur Humble Games, c'était le petit piou-piou là qui se baladait sur une île là. Euh, short Hike, il me semble. Il me semble que c'était un Short Hike. Et celui-là, c'était un petit bonbon à savourer tout seul dans son coin, en mode chill et balade sur l'île. Vraiment excellent. Si vous voulez un jeu de détente pour vraiment déconnecter total de tout ce qui vous entoure, sans violence et avec un peu de poésie même quoi, dedans. Quoi. Jouez à Short Hike, vous ne serez pas déçu. Et en plus, je crois il est pas très cher. Je peux même vérifier ça pour vous tout de suite si vous avez encore une minute. Je vais vous regarder ça. Hop. Alors, j'espère. Ah, c'est ça. Ah, en ce moment, bon, il est pas en promo. Il est à 6,50 €. Voilà. Hors promo. Mais je pense que si vous êtes patient, vous pouvez attendre que Steam fasse une promo dessus ou comme moi, chiner à côté. Quoi. Bref, voilà. Je pense que j'ai fait assez de blabla, j'ai pris mon temps. Je vais pas faire comme Hooper des intros de 2 heures. Et puis on va se lancer ça, ce Stray Gods. En mode tranquille, mode diesel pour un lundi. Quoi, voilà, quoi. Alors, au niveau de la capture, voilà. Alors, on regarde les dimensions. Ça m'a l'air d'aller. Ah, alors, on replace place le chat. Voilà. Ah, qu'on n'a qu'un écran, hein, faut faire du Tetris des fois. Mais bon, vive le mode fenêtré. Et voilà. Et dernière chose, c'est vrai que je vous ai pas dit, c'est que ça se joue à la manette. Voilà. Ça, enfin, c'est possible de jouer clavier-souris, mais dès qu'il s'agit de se déplacer, voilà, je préférais faire comme ça. Alors là, du coup, ouais, je peux augmenter peut-être un peu. Attends, enfin, là, il y a un petit piano, mais c'est pas très fort, quoi. Donc, ah, quoique, on sait jamais. Je vais mettre à 55. Et puis, voilà. Donc c'est parti pour ce jeu un peu atypique, quoi. J'espère que ça va être bien. J'espère que ça va pas comment dire, en mode Strass, paillettes, Nouvelle Star, Star Academy, tout ça. J'espère que ça va pas être dans ce délire-là. C'est tout. Mais les avis sont positifs sur ce jeu. Je vous ai dit tout à l'heure, il y a même des jeux qui le considèrent comme une expérience à vivre, et qu'il y en a même qui ont pleuré à la fin. donc, voilà. Allez, c'est parti. Alors, emplacement 1. Notre équipe à travers le monde vous souhaite waouh, vous souhaite une bonne partie. Ce jeu est né sur une terre qui ne nous appartient pas. Nous aimerions ainsi saluer les peuples Wurundjeri et Bunurug de la nation Kulin, ainsi que les Gadigal de la nation Eora. Leur souveraineté n'a jamais été cédée. Oh là là. Attends, je vais relire la dernière phrase. Nous aimerions ainsi... Donc, ce jeu est né sur une terre qui ne nous appartient pas. Okay. Nous aimerions ainsi saluer les peuples Wurundjeri et Bunurug de la nation Kulin. Ok. Ainsi que les Gadigal... Je sais même pas si je devrais noter ça, parce que... Par acquis de conscience, je vais... Alors... Wurundjeri et Bunurug. Donc, Queen. Et les Gadigal de la nation Eora. Oh là là. Ce jeu a également été développé sur le territoire du Traité 6, terre natale et traditionnelle de nombreux peuples indigènes, parmi lesquels les Cris, Saulteaux, Nistapi, Pieds Noirs, Métis et Sioux Nakota. Ok. Avertissement sur le contenu. Alors, quelques thèmes de ce régol peuvent s'avérer éprouvants pour certains joueurs. Pour afficher le détail de ce contenu qui révèle une partie de l'histoire, sélectionnez un thème ci-dessus. L'alcool, la violence, ESPT, c'est quoi ESPT? La mort, le thème du suicide. Bon, ok. Bon, on va quand même commencer la partie. Allez, c'est parti. Acte 1. Voilà, comme dans une pièce de théâtre, un peu.
Four hours. 4 hours in a rented gym that still smells like socks and childhood trauma. And where did it get us? Other than bored? The band wasn't even looking for anything specific. We just wanted change. We wanted to see who was out there, if they'd show up. Well, they showed up all right.
You know, I had a dream where this exact thing happened. Except we were on stage. And naked.
We were auditioning.
Not all of us. Okay, it was just me. I was naked. I think this went better.
Ah. Euh, Alors, tu essaies de me remonter le moral. C'était l'horreur. On devrait peut-être essayer ça. On devrait peut-être essayer ça.
Hey, we should consider that. We could be the Naked Band, coming soon to a really private auditorium near you.
You know, somehow I believe you'd actually do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with a hard no. Okay, let's just wrap this up. Kaz, do you need a ride?
Just to Brian's. I'm crashing on his couch until I get a new place.
What? You said it'd be 2 days.
You know you like having me around. Whatever.
Have you heard yourself snore?
Hey, Grace, you okay? I know you've been kind of loose ends since you left college. I was just hoping tonight would cheer you up.
Alors le petit cœur, ça, je sais que ça partait d'une bonne intention. Tu es adorable, ça va. C'est frustrant. Je sais que ça partait d'une bonne intention.
I appreciate the effort, Freddie, I really do, but
But it didn't work all that well, huh?
it's just a sobering dose of reality, you know? What if it never gets easier? What if I never figure this out?
You will, Grace. You're too hard on yourself.
Music is your life, Freddie. You're the drummer, the lyricist. All of this was your idea. I wish I knew where I fit.
I think you fit. You know that, right?
Yeah.
You coming?
I'm gonna hang out a bit and lock up. I'll see you at home. Like a boat lost at sea with no sails, not a breeze. I am drifting cold waters, no star to be seen. Is the world too much, or is it just me? Everything I set upon unravels at my feet. Everything I've learned wasted on a girl who doesn't know how to be free. Like a boat lost at sea with no sails, not a breeze. I am drifting cold waters, no star to be seen. Oh,
Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I heard you from outside. My name's Calliope. You have an amazing voice. I hope you know that.
thanks. I'm Grace. Are you here for the audition, or?
Yes. Yes, I am.
I'm afraid it's just me, Calliope. The rest of the band already left, so...
Well, I don't mind if you don't.
Alright, well...
With the fire furious, I have burned my tongue. Grief from all the promises, too many dreams unsung. All the steps I didn't take and paths proved untrue. Is there any path through?
Like a boat lost at sea,
Oh, I'm about to
with no
rest.
sails, not a
You
breeze.
still have your life ahead.
I am drifting cold waters, no star to be seen.
All things that lose their way can find it again. There is no inertia in the ocean.
Oula. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Choix du trait. Charmante. Cette grâce et la bonté et le charisme incarné. Elle est éprise de justice et n'en est que plus séduisante. Badass. On fonce dans le tas. Cette punkette n'a pas peur de prendre des risques et de montrer les crocs quand il le faut. Ou intelligente. On a parfois besoin de réfléchir un peu pour se sortir d'un mauvais pas, non? Cette grâce est plus rusée, plus fourbe et pleine d'esprit. Bon, alors j'hésite entre charmante et intelligente. Badass, c'est pas trop ça. Je dirais charmante quand même. Cette grâce et la bonté et le charisme incarné, elle est éprise de justice et n'en est que plus séduisante. Tu choisirais quoi, toi, tranquille? Charmante ou plutôt intelligente? On est sur les natifs amérindiens. C'est vrai que Calliope, elle a des bijoux particuliers, ouais. Bon, bah écoute, si tu me laisses le choix, bah écoute, je vais prendre charmante. Quoique l'intelligente, c'est pas mal aussi, quoi. Cette grâce est plus rusée, plus fourbe. Pourquoi plus fourbe? Et pleine d'esprit. Ah, j'hésite, quoi. Allez, je vais prendre intelligente.
You are right, Calliope. There's always a breeze. But if I build a sail, can I trust the wind to guide me? Wow. What was that?
Your song was just so wonderful. I had to finish it with you. I hope that's all right. I also know what it feels like to be lost. To feel as if you have no place to turn. That's why I had to come inside.
C'est quoi ton histoire? Je suis contente que tu l'aies fait. On se connaît. Tu n'es pas là pour l'audition. Intelligente. Bon bah, on a fait le même choix, tranquille. Bon, je sais pas s'il y a beaucoup de décalage entre quand t'écris et maintenant, mais bon, on a pensé la même chose. On finit par s'ennuyer avec des personnes charmantes. Il faut un plus. Ah, c'était l'histoire de la bonté, quoi. Je veux dire, ça, la bonté, la justice, mais après qu'elle en soit plus charmante, c'est pas ça qui m'attirait non plus. Donc du coup, ouais, c'est ce qui m'a fait pencher sur sont plutôt intelligentes, quoi, voilà, quoi. Alors, tu n'es pas là pour l'audition. Pour l'instant, ça commence bien le jeu. C'est plutôt charmant, justement, quoi. Tu n'es pas là pour l'audition, ce qu'on dit, je suis content que tu l'aies fait.
I'm glad you did. That was... I've never experienced anything like that before.
I'd be surprised if you had.
What was that? It felt like... the music was everywhere, like it was coming from inside me.
It always has, Grace. Just as it was when I walked in. May I ask you why you feel so... adrift? You're so young. Surely your life is... just beginning.
Alors, être prudente, être honnête, plaisanter. Voilà, moi je suis honnête.
It would sound stupid.
Try me.
Well... I left school because I didn't feel like I belonged there, but I still haven't found my place. What am I supposed to do? Where am I supposed to go? Shouldn't I have figured this out by now?
Those are good questions to ask. I should go.
Comme ça?
About the audition. I'm sure everyone will agree you're in, if you want to be, that is.
I hope to see you again, Grace. Perhaps soon.
Right. See you then.
Je crie intelligente, mais pas de réaction. Pas mal de décalage. Ah mince, quoi. C'est vrai que... Alors, je sais que de temps en temps, on aura des choix avec un timer. On n'aura pas beaucoup de temps pour choisir.
Did you lose your keys, Fred? I thought you'd be... What the... Calliope?
I didn't know where else. I'm so sorry, Grace.
Ouh la vache.
What happened? Who did this?
It doesn't matter now. I didn't want to do this to you. Not like this. I'm so sorry.
What do you mean? Hey! Calliope! Please? Please, come on. What is that?
Oh, I can wait. Take your time.
Is that my door?
Technically, it's my door. Or our door, maybe? I came as soon as I could.
Tu es certain que c'est une romance, ce jeu? Non, non, je savais j'avais dit tout à l'heure qu'il y avait une intrigue. La v'là, quoi. Non, non, c'est pas... Non, non, oh putain, je me suis dit, oh, mon Dieu, excusez-moi, je me suis mal exprimé. C'est pas du tout un visual novel à l'eau de rose. C'est pas le trait principal, les rencontres et Et les petites histoires amoureuses, c'est pas ça, c'est pas le but du jeu, quoi. C'est pas un visual novel, type simulation de rencontre ou des trucs comme ça. C'est pas du tout ça, quoi. Je veux dire, il y a des personnages, on pourra s'attacher, mais voilà, il y a une histoire avant tout, quoi. Je veux dire, c'est pas juste des histoires d'amour, quoi. Non, sinon ça m'aurait beaucoup moins intéressé parce que des jeux comme ça, il y en a des tonnes. Et là, pour le coup, ouais, c'est plutôt pour, enfin, c'est pas fait pour moi, quoi. Non, non, là, je savais qu'il allait avoir enfin, dans le synopsis de Steam, il y a le mot meurtre. Donc, voilà, tu sais qu'à un moment, il y a une histoire comme ça, quoi. Mais tout ça, ça va se faire en musique, quoi. Ça va y avoir une intrigue, tout ça, tout ça. Alors, c'est toi qui lui as fait ça, il nous faut de l'aide. T'es qui, toi? T'es qui, toi?
Hold on. Who are you? How did you get here?
Through the door? I mean, geez, how did you get here? She really is dead, huh? Man. So, the course is gonna want to talk to you. Sucks, but, you know.
Alors, explique-toi tout de suite, ouais, si j'avais été badass. D'accord, je comprends maintenant En fait, c'est un peu comme Baldur's Gate 3, où selon notre compétence, on peut influencer sur les choix de dialogue. Ou là, qu'est-ce que j'ai osé comme comparaison? Malheureux. Le cœur?
The chorus? You mean the authorities? Are they coming?
I guess they're authorities? But they're not coming here. We have to go to them. Look, I can see you don't know squat about this, so I'm gonna explain real quick, but then you gotta come with me, okay? When Cal died, you saw a shiny thing come out of her, right? That was her soul. That's what made her a god.
A what?
It's in you now, which makes you a god. Surprise, right? With me so far? Cool. Let's go.
Where are we?
Sorry to drop you and run, but when an idol dies, there's like 100 different things I gotta do.
No, wait. Where did you bring me? How did we get here?
The chorus can explain. Don't touch anything. Okay?
Wait! Come back! Okay. Yeah. I'll just wait here and, not touch anything.
Touchez le bureau, là. Touche pas les cookies, hein. Ah, je t'avais dit. Touche pas les cookies. Touche pas les cookies. Voilà. Oh la vache.
Our beloved sister, the last of the muses, has passed on. To you, our new sister, delivered to us by dear sweet Hermes. It's, Grace, yes?
Yes?
Oh, my. You have had quite the day, haven't you?
Calliope est réellement morte, bah oui, je dirais oui. Vous êtes qui? Bon, on va le savoir. Alors, il y a forcément une erreur, hein.
It must be a mistake. I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Nor should you. We go to great lengths to ensure mortals believe they are alone in their great big world.
But we aren't.
No, no, no. Oh, my poor dear. I should explain. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Athena, goddess of wisdom. This is Apollo, god of prophecy, dressed for the occasion, as always. The wondrous Aphrodite, goddess of love. And the one glaring at you is Persephone, once queen of the underworld. Together, we are the chorus. We rule over the idols, our name for the gods who remain. All of us, hidden in your modern world.
Attendez, les dieux existent? Vous espérez que je vais vous croire? Et vous vivez ici? Franchement, j'ai envie de poser les 3 questions. Quoi. Pourquoi on peut choisir on peut en choisir qu'une, quoi. Moi, j'ai envie de poser les 3, quoi. Je vais pas être méchant en mode tu me racontes des conneries. Attendez, Dieu existe, bon. Elle vient de te le dire. Donc, je vais mettre vous vivez ici.
Right, and you live here, not in some city in Europe or a...
On top of a mountain? Oh, I know. Once we roamed marble halls, and now, fashionably appointed apartments. We have Wi-Fi. We move with the times, Grace. We have to, if we're going to remain hidden and survive. Mortals grow more and more clever with each passing century. Television! I do what I must.
Je sais pas pourquoi il y a un point d'interrogation. Ouais, bon. Vous avez dit que j'étais devenue une déesse.
Wait, you said, and Hermes said, that I'm a god now too. And an idol.
That is true.
That thing that came out of her that went into me.
We call it an eidolon, the part of Calliope's soul which made her an idol, which now makes you one.
Athena, we are wasting time.
The reason you're here, Grace, the reason why we made you wait so long while we debated, is because we have rules. Those rules mean we can't admit into our ranks a usurper. Never mind a possible murderer. I know this will all come as a shock, and I'm so sorry to say it, but I'm afraid you have to die.
Mais je n'ai pas tué Calliope.
What? I didn't murder Calliope. She was already hurt when she banged on my door.
So you say?
I just met Calliope last night. Why would I kill her? Why would you even think that?
Calliope's blood is literally on your hands.
It isn't...
Oh, she looks so helpless. Maybe we should...
We should do as we agreed. Calliope's line would end, yes, but what other option do we have? Let a usurper remain an idol?
Justice has to be done, for Calliope's sake.
But... this isn't justice!
You cannot hide.
Ouh la vache.
I'm not hiding, though a little lost here.
If you are lost, little girl, this bears explanation. Dear child, please listen. You have usurped a muse. No recourse to be arranged.
But it's unfair.
I know, but our laws cannot be changed.
But she came to me.
You must realize there are simple rules. If one of us dies, these rules have been the tools that
You must know
shield
I didn't
us.
do it. Is it weird this isn't song?
Now that the muse is gone, I'm afraid you'll have to see. The chorus is in accord. Justice won't be ignored.
I disagree.
Oh. Oh.
Did I hear that correctly?
You've been quiet this entire time, Apollo. Why speak up now?
I grieve Calliope's loss just as much as the rest of you, but I can't let you do this.
He's right. What if Grace speaks the truth? What if Calliope chose her?
And what if Calliope was murdered by her? What if Grace stole her Eidolon?
Then we need to find out. Don't you want justice?
Oh, Apollo, I thought we'd agreed this was justice. What would you have us do?
Bah, laissez-moi. Il faut découvrir la vérité.
There has to be some way to find the truth. Aren't you gods? Couldn't a god, I don't know...
We aren't seriously considering this.
Very well. This one time. I put a motion before the chorus. Do we allow Grace the right to prove her innocence?
Yes.
I think so. Yes.
Fine.
And there we have it.
Comment est-ce que je prouve mon
Wait,
innocence?
I'm gonna get some help with this, right? Some direction?
You say Calliope chose you. I would like to believe that. I truly would. You have 1 week to find out what happened, Grace.
What happens after a week?
There will be a trial. If you cannot provide proof of your innocence by then, our original verdict stands.
Mais... J'ai un petit souci avec, avec le stick. Bon bah d'accord.
Okay.
Okay.
What do you want me to say? I can't possibly do this. This is unfair. You know all that already, right? So I'll do my best. That's all I've got.
We're not going to keep you, Grace. You have much to do. Before you go, however, a few rules. Do not reveal our existence to the mortal world. This includes mortal authorities that cannot help you. Do not harm another idol. Do not leave the city. Do as the chorus commands. Otherwise, do whatever you must to find the true killer. If they exist.
Well, that's all?
Welcome, dear sister.
And do help yourself to a cookie.
Ah. Ah bah voilà. Jour 1. Appartement de Grace. Désactive les éléments à durée limitée. Attention, vous n'aurez pas accès aux chansons comme prévu. Quoi? Ah non, dans les options. Non, non, c'est bon. Alors, journal. Personnage. Voilà, les gars. Alors. Freddy. Allez, on va faire un peu de lore parce que c'est le début. Freddy, je ne l'appelle Farishta que quand je vais chez elle, sa mère prépare des gâteaux au miel frit. Des gâteaux au miel frit. Des gâteaux frits. J'adore ça. Elle est ma meilleure amie depuis toujours, je crois. On s'amusait déjà à faire des rimes. Quand on sautait à la corde, ça date pas d'hier, on en a fait du chemin depuis. Edge of Elysium, c'est son groupe. C'est elle qui a l'idée de m'intégrer, j'en avais très envie, car je n'avais pas beaucoup vu depuis la fin de l'année, mais ça n'a pas été facile, je chante pas trop mal, c'est vrai, et j'adore jouer sur scène avec eux, mais je sais pas si c'est vraiment mon truc. Non, Calliope. Je sais que Calliope, ou Calliope, ouais. Je sais que Calliope était l'une des muses. C'est comme une déesse ou pas. C'est vrai que c'est vrai que pour moi de base une muse c'était pas forcément une déesse quoi. Je sais pas, pour toi ça te semble évident, tranquille que qu'une muse c'est une déesse? Ou il y a une différence entre les deux? Parce que maintenant ils me considèrent tous comme une déesse quoi. Enfin, une déesse, une muse et une idole. C'est pareil, entre muse et idole, c'est synonyme presque, mais c'est pas tout à fait pareil quoi, non plus. Quoi. Enfin bref, moi je vais dire une muse. Voilà. Mais c'est à peu près tout. J'ignore où elle vivait, dans quoi elle trempait, et qui pouvait lui en vouloir. J'ai tellement de questions. D'abord, qu'est-ce qu'elle faisait quand elle m'a trouvé au gymnase? Elle passait juste dans le coin, ou est-ce que c'était prévu? Comment est-ce qu'elle connaissait mon adresse? Bah ouais. C'est vrai que tout ça... Et puis c'est... Et puis enfin... Non, une muse, ce n'est pas une déesse. Ouais, on est d'accord, quoi. Pourtant, dans le jeu, dans le jeu, il considère c'est le même rang, quoi. Il- Hermès m'a tout de suite dit, bah maintenant t'es une déesse. Voilà. Bref. Et puis une muse, ça n'a pas spécialement de pouvoir, à part d'inspirer d'autres personnes, quoi. Je veux dire une muse, enfin, vu qu'elle chante, elle peut charmer les gens et inspirer les gens, et peut-être influencer les gens avec sa voix, quoi. Ok. Mais à part ça, enfin, pour moi, une muse, ça a pas spécialement de pouvoir justement d'une déesse ou quoi que ce soit, quoi. Ouais, voilà, c'est ça, on est d'accord. Voilà, une muse, c'est une personne inspirante, point, quoi. Donc, je pense que elle a ce truc en plus de pouvoir chanter pour inspirer d'autant plus, quoi. Voilà. Alors, je n'arrête pas de penser à ce qu'elle m'a dit avant de mourir. Elle avait l'air tellement triste. Est-ce qu'elle savait ce qu'il allait lui arriver et surtout, pourquoi m'avoir choisi moi? Bah, parce que vous avez chanté ensemble, hein, ma grande. Ah, les chansons, ça serre les liens. Hein. Ah, par contre, pour se déplacer dans les menus, c'est galère, quoi. Alors, Hermès. Encore une fois, il appelle ça une idole. Pourtant, lui, on peut l'appeler, on peut dire que c'est un dieu, quoi. Mais non, c'est une idole. Ah, bref. Hermès, il est venu me chercher à l'appartement à la mort de Calliope. Et je ne connaissais pas encore son nom, bien sûr. Athéna ne me l'a révélé que plus tard. Ça doit être le dieu des portes, peut-être. Je me demande si son pouvoir peut l'emmener partout, genre dans la chambre forte d'une banque au sommet d'une montagne, à l'autre bout du monde, ce serait dingue. Hermès pourrait être impliqué dans la mort de Calliope. Elle semble lui avoir fait... Pardon. Elle semblait lui avoir fait l'effet d'une surprise, d'un choc même. Après réfléchir, n'a pas l'air d'être trop son truc. On dirait plus un gamin. Même si l'habit ne fait pas le moine. Pourquoi se pointer pile à ce moment? Je trouve ça bizarre. Aphrodite. Aphrodite est la déesse de l'amour et je vois pourquoi. Elle a ce petit truc en plus quand on la regarde, comme ces vieilles stars de ciné. Glamour et prestance. Quand elle entre dans une pièce, je parie que tout le monde s'arrête pour la regarder. Par contre, je ne vois pas ce qu'elle fait dans le cœur. Elle avait l'air un peu triste et en retrait, comme si elle composait une ballade à faire pleurer et qu'elle n'écoutait pas vraiment ce qui se passait autour. Si Aphrodite est derrière la mort de Calliope, elle le cache super bien. Peut-être qu'on devient une grande actrice au bout de quelques milliers d'années, j'en sais rien. Le stick, s'il vous plaît. Ah, il y a des problèmes avec le stick, hein. Je peux rien choisir, là. Ouais. Non, je veux pas aller... Je veux pas aller dans l'appartement de Grace, je veux continuer le journal. Attends, je vérifie les commandes parce que là... Ah bah voilà, là je peux. Bon, j'en étais où? Ah, Apollon. Je ne sais pas grand-chose sur cet Apollon, c'est le seul mec du cœur, mais il n'a pas beaucoup parlé. Avant de venir me défendre, enfin, je suppose. En tout cas, il n'était pas d'accord avec leur verdict un peu expéditif. Je lui en dois une. S'il faut vraiment que je me sente redevable d'avoir bénéficié d'une semaine de plus avant mon exécution, je sais pas trop. Athéna a présenté Apollon comme le dieu des oracles, mais je ne vois pas trop ce que ça signifie. C'est vrai qu'un oracle, j'ai pas une définition exacte non plus, quoi. Les oracles sont plus du genre à porter de longues toges et énoncer leurs prophéties d'une grosse voix, non? Le dieu des oracles. Ah, ouais. Celui-là a l'air d'un dieu. Celui-là a moins l'air d'un dieu que d'un surfeur échoué à la plage après une fête qui n'a pas encore trouvé toutes ses fringues. Aurait-il pu tuer Calliope, n'écartant pas une possibilité avec ces gens? Ah, tout de suite elle menace les gens qui étaient devant eux. Athéna est censée être la déesse de la sagesse, mais ça veut dire quoi exactement? C'est un de ses pouvoirs, elle sait des trucs. On dit qu'elle est super puissante, mais de quelle manière? Elle me rappelle ma mère en fait, ou à celle d'un pote. C'est peut-être ce qu'elle représente pour leur idole. Une mère qui s'occupe d'eux et les aide à continuer. Elle m'a prononcé ma sentence de ma mort avec un grand sourire, genre super gentil, comme si c'était pas grave. Plutôt flippante la maman. Comme elle, comme celles qui veulent voir le responsable si ça ne se passe pas comme elles veulent. Parce qu'on doit toujours se passer, parce que tout doit toujours se passer comme elle veut. Je me trompe peut-être, mais c'est peut-être une mère sympa, ou peut-être qu'elle sourira encore en m'étouffant avec un oreiller. Du haut de ces milliers d'années, je suis rien en comparaison, et peut-être bien qu'elle a tué Calliope, ce qui ferait de moi un sérieux grain de sable dans la machine, mais alors, pourquoi me laisser l'occasion de prouver mon innocence? Si elle voulait vraiment ma peau, il lui aurait suffi de le dire, non, de refuser le vote et d'étouffer la menace dans l'œuf. C'est bien le genre d'Athéna, non? Ces idoles sont trop compliquées. Et enfin, Perséphone. Qu'a dit Athéna à propos de Perséphone, qu'elle est la reine des enfers? J'ai dû faire des recherches, mais c'est genre la version idole des enfers. Ça existe vraiment alors? Tu meurs et tu files aux enfers? Ou c'est peut-être réservé aux idoles? En même temps, Athéna n'a pas exactement dit que Perséphone était la reine des enfers, si? Elle était autrefois, donc elle ne l'est plus. C'est aussi la seule idole à ne pas être la déesse d'un truc ou d'un autre. Ça sent le squelette dans le placard à plein nez. Quoi qu'il en soit, Perséphone me déteste. Et pas parce qu'elle me croit coupable du meurtre, comme les autres. C'est plus personnel que ça. Ces yeux, là, on aurait dit qu'ils étaient prêts à m'étriper et à me suspendre au fil à linge. Je ferais mieux de me méfier. Et ben. Bon, ben, jour 1. Appartement de Grace. Allez. C'est parti. Hermès, c'était le messager de Dieu. Oui, ça. Mais le dieu des oracles, ça, je savais pas.
Grace?
Ah, Calliope a disparu.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi! Hi! You're kidding, right? When I came home, the door was wide open. You weren't answering your phone. Kaz and Brian are still out looking for... Grace... We thought something happened to you. Did something happen to you?
Ah. Ne dis à personne que tu... Non, elle a dit... Attends, Athéna, elle a dit, ne dis à personne qu'on existe. Mais, elle nous a pas dit de pas dire aux gens qu'on est une déesse. Hein? C'est pas pareil, là. Je brise pas le contrat en disant que je suis une déesse, parce que je dis pas où que les autres existent. Allez, je me mets dans la mouise directe. Je suis devenu une déesse.
Yes, but you are seriously not gonna believe it.
One of those nights, huh? Well, it better be good.
I became a god, Freddy. For real.
You were gone all night. Why didn't you answer your phone? Okay, so what exactly are you the god of? Late night lattes? Skipping bad practice?
Donc il y a quelqu'un dans l'appart là avec des cornes. Super. Attendez, je me remets juste un peu de liquide de vapote. Qu'est-ce que t'en penses du jeu pour l'instant tranquille? Il est plutôt agréable à suivre. Bon, s'il y a une chanson dans 30 secondes, on verra. Bizarre tout de même ce jeu. Au début, on nous fait une liste on dirait, on nous a fait une liste de tribus amérindiennes. Maintenant, on a droit du panthéon grec. Je sais pas où t'as vu de l'amérindien tranquille, parce que on commence avec l'audition et basta quoi. Est-ce que t'as vu des tribus amérindiennes? C'est juste que Calliope, elle avait des bijoux un peu particuliers sur elle, quoi. Mais à part ça... Ah oui! Ah, tu veux dire quand... Ah, la petite phrase qui remercie les tribus Wurundjeri, Burungi, Eridigal et tout ça. Ah, ok, oui, je vois pas le rapport, ouais. Je vois pas le rapport du tout. Non, mais ça j'ai déjà oublié, hein. J'ai noté, mais... Oui, j'ai noté, mais c'est vraiment ouais, comme ça. Non, moi je me concentre surtout sur... je me concentre surtout sur les dieux grecs maintenant. Que... Je sais pas pourquoi ils nous ont parlé de tout ça, quoi. Je ne sais pas. Putain, une manette... Putain, elle déconne, la manette.
I don't think it works that way. Or at least, they didn't say.
They who? The other gods? Did you just come from a god convention? Those things are such a scam.
Hi there.
Who is this, Grace? Why does he have horns?
Je te l'ai dit, je suis une déesse.
I did tell you about the god thing, Freddy.
Well, you got me there.
To answer your question, my dear, you see the horns because I allow you to see the horns. That's crazy, right? As for who I am, I've been known most often as Pan. So you call me that, if you must call me anything.
Pan, of the Greek gods, Pan, right? What are you, some kind of cosplayer?
The days of idols being called gods are well behind us, I'm afraid, but I assure you, I am the real article. I've come to offer our newest idol a helping hand. Or perhaps two. You do look lost, don't you?
Alors, quel intérêt pour toi? Ah, la petite lampe, c'est mon skill, mon skill intelligence. Donc je vais utiliser. J'avais pas compris jusque-là. Désolé.
And what do you get out of helping me exactly?
Now that is an excellent question. You'll need that kind of baseless suspicion if you're going to survive among us.
Is it baseless? I've already had my life threatened tonight.
Whoa, wait. Life threatened? What?
Oh, now you've done it. You've gone and upset the mortal.
So we can just talk about this in front of Freddy.
Here I thought you'd already informed her of your situation.
Yeah, but I don't think she believed me.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't. Should I?
The prohibition is against revealing the idols to the mortal world. She's not the mortal world, is she? She can be trusted, can't she?
Why do I have the feeling that I'm gonna regret not leaving with Brian and Kaz?
Oh, I can guarantee it.
Okay, Freddy. Have a seat. Let's talk.
Ouais, donc déjà, elle enfreint la règle dès le début, que, je dirais. Elle dit tout à sa copine.
That's it?
Huh? I guess. Do you believe in this, Grace?
J'en ai la preuve.
Sure, but I had proof. I traveled through a magical door.
Which sounds extra cool.
I was a little distracted.
Well, I have a million questions, but I can ask them later. The important thing is that I am here to support my best friend.
T'es vraiment la meilleure.
What did I ever do to deserve a friend like you?
You sat next to me at lunch period, dummy.
Oh yeah, right.
My friendship comes with all sorts of benefits, up to and including the tracking down of supernatural killers.
Such darling camaraderie. It brings a tear to my eye, it truly does.
Speaking of killers...
Whoa, 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 you wound me, dear lady. I've come to offer advice to our newest idol, a foundling who was set adrift most cruelly.
Comment est-ce que tu as su pour moi?
Seems rather convenient, you showing up with advice. How did you even know I existed?
A little bird told me, if you must know. Very useful, those little birds.
He's not gonna tell you, Grace.
There's not much to tell. Among the idols, news travels swiftly. We are a tiny village of godly busybodies. I heard of your arrival, and I know how obtuse the chorus can be. So here I am. You're welcome.
Qu'est-ce qui me dit que c'est pas toi le tueur?
You know, you could be the killer, for all I know.
Come to mislead you, perhaps. How fiendishly clever of me. Well called, darling.
And maybe even true.
Poor, poor Pan! To be eternally maligned and mistrusted. Alas, and alas, and alas. I doubt there's a line of idols waiting to offer you advice, Grace. But whether you accept mine or not is for you to decide.
Qu'est-ce que tu gagnes?
I still don't trust you. Nobody does anything for free.
Now. Who said I was doing anything for free?
Here we go.
I have not, however, asked for anything. As of yet.
Au final, on arrive au même résultat. Bah, donne-moi... Nadine de manette. Alors, donne-moi ton conseil.
Okay, I'll bite. What's your advice? I have to admit, I don't really know where to start.
Well, I'm not normally one to run amok telling others how to live their lives. But have you considered using your powers?
My powers?
Music, art, passion. You are the last muse, and all these are now your province.
You mean my province?
Each of us has, how shall I say, our talents. Yours is music, as befits a muse.
You're like the original rock star, Grace.
Okay, but how does that help me find Calliope's murderer?
Allow me to expedite the process of understanding. Now then, close your eyes. You hear that? It's coming from you. When you sing, what emotion does it summon?
I don't know.
You open your eyes, you look into the crowd, and you feel...
powerful.
Grace, you know that you're lost now. You've been given powers you don't understand. I'm the guy who can help you. All that you hear is at your command.
Wait. No, it's okay, Freddy. This is all me? What do I do?
Start singing.
Now?
Why not? Time's a wasting.
How the hell did you find me? This is the weirdest night I've ever had. And you say I have powers? How could this possibly turn out bad? Am I doing it now?
Brilliant.
I don't follow. Are those really actual horns? And this singing is so hard to swallow.
La manette!
Can you hear me, Grace? What's going on?
Song. Morning fades and the day wastes away. Grace, you can't wait. Grace, don't delay. I know where you belong, Grace, the song, Grace. I can show you the way. Time to play.
Grace, I have a bad feeling that Grin is a giveaway. That much is clear. What is this creep concealing? How does he know you and why is he here?
Can we all loosen up now? Remember, this madness is happening to me. This music makes sense to me somehow. But pulling me round is not what I need.
Grace, have you gone delirious? Stranger danger could not be more serious. You've been hurt before by mysterious men. I won't let you get hurt again.
Morning's gone and the day wastes away.
Grace, this is our place. Is he gonna stay?
Freddy, I don't think I have any choice.
I know where you belong, Grace, the song, Grace.
But can you show me the way?
Yes.
Time to play. So, what do I do?
Whatever you wish, the power is yours.
It's okay, Freddy. I think I got this.
I never knew I had that in me.
Who's making this happen? This isn't a game.
You don't understand.
This has all gotten out of hand.
Nothing for Grace will ever be the same. Morning fades and the day wastes away.
Morning fades and the day wastes away. I'm okay, 'cause I wasted with you. Freddy's been by my side since the old days.
We'll age well together too.
Think I'm the danger? You have no idea. I wouldn't blame you for wanting nothing to hide. But do we make merry or should you get ready? Finally grow up and take it outside.
So wait, are you saying you won't work with Freddy?
She couldn't be less qualified.
We're in a band, you do understand.
She could go solo. Let's let the idol decide.
All right, enough! This isn't a game to me. I'm not picking sides. My life is on the line.
Right. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I suppose we did get carried away. But this is your power, Grace. You draw out the passions from within. I trust you can see how that might be useful in your investigation.
I mean, no one has a choice but to sing along?
We all have a song in our hearts, Grace. You can make us sing, but the song will always be ours. A muse does not command. She evokes, she elicits, she inspires.
Are you done? You've helped Grace already, right?
Indeed I have. But I do have one more thing to impart. For all your powers, you still need a place to begin your search. And this I can provide. An address in the city where Calliope was staying, I do believe.
If you had that all along, why not look into it yourself?
Me? Conduct a search like some plebeian. Unheard of. Now this I consider a favor. One I hope you'll remember in future dealings.
That's perfect. We can look for clues there. What this Calliope was doing, who her enemies were.
I should remind you there is an element of danger. A killer is on the loose, no?
Ah, peut-être la prochaine fois, Freddy, c'est de ton aide dont j'ai besoin de prendre. Alors j'aurai besoin d'elle.
Then I'll definitely need backup.
You'll be fine. After all, what's a mortal to do that you cannot?
I can speak Hindi. Okay, fine, I get it. I need to find Kaz and Brian. Just tell them you're okay. If, not the other stuff.
Then I guess I'll go check this place out on my own.
So glad that's settled. I'll let you get to it. I've drinking to resume. Ta-ta.
Alors. Entre de la muse. Active les sous-titres télétextes pendant les scènes. Bon, ça va. Alors, le journal. Je vais voir. Bon. Je rentre au petit patin, tout juste sorti de l'essoreuse. Je viens d'apprendre que je suis une espèce de muse de l'Antiquité et de venez qui se pointe à l'appart sans invitation. Genre, je jette un œil à la cuisine en vue d'acheter l'appart. Cette idole s'appelle Pan. Pardon, et je n'arrive pas trop à le cerner. Il en fait un peu trop. Il me donne l'impression d'en savoir plus qu'il ne le dit, et comme par hasard, il a un conseil à me donner. À me vendre plutôt. C'est louche, j'imagine, le genre de faveur qu'il va me demander. Aïe aïe aïe. Non bah là oui, mais bon. On n'avait pas le choix que de prendre le petit bout de papier. Alors je sais pas, c'est le jeu, je sais pas s'il a l'air long ou pas, mais pour l'instant on est encore au jour 1. Et on joue depuis... Ah, depuis pas longtemps. Non, ça va. Alors. Putain, c'est Attends, est-ce que je peux jouer... Je peux jouer à la souris? Ah, mais c'est nettement mieux. J'en ai marre de la manette, là. Je pensais
Oh,
que c'était...
it's open. That's not a good sign.
Je pensais que c'était fait pour la manette, mais non. La souris, c'est aussi bien. Oh, désolé, petit ralentissement.
This is Calliope's apartment? I don't know what I was expecting, but not this. Hello? Oh, sure, Grace, good job. Just announce to the killer that you're here. I better have a look around.
On va observer la guitare. Ouais, merci. Je mange un Kit Kat saveur noisette. Comme j'ai pas mangé ce midi, il faut bien que j'ai un peu de force pour jouer à ce jeu, même si c'est pas... Merci, ouais. Bon, il n'y a rien sur la guitare. J'observe la lampe, mais... il n'y a rien. Observe le beau tableau. Pourquoi confirmer? Observer le Warhol. Observer la batterie. Observer la photo d'Elvis. Observer la harpe. Observer l'instrument. Alors si je mets observer la guitare, confirmer.
Damn, look at that. Beautiful. How do you even get one of these?
D'accord. C'est juste... Ah, même avec la souris, elle part dans tous les sens, quoi. Je sais pas ce qu'ils ont... Je sais pas ce qu'il a joué avec les contrôles, mais... Mais c'est un peu...
After Calliope left the audition, where did she go? Did she follow me? Did she come here? Did she paint that? Looks like it belongs in a museum. Andy Warhol, yeah, that makes sense. I wonder how many celebrities she knew. Right. These aren't... Do I inherit these as the new muse? Is that even okay to ask? I want to believe this is just an ironic photo of Elvis and she wasn't like his muse, or...
Je sais plus comment elle s'appelle, la buse de Dali. Elle était connue pourtant. Je sais pas, à chaque fois que je pense à une muse, je pense à Dali, qui disait toujours c'est ma muse, c'est ma muse, c'est ma muse. Je sais plus qui c'est.
Giant harp. Of course there's a giant harp.
Ouais.
So many instruments in here. Did she play all of them?
Elle est à l'étage.
I don't see anything useful down here. Maybe there's something upstairs?
Il en avait plusieurs, Gala. Ah, peut-être. Je savais pas qu'il en avait plusieurs. Moi, je pense à une en particulier. Il n'y avait pas une histoire avec Ariel Dombal, je sais pas quoi.
Together, Grace. It's just your average, everyday.
There were only 3 muses, you know, not 9. Whenever they found someone who made something truly masterful or created a new art form, they'd pass on their eidolon, take a new name. You see, that's how the mortals became confused. They got it wrong. Like they got almost everything about us wrong.
Ah, Mandalire plutôt, oui. Pardon, oui, plutôt. Ouais, c'est ça, non. Apollon, c'est ça?
You're Apollo, right? God of prophecy? One of the chorus.
Sometimes I am, yes.
What does that mean?
It means sometimes I just feel like an old man who's lost too many friends. If I may ask, how did you find this place?
Alors, c'est Pan qui m'en a parlé. Je veux des réponses. Tu n'es pas juste venu lui dire au revoir.
I could ask you the same question.
I told you why.
I know what you said, but look around. This office has been tossed. Someone searched this place from top to bottom.
With this? It was like this when I got here.
You didn't think that was in the least bit strange?
I can't help you, Grace. I wish I could. You deserve better.
Can you tell me about Calliope? I barely knew her, but she seemed...
She was a beautiful soul, if troubled.
Troubled?
She thought the idols had lost their way. She argued with us, with all of us, that we needed to change. We hadn't spoken in years. I hadn't seen her home before today. I'd rather not talk about it.
Okay.
Why can't you help me exactly? Pan said there's no specific rule against it.
You've already met Pan? How odd. It's not that I'm forbidden to help you, Grace. It's that you don't want my help.
Of course I do! You have to know more than me about almost everything!
My help will only make things worse.
How is that possible? I've been sentenced to death.
And without my help, you stand a chance of avoiding that fate.
Okay.
I should thank you for, you know, speaking up for me.
It wasn't right, what they were doing.
It still isn't. I still need help.
I'm not disputing that, Grace. I just don't think that I'm the one to help you.
Okay.
So you didn't mess up the room, but someone must have. There could be a clue.
Nothing that I've seen. All this mess, as you put it, is likely the result of her projects.
Her projects?
When Calliope got an idea in her head, she would obsess over it, sometimes for months, even years. I don't know what she was involved with lately, but this... for her, this is nothing.
Non, tu ne vas pas m'aider du tout.
So let me get this straight. You'll speak up for me, but you won't lift a finger to help.
You don't want me to do more.
You keep saying that, but it doesn't make any sense. If you didn't want to help, that'd be one thing. But insisting I don't want you to? Why not?
I can't do this.
Tu veux pas connaître la vérité?
Calliope was clearly important to you. Don't you want to know the truth?
Of course I do.
Then what's the problem? Don't do it for me. Do it for her.
Ah, petite chanson. Ah, 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 ah,
I haven't sung in centuries.
According to Pan, I can't force anyone to do anything.
ah.
Phantom pains from a missing friend, feeding thoughts, thoughts that never end. What did I do? What didn't I do? Here she is, only in your head. Long gone fights, but they're never dead. What did I do? What didn't I do?
Calliope, what was she to you?
Years, thousands of years, we walked side by side. She tried, said there's other paths. Don't walk the same, never the same. I have roads I like, smooth, paved in stone. She got tired of our divide. We weren't the same, never the same.
Calliope, she's the way to be. Facing out, finding ways to see beyond what's dead, reaching ahead.
Yeah, that was her. A meteor, a blazing star, and she was no more. What did I do? What didn't I do?
Mais j'ai pas compris avec les couleurs, je suis bête moi aussi, cop.
Years, thousands of years, and now you're left behind. Your mind still hears her say, break from the same, never the same. Listen to her, break from the same, never the same.
But I've tried.
Never with me. We haven't tried.
Then let's see.
So it's yes, you'll do this.
Yes, it's time, time to move.
She'd approve.
She is gone. It's time for change. Never the same. That hidden voice, it will always play. On a loop, it'll always say, what did I do? What didn't I do? It's a song you can't erase, but you can make a tiny space for what you will do. Something new.
Very well, I'll help. Though I'm uncertain what you expect me to do.
Athena called you the god of prophecy, didn't she? Isn't that telling the future?
Prophecy is the last thing you need, Grace.
Et c'est reparti. Je me dis que ça pourrait être utile. Peux-tu m'expliquer pourquoi?
Would it be helpful if you could explain why, exactly? This is all new to me, remember?
Yes, of course, that's true. It's so easy to forget that. To receive a prophecy is not simply to be told what might happen, it's to be told what will happen. To know a prophecy is to be bound to its outcome. Only in ignorance is one free to choose.
J'aime bien cette phrase. Seule l'ignorance permet le libre arbitre. Ouais, des fois, mieux vaut pas savoir. Je parle
You're talking about fate, aren't you? Destiny.
I am.
I can't say I've ever believed in fate.
You probably didn't believe in magic either, but here we are.
That's a good point.
My power is to pick at the strands of fate and make a single path clear. But in doing so, all other paths vanish. Worse, prophecies are never crystal clear. Sometimes you won't understand the full meaning until it's too late.
So you're saying I'm doomed? All roads lead to doom, and there's nothing I can do about it?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're still free to act, Grace. There might be something else I can do to help. Come with me. There's someone I'd like you to meet.
Alors, qui c'est qu'elle a?
This is where you live?
Oh, yes. Sometimes. And excuse the mess. I don't get many visitors.
Les idoles ne sont pas censés être riches. Ouais, t'en fais pas.
Don't worry about it. I have 3 brothers. I've seen a mess or two.
You're being kind. I admit I hadn't realized how bad it was.
You said I'm here to meet someone?
Yes. Do you know what an oracle is?
Comme l'oracle de Delphes. Non, pas vraiment.
Let me guess. Another idol?
Not quite. They serve as a channel of sorts for my powers. This allows them to offer insight, knowledge they have no earthly means to possess. There's always been one. Over the ages, no matter where I go, one manages to find me.
Meaning there's an oracle here.
There is.
What?
I've brought someone to see you.
How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not a magic fortune cookie. Is that what Paul told you? Oracle's my handle. And even if I was the Oracle, I'm certainly not his Oracle.
Je savais pas.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know. He said you might...
Oh, I know what he said. Paul thinks just because I crash here, he can interrupt me whenever he pleases.
I mean...
Look, I'm sure he told you all sorts of nonsense. I use computers. I'm a hacker. That's it.
I ask very little of you, Oracle. Your help here would be appreciated.
Fine. Don't get your abs in a twist. Okay, so Paul brought you all this way just to see little old me. What's on your mind, sis?
Je me fais une cigarette. Tu trouves que les chants ajoutent quelque chose au jeu? En fait, c'est ce qui est marrant, oui, dans un sens, parce que du coup, c'est notre seule manière d'enquêter. Et du coup, c'est pas banal, quoi. Contrairement à Poirot ou à Sherlock qui font que poser des questions les unes derrière les autres avec leurs déductions, là, l'interrogatoire se passe tout en chanson, quoi. En fait, notre enquête, pour savoir des choses, on est obligé de chanter, quoi. Donc et justement les choix de paroles, dans la chanson orientent l'enquête, quoi. Dire, c'est du coup c'est pas banal, quoi. C'est pas banal d'enquêter en chantant et que nos questions portent de l'interrogatoire soient des paroles de chanson pour pousser l'autre chanteur à dire ce qu'on voudrait ce qu'ils disent, quoi. Donc oui, je trouve ça, ouais, c'est plutôt original, quoi. C'est plutôt original euh, d'enquêter tout en chantant et que le choix des dialogues influence sur l'enquête. C'est cool, quoi. Du coup, tu peux refaire le jeu. Tu peux refaire le jeu et, et pas avoir les mêmes chansons. En gros, quoi. Pas avoir les mêmes couplets exactement ou les mêmes refrains, quoi. C'est plutôt pas mal. Alors, tu n'arrêtes pas de l'appeler Paul. C'est vrai, quoi.
You keep saying Paul. Do you mean Apollo?
Yeah, I know. Apollo, if that is his real name, says he's a god of prophecy, blah, 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 blah.
But you don't believe him.
Believe him? Who'd believe that? It's super weird, but he's a decent guy, so he can be Apollo if he wants, but I just can't call him that.
Attends. Elle aime pas qu'on l'appelle l'oracle. Et elle aime pas elle arrive pas à croire que c'est Apollon, quoi. C'est ch'teuf, quoi.
Do you live here?
I crash here, yeah. Better here than home.
She showed up one day, as the oracles do. Naturally, she is welcome to stay as long as she likes.
And see the way he talks. I thought maybe he was a creep at first, but nah, Paul's aight.
The highest of praise.
He'd be more alright if he did some laundry.
Tu connais bien Apollon.
Tell me, is Apollo always so...
incredibly emo? Like a sack stuffed with sad?
I am standing right here.
Don't get me wrong. It grows on you after a while.
Praise. Surely this is not what you came for.
J'aime bien les dialogues.
Oh, I don't know. It's cute watching you get all flustered.
Well, it's hardly productive, is it?
See, there you go again.
Ugh. Get a room. A different room.
Ah, ça va.
So you're an oracle who uses the internet, huh?
Like I said, it's my handle, and yeah. It's a sweet setup, huh? Some of it's even legit.
The parts I purchased for her, presumably.
Bargain for, fair and square. And I keep telling you to get me an Ethernet cable.
I don't know what that is.
It's the 21st century, Paul. And your 21st century oracle needs her some download speed, okay?
I'm looking for information about someone named Calliope. Can you help?
Oh, the lady from that apartment I sent Paul to. Yeah, I've been checking that out.
What did I tell you?
I looked it up. You could do the same if you learned to use the computer. Here, hold up, I'll show you. There. The apartment was originally purchased 2 years ago by a holding company, Core with a K Enterprises.
Oh. Oh, I see. That would be Persephone.
Persephone is in the one from the chorus. The one who wanted me dead, Persephone.
I wasn't aware Persephone and Calliope were friendly. Certainly not friendly enough for Persephone to give Calliope an apartment. Good news is that Persephone is easy to find. I can take you to her if you like.
Je risque d'avoir des ennuis.
I'm thinking she won't be happy to see me.
Persephone is rarely happy to see anyone.
Great! We're all done now.
Thank you for your help, Oracle. Please, do try to get out from behind your screens at least once today. Perhaps go for a walk.
Yeah, sure, will do. Leave a tip on your way out.
Ah, c'est quand même plus agréable. Hein. Journal. Ah, il n'y a pas l'oracle. Et si je retourne sur Apollo, est-ce qu'il y en a un peu plus? Ah, voilà. Je suis allé à l'appartement de Calliope et devinez sur qui je suis tombé, Apollon, assis dans le noir au milieu d'une pièce manifestement retournée par quelqu'un qui cherchait quelque chose. Il a dit que ce n'est pas lui et qu'il était juste venu pleurer Calliope. On dirait qu'ils ont été assez proches, mais que quelque chose les a séparés il y a 2 ou 3 ans. Le genre de séparation qui le pousserait à le tuer. Ah ben, elle se méfie de tout le monde, hein. Pour commencer, il n'arrête pas de répéter que m'aider fera plus de mal que de bien. Ça veut dire quoi ça? D'après lui, ces oracles verrouillent ton destin. Verrouillent ton destin au moment où tu les entends. Une bonne ou une mauvaise chose en fait. Apparemment, c'est pas toujours 100% clair, alors il a peut-être raison, c'est peut-être mieux de ne pas savoir. Heureusement, Apollo connaissait un autre moyen de m'aider. Une ado canon. Un petit génie de l'informatique qui vit dans son toit, l'oracle. Elle a découvert que la proprio de l'appartement de Calliope n'était autre que Perséphone. On est en route pour son club. On va lui poser quelques questions. Et sur Perséphone... Alors, d'après l'oracle, Perséphone est le propriétaire de l'appartement qu'occupait Calliope. Donc, elles se connaissaient. Mais ils se connaissent tous, quoi. Qu'est-ce qui t'étonne, hein, Dirpan a dit que c'était un petit village de fouineurs, donc ils se connaissent tous, oui. Donc elles se connaissaient, elles étaient proches. Ah, ça c'est autre chose. En tout cas, c'est la prochaine sur ma liste d'idoles à interroger. Voilà. Devinez, traduction, c'est l'autre chanson. Même si j'ai sentiment qu'elle sera pas ravie de me voir. Ok. Eh ben, on va au club des enfers. Et on est toujours au jour 1.
Welcome to the underworld.
Wow. How have I never heard of this place?
Stephanie keeps it a secret, while still managing to draw a crowd every night. Don't ask me how. Here in the underworld, idols can be themselves, even if they don't look human.
C'est dangereux.
There are idols here other than Persephone?
Almost guaranteed.
Is it dangerous?
Shouldn't be. But before Calliope, I would have said an idol getting murdered was next to impossible. If we're to find Persephone in all this, we'll need to split up. Have you considered what you'll say to her?
Pas vraiment.
Not really. What do you suggest?
Well, if I know Persephone, and I do, she won't be up for a chat. You need to be prepared to use your powers, as you did with me. Come find me in the crown if you need anything. Otherwise, be careful, Grace.
Alors, il y a Eros, il y a Hermès, il y a Pan. Bah, je vais reparler à Apollon. Au secours!
I thought this would be easier, but it's as if Persephone left instructions to thwart me. Every staff member I approach screams and runs off. I hope your search has been more successful.
peux me parler de Perséphone?
It might help if I knew more about Persephone.
It couldn't hurt. What would you like to know, exactly?
Bah, raconte-moi l'histoire de Perséphone.
My Greek mythology is a little rusty, but isn't Persephone...
Oh, you know about that. What else do you know?
Just that Persephone was a sweet girl, and Hades, lord of the underworld, swept her off to the land of the dead.
Without so much as a by your leave, yes. Her mother, Demeter, was so enraged she blanketed the world in ice, rendering it barren and infertile. Zeus was forced to act. He decreed that Persephone would be shared between Demeter and Hades, and thus the matter was resolved. Well, you asked. That's her story, as the mortals tell it.
Se la partager. Déméter et Hadès veut partager la...
So tell me, how much of Persephone's legend is true?
Well, let's see. Hades did kidnap Persephone. That certainly did happen. The idols almost went to war over it until Zeus intervened and ordered Hades and Persephone to wed. That quieted things. At least until Persephone killed Hades.
Huh?
Whoa.
I understand that Hades was not kind to her. I'd like to say we handled it well. That Zeus and the idols were mindful of what Persephone had been through, but that would be a lie. Persephone was punished for the murder, the underworld taken from her, and we all stood by and let it happen. She has never forgiven us, and honestly, I can't blame her.
If I were her, I'd be mad at you all too.
Then you understand why things are difficult between us.
Wait, Persephone killed another idol.
Oh, long time ago, yeah.
What about all of Athena's rules? Wouldn't Persephone have been... I don't know.
Executed? The murder of Hades is probably why we now have that rule. Back then, we heard Persephone had usurped Hades' throne, but we couldn't believe it. It just wasn't done. Now, of course, I look back and think we should have seen it coming. Oh, the benefit of hindsight.
Why didn't you see it coming? You're the god of prophecy.
When I look, I learned long ago not to.
So what happened to Persephone after...
The murder? She survived, like the rest of us. She got older, and when we came to the New World, I think she would have left us if it was allowed. It isn't, so instead she did as she pleased. She started a cult, became a crime boss.
Oh, what?
It was after her last transition, but honestly, I have no insight into anything Persephone does these days.
You don't come here often, I'm guessing?
Never. I'm sure Persephone only sent the membership as a formality. I doubt she thought I'd ever use it.
Don't you ever have fun? No drinking or dancing in Apollo land?
Once. When I had the muses to keep me company.
Je te tiendrai compagnie, moi. Achète-toi une vie pour commencer. C'est méchant, ça.
Sorry. I didn't mean to remind you.
All right. I'm okay.
I'll get going. I still need to find Persephone.
I'll keep trying as well.
Bon, cette fois-ci, on va parler à Eros. C'est lui. Ouais. Je le voyais pas comme ça.
Hey, you're the new muse, aren't you?
I guess I am, yeah.
Aphrodite mentioned it. Didn't figure I'd see you here, though. Excuse the manners. Name's Eros, god of sex.
Did you say that you're the god of sex?
Desire, really. Sensuality. Attraction. Why? Were you expecting a chubby little flying baby with a bow and arrow?
I wasn't...
I actually preferred Cupid, but Pan had to be the trickster. Spread all those stupid stories.
I'm... sorry?
Why? It's not your fault. Just another grudge I get to carry around forever.
Pas terrible héros, c'est vrai.
You know Aphrodite, right? I only met her the once.
Sure, she's my mother. You know how it is.
How would I know? New here, remember?
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. I wasn't thinking. You hear a lot of idols talk about each other like that. You know, mother, brother, sister, grandfather. None of us are actually related. We just played a family for so many centuries, it may as well be true.
So Aphrodite is your mother, but not really.
That's right. A long time ago, she took care of me when I needed taking care of. The mortals, they just assumed. These days, well, it's not like that anymore. We're not as invulnerable as we used to be. Least of all, Aphrodite.
The god of sex at a club. Looking for someone?
Once I might have, sure. Now I'm just here to see it happen.
See what happen?
Look out there. See all these people. Hope, the anticipation, the connections, they bounce off each other. To me, it's like lightning.
You enjoy that?
I used to make it happen, you know. Mortals once begged me to make it happen, to inspire true love. Now I only inspire sex. Not the same thing. Just as well. People should find true love the hard way. They'll value it more.
I'm a little distracted. Is everything okay?
Of course it is. Sure. Not obvious, huh? Truth is, I don't come here that often. It was hard to get away. I just want... Nope, never mind.
Willing to listen if you need to talk.
I appreciate that. Maybe some other time.
Here's the thing. I'm looking for Persephone, but I can't find her anywhere.
Well, I know where she is, but I question whether she'd be happy to see you. I like you, but Mother told me what happened at the chorus. I don't want to cause trouble with Persephone.
What if I could guarantee that there wouldn't be a problem?
Huh. How could you guarantee that?
First, I'd reassure you that I'm here to work things out with Persephone. I don't want to fight. Second, if that didn't pan out, I'd tell her I lied to you.
Making me the idiot who fell for it.
Oh, I don't know. I can be tricksy.
Okay. Fine. When you're ready to see her, you let me know, and I'll take you. Deal?
Deal.
Ok. Donc, parler à Hermès, pourquoi pas. De toute façon, on est là pour ça.
Oh, you're here. I mean, you gotta be somewhere, but you're here.
Hello, Hermes.
Sorry about running off on you back at the thing. Didn't really have a choice, but sorry anyway.
You're not much like the other idols, are you?
New? I haven't been an idol very long. Maybe like a year? I've lost track. No, I'm not the one to ask about the idol stuff. It's all cool, but mostly I do whatever Athena asks. Athena says one day I'll sit on the chorus. That'll be sick. Can you imagine me in charge?
Why not? Maybe you can shake some dust off the other idols.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a lot of dust.
You're right about that.
I don't think Athena would let me clean anything anyway. She won't even let me touch her spear.
You've only been an idol for a year? How did that happen?
Probably same way it did with you.
The old Hermes died in your arms and then they accused you of his murder?
No. Well, yes. I mean, no, not like that. But yeah. I was there when he died. We were friends and I was having trouble at home and he helped me out. I miss him.
Why do you call yourself Hermes? I mean, I don't call myself Calliope.
Might eventually.
I doubt it.
Most idols do. Not everyone, though, so I don't know, maybe not you.
When Calliope died, you were right there. Within moments. How did you know?
I told you. I got word, so I came.
How did you get word?
Look, when an idol dies, I have to be there. So I just know. It's a Hermes thing.
But why do you need to be there?
To take them where they need to go.
To take who? Calliope?
Kinda? Look, it's between the old Hermes and me, and between me and the next Hermes. That's all I can say.
This is probably a stupid question, but... do you know who might have killed Calliope?
Ugh, why would I know anything about that?
When you came to the apartment, it seemed like you knew her.
Oh no, I only met her once. She didn't live with the rest of the idols or hang out with us very much. Seemed nice though. Angry, maybe. But I don't know who'd want to hurt her.
Okay.
How was she angry?
Pissed off. But more because she cared about everyone too much not to be. I don't know, that's what I thought anyhow. I'm probably wrong.
See you around?
If you die, then for sure. But, don't die.
As I live and breathe, if it isn't our dear muse.
Hi, Pam.
Tell me, have you decided to leave your troubles behind and join us in the land of shadows and revelry?
I should thank you for the address. It's what led me here.
No need to thank me. You'll owe me. Remember, how you managed to stir the sun god from his oh so tiresome gloom, I cannot imagine. Nicely done.
Did you know Apollo would be at that apartment?
However would I know something like that?
You play innocent, but I just don't believe you.
Flatterer.
I'm guessing it's a total coincidence that I'm running into you here.
It must be. The alternative would be that I knew a great many things ahead of time.
Well, did you?
Do I look like an oracle? I am here to listen to thrilling music and meet delicious people. My tastes are simple.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of simple tastes, my glass is empty again. The service here is appalling.
I assume you're a regular at this club?
And why would you assume that, dear Grace?
The horns, you... Do you know Persephone well?
There is no knowing Persephone well. She won't have it. Not anymore.
Not anymore?
Long ago, we were all very different. Over the span of ages, however, even mountains erode.
The things you say, the things you don't say... You don't make yourself seem trustworthy, you know that?
Trust is for the weak and the penniless.
Still not helping.
Why, Grace, are you assuming that I, Pan, am some sort of scoundrel?
Ah, je peux me lier d'affection avec Pan, en disant j'espère peut-être. Ah, ça y ressemble.
It's more that I'm stating it outright.
Rejected twice in a row. How will I ever recover from such insult, I ask you?
Uh-huh.
I don't know what to tell you, Grace. Even an idol needs to get by.
I should get going. I'm sure I'll see you soon.
One can only hope.
Alors, on va reparler à Apollon.
No luck yet, I'm afraid. And why is the music here so loud?
Pourquoi tout le monde a-t-il peur de Perséphone?
I thought she was just mad at me, but everyone seems afraid of Persephone.
Noticed that, did you? Persephone's angry with everyone, and has been for a very long time. I've told you why. But it's more than that. She does not let go of a grudge. 1,000 years could pass, and Persephone will remember what you did like it was yesterday.
I found someone who will bring me to Persephone.
Finally. I'll be right behind you.
You're coming with me? But I thought...
She seems even angrier with you than she is with me. I might be able to mediate.
We'll see, I guess.
C'est parti.
If you're angry with anyone, Persephone, be angry with me. It was I who...
I will deal with you later. I was willing to leave you be, Grace. To wait until your guilt was certain. And yet here you are, in my domain, uninvited. Why? Are you here to beg for mercy? Are you here to challenge me? Should I be afraid?
I'm not trying to start a fight. Far from it. I came here hoping you could help me.
Help you? Perhaps you could help me instead. I'd like to understand a few things. Do you really expect us to believe that Calliope chose you? It's the real story. Did you stumble across her as she lay dying and desperate? Are you an accident? Did you learn what she was? Did you torture her, hold her at the point of death until she agreed to hand over her eidolon?
Persephone, this isn't...
You have every reason to try to prove your innocence, Grace. But I have no reason to help you.
You knew Calliope.
We all knew Calliope.
She was staying at your apartment.
You knew her. Better than I or anyone else suspected.
Are you implying that I had something to do with her death?
Prove you didn't. That's how idols work, isn't it?
Aïe aïe aïe, c'est parti.
You hear that? You're in my house, little muse. You want answers? Fight for them.
Aïe, aïe, le battle. Puis elle a une voix toute douce. Ah!
Little girl, you shouldn't have come here. And I sure ain't in the mood to make new friends. Go home, little girl. The shadows drawing near. And you all alone, we both know how this ends. Let's see how far she bends. We all know how this ends.
Hope everyone's having a great night. I guess I'm this evening's sacrifice. But I'll see what I can do. You deserve a good show. Big hand for your usual MC. She's planned a brutal takedown just for me. Hopefully I'll last a couple rounds. You deserve a good show. I won't let you down.
My, we caught a butterfly, such a delicate thing. What a find, I hope she doesn't mind when we pull off her wings. Maybe you don't know who I am. Maybe you don't know who I am.
Well, I don't know anyone, I'm new.
You, what's your name? What do you do?
That's the thing with the front row. You're part of the show.
How keen, a stand-up routine, knee deep in a grave. Works the crowd, wrapped in a shroud, a corpse in a cave. Maybe you don't know who I am. Maybe you don't know who I
Can't say I don't know who you are. Some sort of golden age type star. You've never really been on my radar. Before my time, a discontinued line.
Oh.
Don't you have any idea what you're dealing with, child? Surprise, surprise, coins on your eyes. Give them to the ferryman. Get it in your little head. You're spitting at the queen of the dead.
Out of interest, is anyone here dead? No one? Yeah, that's probably what I would have said. Hey, let's prove that we're alive. Let me hear you, people on my right. Here we go. On the left now. Come on. How long since you heard something new? Or is that piece of you dead and buried in this cemetery? You ate a bad seed that's not on me. Rotten too long, blossomed all wrong.
We change shape. In time, you'll see we all rot away into who we will be. Your youth wasn't stolen like it was from me.
Let me help you.
Don't touch me. I don't need help from any of you. I was alone when you know who kidnapped and crushed all my dreams till a muse. I just want Calliope back.
honesty, do you understand who I am? Who I
No. No, you've earned your answers. Calliope came to me years ago. She'd grown tired of arguing with the idols, tired of being branded a troublemaker. She couldn't watch the idols wither away without a fight. I knew how she felt. So I gave her the apartment.
So you must know better than anyone what she's been up to.
Not exactly. Calliope and I haven't spoken for at least 2 years. After I heard the news, I went to the apartment and turned it upside down. I had to know the truth.
That was you?
I didn't find anything. Nothing to say what she had been involved with, or gotten into, or who she might have been fighting with.
J'espère... Là, je suis en train de penser à un truc. J'espère juste que le responsable du meurtre, à la fin, ce soit pas Athéna. Genre la big boss... la big boss qui l'aurait fait, quoi.
That means one of two things. Either whatever happened to her was sudden, or it was secret.
I suppose you're right.
Calliope was never one to keep secrets. When she was doing something, everyone knew about it.
None of you were talking to her. Who would she tell?
You're clever. Maybe there's a chance Calliope chose you after all.
If it wasn't Grace, that means someone else was behind Calliope's death. Someone who could keep their involvement hidden.
One of us.
Does it have to be an idol? You thought I killed Calliope. Couldn't it have been some other mortal?
Despite how he might look, it's not a simple matter to kill an idol.
It was difficult enough to believe you had done it. If another mortal killed her, they somehow escaped detection. We found nothing, no evidence of a battle.
You looked?
Of course we looked. What do you think was happening while you waited? If Calliope was attacked elsewhere, even magic revealed no trace of it.
Did Calliope have any enemies? The way you talk about her, she must have. What? What am I missing?
Calliope had a way of making people angry. She could be... argumentative.
Yes, but enough to make enemies who wanted her dead?
Not that you or I know of, apparently, but that doesn't mean they didn't exist.
Wait. Did you say magic?
You can battle me through a song in a world of your own creation, and yet magic is beyond belief?
Well, sure. I just thought...
We have our powers just as you have yours.
I can grow a field of corn like nobody's business.
Some would say our powers are also magic, but true magic is a different and older power. Hecate's domain.
And it was of no use here.
We shouldn't rule it out. We haven't tried everything yet.
What about Pan? He showed up at my place out of nowhere, right after I left the chorus.
He did what?
I have to wonder what his angle is.
He has one, that's for certain. Though I've never thought of him as a killer. It would be too... messy.
Still, we should consider the idea. For him to show up so quickly is... odd.
Shouldn't we go to Athena with this? If you've changed your minds and you're both part of the chorus...
Athena would be sympathetic, but the die has been cast.
She won't go back on the edict, not without clear evidence.
Oh, now you want evidence?
She acted on the information she had. If we want to sway her, we need something better.
For all I know, either one of you could have done it and you're just playing along.
Apollo is capable of many things, but lying? He was never any good at it.
Whereas we know how capable you are of murder.
Okay, this isn't...
One and only god I killed deserved it.
Right. Sorry I brought it up. What about Athena? She seemed awfully insistent on declaring me guilty, don't you think?
Athena? No, Athena follows the rules.
Well...
Athena has one goal, and one goal only. To protect the idols. And that included Calliope. She'll eventually drive us all mad with her vigilance, but break her own rules? I don't see it.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. You know the idols. Don't you have any ideas?
I told you I wouldn't be of much help, Grace.
Did you now? That's unsurprising. When are you ever of help to anyone but yourself?
Says the woman who forced Grace to challenge her rather than answer a simple question.
Calliope died, Apollo. Calliope, who came with us all the way from the old world.
You think I don't know that? Are you forgetting what the Muses meant to me?
Is that it then? We're all out of ideas, I should just give up? Great. Guess I'll just die.
You're not going to die, Grace.
Aren't I? You heard what Athena said.
Et c'est parti.
Calliope, I'm listening now. Tell us what end you were doomed to.
Calliope, blinded by fire, one match did you strike that consumed you.
How could you blame her? What could she have done to earn such a fate? You are blinded.
God of the sun hides from his own eyes. What would you know about fate?
You say that you knew her, she was family to us, yet you don't hesitate to accuse her. Oh, queen without a throne, go bitter with fury. Not everyone seeks to betray you.
Stop this!
There is something missing we're blinded to.
Yes, there's more to seek.
Apollo, your help is not needed here. Go ahead and abandon another muse.
How could you throw that gauntlet at me? Could your heart shrivel any further?
You abandoned me to a terrible fate.
You replay your injuries till it's too late.
You know how far I've been before I snapped.
This is not about you. Enough! This helps no one.
There he is, God of the sun.
Apollo, for my sake, take a deep breath. I need your help, not your anger. These old wounds, they distract and blind you. You can't see yourselves.
He doesn't know what's important.
And you do?
Follow him or stay.
Ah! Il y a quand même des choix pas faciles.
It's not my finest moment. Persephone will never let this go.
What the hell was that? You were one step away from full thunder and lightning.
Old habits die hard, especially around my family. That's why I've tried to avoid my fellow idols for so long. I don't like who I am when I'm with them.
You'd think being thousands of years old would make idols more mature, and yet...
Oh, I've forgotten 10 lifetimes by now. Perhaps my maturity was in one of those. At least coming here was useful. You have a better idea of where to start looking, right?
Ah bon? Où ça?
Where is that?
I need to give it some thought. This won't be easy. If another idol is behind this, they know as well. They had a plan.
So you don't know where to look next?
I need time to sort it out. Just be patient, Grace.
I thought you'd decide that getting me into the underworld was enough.
What? Bring you to Persephone and then shrug? Not my problem now?
What I meant to say is... thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Sorry, I'm not used to asking people for help.
It's all right. I certainly know that tune.
I have to ask, is Athena really not an option? She wouldn't see what you see? At all?
I respect Athena. She has dragged us into the modern age, sometimes kicking and screaming. She's why we're alive. But if I said that her need to keep us safe didn't drive her to extremes, I'd be lying. You represent a risk, Grace. To her, that is more important than any notion of compassion or justice.
Maybe whoever's behind this knows that, and is counting on it.
How? No one could have known you would become the muse.
Maybe they just don't want to muse around. Though why is a good question.
Good thinking. Though I'm not sure who would benefit. Something to keep in mind.
Is there anything I can do in the meantime? Someplace I can look?
Don't you want to relax? You haven't rested since this began.
Relax? Who can relax? I've been sentenced to death, Apollo.
Fair point. Even so, go home, Grace. The next time you see me, I'll have a better notion of what to do.
Fine. But I'm holding you to that.
Acte 2. Au bout de 2 heures de jeu.
Hey, Freddy. Have you been waiting up this whole time?
Yeah? A goat man sends you off into the night. Your life is on the line. And I'm gonna, what, sleep? I was so worried after you left, and... well, I also felt like crap. You were right to be mad. I said I'd support you as your friend, and I didn't. I don't know why I acted like that. I just had this image of you being swept off into some new world without me.
You're apologizing. After I dumped the whole, hey, I'm a god thing on you, I'm the one who should be sorry.
No. I'm gonna cry.
Wait until after we figure out how to save my sorry life.
Right you are. Tell me what's happened since I saw you last. Huh. Persephone runs a club called the Underworld. That's a little on the nose.
Wouldn't suggest saying that to her face.
And you ended up siding with Apollo? Lord of the Sun, god of prophecy? Do you trust
him? Ces idoles sont toutes timbrées.
As much as you can trust an idol. I swear, Freddy, they're all nuts.
Well, yeah. If they're even a little like the stories, you should be super careful. So, what are your options? You need to go back to Apollo's place, right?
I could go back to the underworld. Make sure Persephone isn't taking my decision personally.
Oh, and, there's this. Pan left a card, says, "Come by Olympus." I doubt he means the mountain in Greece.
Huh. I wonder what he wants.
Probably to cash in his precious favor.
Still not a fan?
You know how some people just set your teeth on edge? That's Pan. I can't help it. But it doesn't matter. I said I'd help, and that's what I'll do. You can count on me, Grace.
Thanks, Freddie.
The muse? Oh, the embodiment of inspiration. Can you believe it?
Yeah, kinda.
Alors, je suis au jour 2. Je ferais bien d'aller discuter avec Apollon et de voir ce que veut Pan. Ou alors je peux aller parler à Perséphone. Ah, j'aurais bien parlé à Perséphone, tiens.
As I recall, Grace, when I said stay or leave, you chose to leave. If it wasn't clear, I don't give second chances. Or did you have some other reason for darkening my doorstep?
I wanted to see you again. Make sure there were no hard feelings.
Oh, so it's a social visit then. Oh, let me be clear. There are no hard feelings. There are no feelings at all. You came, you got what you wanted, you left. Wherever you need to go next, I'm sure Apollo can take you.
You haven't considered that maybe you need me for your plans?
What would you know of my plans?
Just that you have them. And if you need anything, it's allies. Allies like me.
Ever persistent. You remind me of her a little.
Who? Calliope?
It's an interesting offer, Grace. I'll consider it, truly.
Ben voilà.
Ah, Grace, you're back. That's good. I was just about to call you.
He means he wants me to call you because Paul here still hasn't figured out how to use a phone.
That's not true. I know how, I just don't like them. They're confusing. Anyhow, I've been contemplating our list of suspects, and I think Pan is someone we need to consider.
Wait. You don't like phones?
I just don't like talking to people I can't see.
No, it's the ringtones. They scare the crap out of him. I kid you not.
Not frightened. Only a child would be frightened. They're just very loud.
Yeah.
Can we return to the subject of Pan, please?
Why Pan? I thought you'd rejected him as a suspect.
Persephone did, but I've had time to think it over. Pan is a schemer, a traitor in favors. He always has been. His sudden appearance in all this cannot be coincidental.
You think he could have killed Calliope after all?
Perhaps. Or he knows who did and is trying to turn it to his benefit. He always knows more than he pretends.
You should know. Pan asked me to meet him at Olympus. I'm not sure why.
Wait, he wants to see you again? I don't like this.
Excusez-moi, je vais aller aux toilettes. Juste une minute, je reviens. Kenneth. Ça va, mon père? Ouais. Bon bah, aujourd'hui, tranquille, on passe vraiment une après-midi, on passe vraiment une après-midi tous les deux, quoi. Je veux dire, c'est assez rare c'est assez rare qu'il y ait aussi peu de monde sur le stream, quoi. D'habitude, on est au moins 3 ou 4, mais là, aujourd'hui, on est vraiment que tous les deux. Tout le monde a dû sentir la comédie musicale. Tout le monde a dû sentir la comédie musicale en disant ah non, pas ça. J'aime bien Pataquès, mais de là à écouter des comédies musicales tout le jeu est mort d'être en lurk. Ah bon? Attends, j'ai même pas vérifié. Ah oui, il est là. Coucou est mort. Excuse-moi, on t'a sorti de ton terrier, quoi. Sinon, j'ai que des bots. Mais oui, c'est vrai qu'il y a mort qui est là. Bien vu. C'est tranquille qui surveille les utilisateurs. Bah, n'hésite pas à venir chanter avec nous, est mort, hein, si tu veux. Ah, moi non plus.
Neither do I. He decided I owe him a favor after he came to my apartment.
That sounds about right for him. Aphrodite is holding a party of sorts, one you should attend. She is closest to Pan. Indeed, she knows almost all the idols. If anyone is up to something, she's bound to know.
Quel genre de fête? Une free party?
What do you mean by a party of sorts? I mean, I'm always down for a party, but...
It's more of a remembrance than a party, really. It's difficult to describe.
That's awfully vague, Apollo.
It'll be easier to see for yourself. It's nothing you can't handle.
Je déteste les comédies musicales, mais bon, je me fais violence. Ah, ça va, c'est pas... Le jeu, il est pas horrible, hein. Bon, je trouve que c'est bien équilibré, hein. Justement, on pouvait avoir, entre guillemets, peur que ce soit chanson sur chanson sur chanson sur chanson sur chanson, que ce soit uniquement ça, mais la part d'enquête, de dialogue et tout ça, fait que bah, c'est plutôt bien dosé pour l'instant, quoi. On chante vraiment quand on a besoin d'informations. Sinon, le reste, c'est un visual novel plutôt sympa. Après, oui, les vraies comédies musicales qu'on a ici, genre Notre-Dame, genre Notre-Dame de Paris, tout ça. Non, moi je suis d'accord, je suis pas fan, quoi. Mais là, dans le temps d'un jeu, et puis je trouve que les chansons jusque-là, elles sont plutôt sympas. C'est vrai que ça fait comédie musicale, mais je trouve que les chansons, les paroles sont plutôt sympas, sont plutôt bien. Ils en font pas trop. Ils en font pas trop. C'est pas de la surenchère à chaque fois. Bon, c'est pas l'essentiel du jeu, mais ça revient tout de même souvent. Bah oui, quoi, vu que c'est une muse, c'est son domaine, quoi. Mais franchement, je trouve que l'idée de faire des chansons à travers une muse, donc vraiment mêler la mythologie de manière concrète à travers une muse pour chanter, pour en plus s'interroger en chantant, je trouve que c'est une bonne idée. Moi qui suis pas amateur de comédie musicale ou de ce genre de chansons, je trouve que ça passe bien. Puis le personnage de Grace est plutôt intéressant, les autres aussi. Bon bah je vais y réfléchir.
Okay, I'll go. Eventually.
Perfect. I will see you there.
Paul, you should see this. The names you wanted me to look up are getting weird results.
I don't doubt it. I was hoping you could...
Get over here!
No worries, Paul. I'll see you later.
Alors, est-ce que je parle d'abord à Pan ou d'abord à Aphrodite? D'abord à Aphrodite, ouais. Puisqu'elle en sait... Puisqu'elle en sait plus sur Pan que quiconque, autant aller l'interroger elle avant d'aller voir le principal concerné, quoi. Non, mais ça me fait plaisir cette histoire. Elle est plutôt cool. Puis ça prouve aux
Fancy
gens.
party? Check. Bunch of strangers? Check. Grace totally not dressed for the occasion? Check. Oh, if only I knew what I was supposed to be doing here.
Grace, you made it. I'm so glad. I was beginning to wonder.
You didn't say this was a fancy party. I feel a little underdressed.
Grace, look at me. I didn't even button up my shirt. It's fine.
Why is everyone so quiet? You'd think someone died.
I should have told you about this earlier. I've been putting it off.
Tu es trop mignon quand tu t'inquiètes. Ça n'est peut-être pas si terrible que ça. Ça ne me dit rien qui va.
I don't like the sound of that. What am I missing?
You don't have any of Calliope's memories, right? No déjà vu recollections that aren't your own?
No. Should I have?
Not right away. For a while, you won't remember anything. We call it the veil. In time, the veil will start to lift, slowly at first, but eventually you'll remember almost everything Calliope did.
Qu'est-ce qui deviendra de moi?
That's gotta be a lot of memories. She was what, 1,000 years old?
More than that. Much more.
Then what happens to me in my piddly 20-something years? It can't be good.
Eventually, it's like a flood. It becomes difficult to separate what's you and what's them, and all who came before them.
Je deviendrai Calliope.
You're saying I won't be me. I won't be Grace. Will I start calling myself Calliope?
Maybe. Eventually, most of us do, but most of us were chosen and prepared.
And I didn't choose this.
I understand. Take some time to let it sink in. If you like, we can talk about it later.
What does this have to do with the party?
Aphrodite hasn't been the same since we came to the New World. She has horrific memories of what she endured during the war. Passing on her eidolon is a way to forget, for a while. That's what this party is for.
De quoi? Aphrodite va mourir?
When you say she's gonna pass on her eidolon, you mean...
She's going to die, yes, and pass her soul on to a chosen successor.
In front of everyone?
You're here to help, Grace. To make it easier for Aphrodite to do what she feels she must. We're here to say goodbye. At least for a while.
This isn't the first time Aphrodite's done this. She's held this kind of gathering before, right?
This is her fourth, I think, perhaps fifth.
Well, every time the veil, whatever you call it, when it starts to lift...
Aphrodite's memories return, and eventually it is too much. We gather to pay our respects, and to honor the past. While she still remembers it.
Wait. Calliope refused to come to these parties. That's what you said.
She refused on principle. Everything Calliope did was on principle. She believed Aphrodite was indulging her sadness, wallowing in it. She thought Aphrodite should try harder. It was a point of contention between them. Aphrodite will be grateful you're here. Trust me.
Do you support what Aphrodite is doing here?
Not my choice to make, Grace.
Yeah, but you must have an opinion.
Eventually you will remember what we experienced during the war, and eventually you will remember that what Aphrodite experienced was far worse. If this is the mercy she requires, I will not tell her she should not take it.
Okay, so what did Aphrodite want Calliope to do? What does she want me to do?
Well, knowing Aphrodite, she'll want you to make a production of it all. She's not here just yet. Until she arrives, I suggest mingling.
Mingling?
Yeah, mingling. Talk to Eros. Or we can talk more if you like. Just try to relax, Grace.
Sure, yeah. Relax. That's what this party is for, right?
Ça craint quand même si... donc en gros, soit elle meurt en tant que Grace, soit elle survit, et elle devient Calliope petit à petit, et la personnalité de Grace disparaît, quoi. Ça craint, quoi. Dire elle peut pas survivre et rester elle-même, quoi. Petit à petit, la personnalité et les souvenirs de Calliope vont revenir et vont la bouffer, quoi. Ça craint. Ah, je sais pas si j'ai bien compris.
Grace!
Hey, Eros. Nice to... Oh. Okay.
Aphrodite will be so happy you're here. It means so much, you have no idea.
Are you okay? You seem a bit...
Every time she does this, I don't know how to handle it. I almost want to run upstairs and demand she stop. Remind her that this never works. Sorry, I shouldn't unload on you. It's been a bad week.
Tout ça est très bizarre.
I can imagine. The whole idea of this party just makes me feel... uneasy.
I know exactly what you mean. Every time, Aphrodite forgets. At least for a while. But I don't. I remember everything. I'm there for the nightmares, the panic attacks, the days she doesn't even remember the war's over. And now I'm arranging her gathering again, so she can die again. And I'll watch it all again.
Is there no other way? Does Aphrodite really need to...
To die? I've asked that so many times. She's tried magic, drugs, psychotherapy, meditation, everything we could possibly think of. For a while, she'll deny anything's wrong. It all seems fine, and I start to hope. Maybe this time will be different. Then the nightmares begin, and the memories return. More with each passing day until... I hate it, but I see her agony. I can't deny her this.
Is it okay if I ask what happened? I don't mean to pry, but I'm new. I really don't know.
I know, but it happened to Aphrodite, not me. It's not my story to tell.
If I know what she was dealing with, I might be able to help.
Could you? I suppose it wouldn't hurt. What happened is that Brother Ares happened. He missed out on the first world-spanning war, you see, so he was damned if he'd miss out on the next one. He found some jackbooted mortals, so full of themselves and their supremacy, and he told them about the idols. Then they came for us. Took us completely by surprise. Some they killed, but Aphrodite, her they captured.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
Aphrodite was captured, but she's here now. So she must have escaped.
She didn't. Do you know the name Hephaestus?
Wasn't he a smith of some kind? Giant hammer, lived in a mountain?
Some of that is mortal fancy, but yes. He was Aphrodite's husband, and he adored her beyond reason. When he found out the mortals were torturing her, he went mad. He was determined to save her.
They tortured her?
Nothing extreme, I'm told. They were too frightened, but they were also determined to wring every last secret out of her. So, who knows how long that fear would have lasted. Thus, Hephaestus made a deal.
With the, jackbooted guys.
No, with their enemies. That's what saved her.
Quoi?
Then this deal is how Aphrodite survived.
It's how we all survived. It's what brought us to the new world. Hephaestus saved us all. We never saw him again. That was the deal. He would leave, make their precious weapons, and never look back. Aphrodite never even got to say goodbye. It's funny, because Aphrodite didn't even like Hephaestus when they were married. She seemed to resent every minute they were together. But now he's all she can think about.
You sound like you don't approve of what Aphrodite's doing.
What I want is for her to not hurt anymore. What I want is for this to end. She'll ask you to use your power as part of the celebration. Could you use it to inspire her?
I can't force anyone to do anything they don't want to, Eros.
That's not what I'm asking. I believe that deep down, she doesn't want to do this any longer. She must see it isn't working. She just needs the strength to try. Or I hope that's all she needs.
I'll try, if you think it'll do some good.
I don't know if it will. I just find it hard to believe it could get any worse.
Famous last words.
Tell me about it. Do whatever you think is right, Grace. And thank you.
Ça prouve quoi aux gens? Comment ça? Bah là, d'après ce que j'ai compris, Arès, le frère d'Aphrodite, a balancé les idoles aux humains, qui ont tué certaines idoles et ont capturé Aphrodite, l'ont torturée, et Héphaïstos, pour la sauver, a accepté de se rallier aux humains, leur construire des armes et de disparaître des autres idoles. Et apparemment, ces tortures-là, c'est ce qu'elle veut oublier à chaque fois, et donc renaître à chaque fois dans une autre personne, le temps qu'elle oublie un peu tous ses cauchemars et qu'elle revienne à elle. Voilà.
I know all these people, Grace. For as long as I can remember, I've known them. And sometimes I feel like I don't know any of them at all. Or they me.
I spoke to Eros. He's pretty broken up over all this.
Oh, poor Eros. Each new successor, his hopes rise up once more. And then he watches the new Aphrodite crumble. Piece by piece. Only to start all over again.
Mais c'est censé être sa mère adoptive.
So different from the olden days. Once he was the eternal disaster, and Aphrodite kept constant vigil over him.
Maybe he feels like he owes her.
I think he's followed her into a dark void, and somewhere, deep down, believes he deserves no better.
Non, tout à l'heure, tu parlais de l'équilibre dans le jeu, et tu commences une phrase, ça prouve aux gens que... Mais t'as pas terminé, t'as repris le jeu. Ah, pardon, je me souviens plus de ce que je voulais dire. Non, je dis juste que ce que je voulais dire, c'est que l'équilibre entre dialogue et chansons est plutôt sympa, est plutôt bonne. Pas trop de chansons, pas trop de dialogue. Et puis l'enquête avance, quoi.
You don't enjoy these family gatherings, do you?
Were they family gatherings? Like the sort mortals have?
You call each other sister and brother and mother.
Well, yes, but...
And you've been together like 100 times longer than I lived with my family. All you're missing is a drunk uncle everyone has to apologize for.
That would be Pan. But yes, I feel very much out of place.
Why is that exactly? Wouldn't you feel more like you belonged after 1,000 years together?
Is your assumption that all those centuries bring great wisdom?
Don't they?
We get older. We have more to forget. We hold grudges longer, but wiser. No. Not so far.
I should get back out there.
Attendre Aphrodite. Et on va lui faire une petite chanson pour son anniversaire.
My family. Having you all here, gathered once again to see me off, it moves me. More than I can say. My loves, my darlings, my dearest friends. And you. Oh, my dear sweet thing. I dare not hope that you, with all your troubles, might sing me to my sleep. Yet here you are. Yet here she is. Huh.
Tu aurais pu m'inviter. On peut parler en privé, non. Heureuse de te rencontrer.
It's lovely to meet you, Aphrodite. Properly, this time.
Ah, yes. Poor Calliope. Such a loss to us all. I shall miss her dearly. We've come so far, only... No, it doesn't bear thinking about. It's too much.
Is this Grace, my lady? The new muse?
Oh! What manners I have. Grace, Grace. Meet the lovely mortal woman who shall tonight become the new me.
Hi, my name's Venus. And yes, it really is Venus. Nice to meet you, Grace.
Enchanté.
Yeah, hi. Nice to meet you.
We'll both be new at this, huh? Maybe we could get together and compare notes if you,
Survive my trial?
Yeah. Lady Aphrodite told me. I shouldn't have brought that up. I'm sorry.
There will be so much time for you lovelies to speak later. Now, we must prepare for my departure.
J'aimerais essayer de t'en dissuader. J'ai vraiment besoin de ton aide avant ça. Dis-moi ce que je dois faire.
Are you sure we can't talk first? I really need your help, Aphrodite.
I know you do, my dear. I wish I could be there for you, but I'm afraid my time is up. Since you've shown such kindness in coming, I will ask Eros to make himself available to you afterwards. There's nothing I know that he does not. He is my son, my truest friend, my longest love.
Won't he be... a little distracted?
Eros has been through this before, Grace. He knows what must be done.
J'aimerais essayer de t'en dissuader.
I was hoping I could talk you out of it, actually. Forgive my saying so, but you seem fine.
Yes, it might seem that way. Well, tell me, Grace, why should I let you try to talk me out of this, hmm?
Fais-le pour Eros.
Because Eros loves you? Do you have any idea what this puts him through?
I do know. I wish I could convince dearest Eros to find his own way, but he refuses to leave my side. My pain is his pain. The respite I seek is as much his as it is mine. Even so, tonight is not about the pain. It is about honoring the memory of what was while that memory still persists. Go, enjoy the gathering, Grace. Tell me when you're ready to begin.
Alors, commencer, non. Je vais parler à Vénus, tiens.
I want to apologize again, Grace. I really messed up. It looks like I'll be doing that a lot. Lady Aphrodite said I'm ready, but I don't know.
Tu te poses des questions.
Having second thoughts? If so, now's probably the time to mention it.
I would never do that to Lady Aphrodite. I'm just nervous.
That's understandable.
If I can ask, what does it feel like after it happens? Do you feel different?
Not really. I still felt like me, if that's what you're asking.
You didn't remember anything? About her? Who she was? She was just gone?
Yeah. Isn't that the point of all this?
I just wanted to be sure. Sometimes it doesn't seem like it could be real.
How do you know Aphrodite exactly?
So I was working at this homeless shelter, right? A couple of years ago, and she came in with one of the older residents. And she was there in this, like, amazing dress. And she's sitting with this guy and really listening to him. Like, they were old friends or something. I just thought, what is someone like her doing in a place like this? So, I just went over and introduced myself.
That's it? Just like that?
Yeah. She came back to the shelter a few times, but by then, I guess she'd taken an interest in me instead.
Are you really okay with all this? You know what's gonna happen, right?
I saw a lot of people in crisis at the shelter. I knew something was wrong with Lady Aphrodite. She's in so much pain, Grace. She won't let you see how much. Eros called me one night desperate. She wouldn't stop screaming. She didn't know where she was. She's a good person, Grace. A good soul. She deserves mercy.
Your name's really Venus, huh?
Everybody asks me that. Even the other idols. Maybe that's why Lady Aphrodite noticed me in the first place. She says it was fated to be. I say it's because my mama was a diehard hippie.
But don't you feel this is wrong? I mean, you're ending your life. It's like some kind of murder-suicide pact.
I don't think of it like that. Lady Aphrodite is not committing suicide, and I'm not being murdered.
Aren't you? Your life is ending. It's being taken over, swallowed up by Aphrodite's grief.
I'm becoming part of something bigger. Something amazing. Or maybe you're right. It'll be terrible, and I'll end up in so much pain I'll regret it.
So why go through with it?
Because Lady Aphrodite needs me. Maybe, just maybe, if I'm added into the mix of all the people she's been, maybe things will be different.
Ah.
Back again.
On va reparler à Popol.
I don't think I'll have a chance to talk to Aphrodite. Not before, you know.
I was hoping she might have spared a moment.
What should I do?
You have two choices, Grace. Either you do as she asks and sing her to her rest,
At which point Venus won't have Aphrodite's memories yet.
or you somehow convince her to remain with us and hope she's grateful.
And doesn't regret it. Or get angry at me for ruining her party.
Do what you feel is right. It's a risk either way.
Have you spoken with Venus? She seems really...
Nice, earnest, a genuinely good person.
Yeah, I suppose.
It's not an accident. Ever since the war, Aphrodite has sought out the kindest, the most innocent souls to be her successors. She chooses them because she believes that over time, it might make her a better person. A more worthy person.
Wouldn't it be better if she chose people who were, I don't know, more resilient?
I suppose that depends on your definition of strength, Grace.
I should get back out there.
Bah. C'est parti pour la chanson. T'as pris ton micro tranquille? C'est bon? T'as ton micro? C'est parti.
I have tried so hard, fought for so long, but in the end, I must bid you all farewell once again. But before I go, I would like us all to remember the sacrifices that brought us here, to this strange new world. This time, it is with the help of our lovely muse that we shall be guided. We let them rise.
Ah, y a plus de chanson? Ah non, y a plus rien. Bah, y a plus de paroles là. Bah, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Bah non. Bizarre. Depuis le début, cachés, nous prétendions dans les nuages, l'âge d'or de la raison. Je régnais sur l'amour sans partage. Mais une vague de haine allait déferler. Des vautours étaient à l'affût. Ah, je chante à la place, hein. Avant de tomber à genoux, supplions-nous les dieux déchus. Nous les avons laissés faire, nous avons fermé les yeux. Trop longtemps nous avons attendu. Se focaliser sur la suite, nous pensions ne pas devoir intervenir. Nous avions tort, nous avions tort.
We sought shelter from the shadows, but were soon ripped from the dark. Those mortal souls that ended us were jealous from the start. They hunted me for power to fuel their psychopathic cause. And once they fell before me and worshipped all I was, they chased me down and threw me in a cage, held me prisoner for so long. I thought I'd win their hearts again. I was wrong, I was wrong.
of the idols pounds within your chest. But for now I am in mourning for a love gone unexpressed. He was harder than the chisel. I was a horrid block of ice. A winter's chill that stayed until he made his sacrifice. The man that I ignored saved me when I fell. Yes, the husband I abhorred rescued me from hell. I thought it was a joke when it was said to me. He struck a deal with our enemy's enemy, made a secret weapon so my captors let me go. He gave up his freedom, leaving just a memory, and this love I'll never know is what he gave to me.
À toi, Grace.
I can't believe what I'm hearing today. If your story stops there, I've nothing to say. I can't imagine. I feel like a child who grew up too fast. The goddess of love can't get past the past. What good is a flame when everything's ash? I can't imagine.
There's no excuse but mortals can tell.
You know.
There's no sweet release, it's ongoing.
You know. You know.
Everyone's here to bid me farewell. Can you imagine?
I can imagine.
This really happened. I can't forgive, the river's too deep. Its reflection won't lie, so just let me sleep. I can't let go of what could have been.
Lost in a moment, lost in a song. Lost in a moment, lost in a song. Lost in a moment.
Mother, I've stood by your side, now I no longer see the purpose of love when it tears at the center of me. My arrows are rusty, forget the bow, and I won't be begging you not to go. But when you're away, you leave us a broken home. And you leave me alone, lost in a moment, lost in a song. Lost in a moment, lost in a song.
Lost in a moment. There's fire in you yet.
Aphrodite returns, she'll never forget. Finally we'll be free, lost in a moment, lost in a soul, lost in a moment, lost in a soul, lost in a moment, lost in a moment, lost in a moment.
Mother, is it true? You've chosen to...
Live. I have chosen to live. I'm so sorry, Venus. I made you so many promises, dearest, and I won't be able to keep them.
My lady, all I ever wanted was for you to be happy. If this is your wish, I'll be with you at every step.
I as well. Always.
I hope none of us regret this choice in the days to come. But thank you.
Ça va marcher.
It has to be better than doing the same thing over and over.
Does it? It could also be far worse.
Don't talk like that, Mother. We can fight this.
I'm so very tired, my loves, but I will. I'll try. Now then, Grace. You needed my help. No doubt regarding Calliope's death. Have you any suspicions as to who might be responsible?
For starters, it has to be one of the idols.
Oh? What makes you think that?
It had to be someone who knew Calliope and wanted her gone, with enough knowledge and power to fool the chorus. They didn't plan for Calliope to get away. I was an accident. They covered up everything else so well.
That's very clever. You may be right.
You're thinking of Medusa, aren't you?
Medusa.
I haven't met anyone by that name. Is that an idol?
Not an idol, per se, but she is immortal. She came over with us from the old world.
She works for Athena as a watcher. She's everywhere, lurking in the shadows. If you look anywhere, Grace, start with her.
Come now, Mother. It's time you rested. It's been a long night.
If I don't, I suppose you'll both gang up on me again. Very well.
Medusa.
So, did they have anything helpful?
Maybe? What do you know about Medusa?
I know she's dangerous, but she does Athena's bidding.
How sure are you of that?
I'm not sure of anything any longer. You aren't thinking of seeking her out, I hope.
Si je peux la trouver.
I am. Do you know where she is?
Not really, no. Medusa makes it her business to stay out of sight. Athena employs her as a spy master, a hound to do her bidding, a vicious hound at that. Athena's not likely to tell either of us where to find Medusa. I can't say for certain who would know. Are you all right, Grace? You seem troubled.
What Aphrodite went through, it's a lot.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about the life of an immortal. It never ends.
Wow. Way to really sell it, Apollo.
You really are amazing, you know that? Every hurdle, every piece of unpleasant news, you just keep on going. I don't know how you do it.
It kind of helps that I don't have a choice.
I just wish I could see the world through your eyes. Next to you, I feel very old.
Tu es vieux. Je peux rien pour toi. Laisse-moi te montrer ce que je vois. C'est si horrible que ça.
Is it really that bad? Being a literal god, young and hunky forever?
It's not that. There are good things, yes, but they come with the not-so-good things as well.
Such as?
Such as having the gift of prophecy, and never being able to act on what you see. I tried, and it only made things worse. So instead, I tried to not want to try, and that's still not better.
Ah, bon bah, tu es vieux.
Hate to break it to you, Apollo, but there's about 1,000-year difference between us. You are old.
Ouch.
Maybe you should just try getting out there. I bet there's plenty even you haven't seen.
Yeah, you're probably right. I suppose you'll be headed home.
Or talk to Pan, yeah.
Then I'll see you soon. Take care of yourself, Grace.
Alors, je peux aller... On est au jour 3. Allons voir ce que veut Pan, il aura peut-être des trucs à me dire. Donc je peux parler à Pan, à Freddy et à Apollon. Bon, Apollon vient de le quitter. Allons parler à notre Cups. Avant d'aller voir Apollon.
Hey, so what's the news, Miss Muse?
Miss Muse.
Miss Muse.
Miss Muse.
Well, does a muse have a proper form of address? I just want to hear what exciting adventures you've been having.
Well, I, stopped the goddess of love from killing herself, I guess?
Whoa. Do gods have interventions? You know, they're nothing like I thought they would be. Everything else okay, though? Do we know who the killer is yet?
Not just yet, no.
Okay, well, let me know if there's anything I can do. If I have to hustle to become your high priestess, well, so be it.
Comment vont Kaz et Brian?
What are Kaz and Brian up to? You didn't tell them anything, did you?
No, I told them you came home, that you're okay, but that you're having a moment. They send their love.
Should we tell them, do you think?
What for? They have their own problems. Plus, Brian can't keep a secret to save his life, and Kaz is officially homeless.
Is he still crashing on Brian's couch?
Grace, you do know that Brian doesn't have a couch, right? Just some giant beanbag things?
Where is Kaz
Yeah, it's cute. They'll tell us when they're ready. But right now, it's best just to not mix them up in this.
Ok.
Exactly how much do you know about the Greek gods, Freddy?
I know my Greek mythology, but what I've read clearly doesn't line up with who they are today. Or who they ever were, maybe.
Still might be useful. There's gotta be some truth to those stories, right?
Maybe? Who do you want to hear about?
Do you know anything about the Muses? Or Calliope in particular?
Yeah, for starters, there were supposed to be 9. Though I guess there are some sources that said there were only 4, maybe 3. Each of the muses had her specialty. Did you know that Calliope is supposed to be the muse of epic poetry? She inspired the Odyssey.
Wow. I don't even like poetry.
It was said her singing voice was unmatched. So they got that part right, at least.
Did she also lead the ancient Greeks in giant choreographed dance numbers?
No, but she once turned a bunch of snobby princesses into magpies, so there's that.
What about Apollo?
Okay, so the prophecy stuff checks out. Apollo was god of the sun and light, but also kind of enlightenment in general. He's always talked about as this beautiful and cultured god involved with the arts and the muses, kind of a Renaissance man before the Renaissance.
He's clearly had a rough time since those days.
Well, he was also a giant horn dog, Grace. I can list off like a dozen men and women Apollo has had as lovers, and there's probably more.
Weren't they all like that, though?
I mean, Apollo's no Zeus. He never assaulted anyone as a swan. And no, they aren't all like that. Our sun god had a reputation.
Tell me what you know about Persephone.
Honestly, she's the least like her stories. Usually, she's either a victim or just the wife of Hades, or both.
That's it? She was kidnapped by Hades, end of story?
Pretty much. Her mother was so angry she created winter. But otherwise, Persephone was just your average sweet and virginal fertility goddess.
You're right, that doesn't sound like her at all.
Must be hard to be defined by this one thing that happened to you thousands of years ago. I'd be pissed if everyone thought my story ended there.
Well, she is pretty pissed. That much is true. You said Pan was some kind of lust god, right?
Yeah, kind of. Pan's a god of the wild, and I guess that translates into a sort of lustfulness and earthiness, humping nymphs in the forest sort of thing.
And you don't like him?
Honestly, he's exactly what I'd expect him to be. All the stories say he's a lech and a beast. The Christians equated him with the devil. Weirdly, he's also the only god who's supposed to have died, though it's never really clear how or why. Anyhow, there's a great statue depicting Pan having sex with a goat. Next time you see him, you gotta ask him about it.
What about Athena? Is she really supposed to be the goddess of wisdom?
Sure, but mostly that's meant as tactical knowledge. Athena wasn't all sweetness and light. She was a warrior goddess. She was also the goddess of heroes. There are loads of stories where Athena helps guys like Odysseus or Jason or Perseus.
No female heroes back in those days?
Yeah, guess not. Women were the weaker sex, which maybe is why Athena was portrayed as being vindictive. She cursed Medusa, one of her own priestesses. She turned people into spiders, struck them blind, started the Trojan War. It's the whole thing.
Not being as wise as advertised is on brand for her, then. Just how many of these gods are there? From what I've heard, lots of idols live around here.
There are tons of minor gods in Greek mythology, hundreds even, depending on how you define them. Oddly, there's never any mention of the word idols in relation to them. Maybe it's like how people worshipped idols?
I sort of assumed it was related to the eidolon.
Which is a Greek word, but I think it means ghost. An image of someone after they die.
Makes sense.
Me, I'm more amazed at all the big names missing. Not just Zeus and Hades, most of the Olympians seem to be gone. Makes you think about what's been lost, but also what might still be out there.
You think there might be other gods out there?
Well, there are all those gods the idols say wandered off. We don't know they're dead for sure, right? They could be living it up in Australia. Who would know? Then there are all the other mythologies, hundreds of cultures, each with their own pantheon. So what's so special about the Greeks? That only their gods are real, right? All those other pantheons could be living in secrecy, just like the idols. And that means they're hidden from each other, too. Oh, they could be everywhere and no one would know.
It's like a whole other secret side to the world.
Yeah, it's cool, right? I hope I get to meet Ganesha one day. Or maybe Lakshmi? Oh.
Bon, assez parlé du lore.
I wonder how much of those stories are true.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I'm giving you the quick version. There are reams of textbooks out there covering all this, but even they rarely agree with each other.
Really? Nothing definitive?
Ancient Greece was 3,000 years ago, Grace. Not much information survived all that time, if it was even valid to begin with.
You know what I find weird? That the idols have managed to remain completely secret all these years. Sure, they have magic and whatnot, but in all this time, nobody's found them out? Athena is that good?
Who says nobody has found them out? The way I see it, it's like UFOs.
Okay, I have to hear this.
Okay, so you could have real evidence that UFOs exist and that governments have covered it up and people still wouldn't believe it. Why? Because they'd get laughed at if they admitted it. Imagine the headline, Greek gods exist and are living among us. What website would even run that?
Weird conspiracy ones. Yeah, you're right. I should really apologize about the band. This kind of puts a dent in your plans, doesn't it?
You're right, Grace. How dare you sabotage my dreams? I am so mad I could spit.
You know what I mean. Nobody could have seen this coming, sure, but it's always been something with me.
Well, as I see it, there are two ways this goes down. One, neither of us gets back to the band. It was just a thing we did for a while before I founded a cult in your name. Or two, we get back to it and the band now has the Muse as its lead singer. Edge of Elysium becomes the coolest and most appropriate band name ever.
Ugh, I still really hate that name.
Look, Grace, you can't be the source of all the drama and name the band, okay? That's the rule.
Okay, that's enough questions for now.
Sure, I can talk all day. You know I can.
I'll check back with you soon, Freddy. Time for more mystery solving.
Bon, bah il est temps de parler à Pan. Pan Pan.
I'd say hello, Grace, but I'm afraid that look on your face might be catching.
What is this place?
It's a garden, darling. Surely even mortals have them.
This building. All those people I pass getting up here. Are they all idols?
Oh, at least some of them. Welcome to Olympus, dear Grace. Our home hidden away in plain sight. Marvelous, isn't it?
L'Olympe est caché.
I've passed this part of the city 100 times. I've never seen this building. Was it always here, or...?
Our Lady Hecate provides glamours that allow certain things to go unseen, such as my glorious horns. Olympus is the same. Those invited see it. Those who aren't see exactly what they expect. It's not anywhere as grand as in the old country, but it serves its purpose.
I don't know, Pan. Olympus seems pretty grand to me.
As if mortals would know any better. This isn't the first time you've been here. I'm sure Hermes took you to Athena's dreary office.
That's here? Huh.
Good one, that Hermes. Almost as dull-witted as the original, but biddable.
How many idols are there? I've met, what, less than 12?
Oh, I don't know, 20, 30. Our numbers have dwindled so much I've stopped keeping track.
I didn't know there were that many gods.
We're not all equally legendary, it's true. Some idols were barely worshipped, others not at all. Indeed, not all of us are idols. Some are merely immortal. Hangers-on, if you will. You'll meet them all, given time.
Idols live here? I mean, Calliope didn't, obviously. Apollo doesn't either.
One must have special dispensation from Our Lady of Wisdom, Athena, before they can take up a private dung heap like Apollo's.
Am I gonna have to give him my apartment?
That's rather putting the cart before the horse, darling. First, you must outlive the weak.
Right. Good point. You asked me to meet you here?
I did. As I recall, you owe me a favor that I now wish to collect, if you'd be so kind.
Oh, sure. I'm totally in a position to help others right now. Lay it on me.
Here's the thing. A friend has begged for my help, and you're far better suited than I to offer what he requires. I'll give you a key to reach the reliquary where he resides. You help him, and then we're even. If that's not enough incentive, the reliquary is also where you'll find the lovely Hecate. A sorceress of her power could aid your quest. What do you say?
C'est quoi un reliquaire?
What is this reliquary? Doesn't that have something to do with the bones of saints or something?
Not those relics. Our relics. The relics of ancient gods. Magical treasures collected over thousands of years. Books, mainly. We store them in a faraway place so no one unsavory can get their hands on them.
Unsavory like you?
Unsavory like most. Athena has decreed that these relics are not to be used by any save Hecate and herself. A rather dull waste of so much amassed knowledge and power, but who am I to judge? I'm not leader of the chorus.
Dangereux, ce reliquaire?
If these relics are off limits, does that mean they're dangerous?
Some. But I'm not asking you to chase after any of that nonsense. In fact, I'd advise against it.
But what if one of those relics could help me?
My, such an adventurer you are. It's possible, but ask Hecate first. She, and I mean this with complete and uncharacteristic seriousness, is not an idol you or anyone wishes to cross.
This person I'm to help, what does he want? And why can't you do it?
Well, Grace, there are some things you're better equipped to handle than I. This, as I understand it, is a delicate matter of the heart. One that requires a muse's hand.
A matter of the heart?
What, did you think I was sending you to rough someone up? Set something aflame? Don't be absurd. The man has an issue with his love life. Even if you can't help him, I'll treat the effort as worth the favor.
This Hecate, do you think she could help me?
If she's of a mind. She is the goddess of dark magic, the creator of all our marvelous glamours. If anyone can help you, it is she.
And if she's not of a mind?
Then she won't help you. Grace, that part is up to you. I can't be expected to do everything, can I?
So that's it? Fix up someone's love life? Nothing trickier than that?
Oh, the way you talk, Grace. It makes me blush.
Well, it's just that...
I trade in willing favors, Grace. If I didn't, no one would want to do as I ask, and then where would I be? I may seem untrustworthy, but allow me to reassure you. If I wish you harm, you will walk into that harm knowingly, and with open arms.
Oh. Qu'est-ce qu'a fait Calliope?
What about Calliope? Did she walk into harm knowingly and with open arms?
You tell me. I could deny it, of course, but if you choose not to believe anything I say, what's the point of asking the question?
I'll think about it, but no promises.
Marvelous. The gentleman you seek is named Asterion. Lovely fellow, quite harmless. Now, if there's nothing else you need.
Asterion. Alors on ne danse pas. Oh, on peut avoir le béguin pour pan.
That depends. What can you tell me about Medusa?
That is a rather peculiar subject change.
Her name came up at Aphrodite's party. I'd like to look into it.
You'll find Medusa at a dingy little club appropriately named the Viper's Nest. Give her my regards. Do tell me you'll be careful if you go there, Grace. Medusa is a hideous creature, and should be treated as such.
Tu t'inquiètes pour moi. Oh.
Okay, I give up. How does one treat a hideous creature?
With a great deal of respect, if you know what's good for you. I'll send a package to your domicile that contains directions and the key you'll need to reach the reliquary.
I said no promises.
Well, if you decide to go, Grace, you'll still need all those things. Say hello to darling Hecate on my behalf, will you?
Ah là 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 là. Il ne me reste plus qu'à aller au reliquaire pour me demander une faveur. Ouais, mais je vais d'abord parler à Apollon, parce que moi je suis une vraie boucave et que je peux pas m'empêcher de tout lui dire.
Hello again. I can't remember the last time I had guests so frequently. I did tell you we could discuss your memories and the Eidolon more in depth after the party. Did you have any questions, or?
Est-ce que je vais changer?
When all these memories start to return, will I feel different?
Well, let's see. It starts as dreams you'll have of places you've never been, people you've never met, fleeting images, feelings. Then they'll appear while you're awake. You'll be eating breakfast and suddenly recall when you last ate something similar in the 17th century. The only difficult part is that eventually it can be hard to differentiate between your life and all those other lives. They blend together.
It does sound confusing.
A little, yeah. And not all the memories will be good ones. It can take time to process.
Est-ce que je me rappellerai de ma propre vie? Très bonne question.
You said it becomes hard to differentiate your life from the others. How hard, exactly? It'll still be me, right?
Grace, would you say that who you are is at least in part due to your experiences?
I guess so, sure.
Well, you'll have a lot more experiences. They won't feel like someone else's either. It will feel like you did all those things. They will shape who you are now, just as they shaped Calliope and all those who came before her. The good news is, you won't get all the memories. Each time we pass on, the older memories fade.
Ok, donc en fait on va pas être complètement phagocyté par la personnalité et les souvenirs de toutes les anciennes Calliope, mais on sera nous, plus tout le vécu de toutes les Calliope. Ouais, c'est... Combien de fois es-tu morte?
How many times have you died? Can I ask that?
Well, we call it passing on, meeting the Eidolon, and it's fine. I've passed on 12 times that I can recall.
So your name isn't really Apollo?
Most recently it was Lucas. Everyone Lucas ever knew is gone, however, so these days I prefer Apollo again.
Lucas? Seems weird to think of you as a Lucas.
It was weird for him, too. Much like yourself, Lucas becoming Apollo was somewhat of a surprise.
Sounds like there's a story there.
En quoi oublier est une bonne chose?
Wait, how is it good that old memories start to fade?
We're many thousands of years old, Grace. If all of those memories returned with perfect clarity, you'd drown in them.
Yeah, but doesn't that mean you've all forgotten so much?
Tell me, how much do you remember from when you were a small child?
Bits and pieces, I guess. Not much.
It's the same for us. The further I try to think back, the more blurry it becomes. I remember the important bits, but little else. Some of the really old memories. There's so many mortal stories that get mixed up with them, things my previous selves learned as legends. It becomes hard to tell. It takes time, Grace. You'll remember all the lives you've led, but at a pace you can handle, and nothing more.
Tell me about this Lucas. How did he become you? Or is it how you became Apollo?
Apollo had taken to surfing. He left the city without permission and roamed the coast looking for... Well, I'm not sure now. Whatever it was, he found it one night when a giant wave took him down. He was drowning, and I thought, this is finally it. But it wasn't. Lucas saw Apollo struggling and swam out to save him. He pulled us ashore, but it was too late. It took a long time to realize what happened. I didn't return to the city until years later. By then, everyone thought I was Apollo's chosen successor.
So no trial for you, huh?
It wasn't easy at first, without memories or anyone to guide me, but no, nothing like that.
Wait, what would have happened if Lucas hadn't tried to rescue you? What if no one was there when you...
When I died, then the Eidolon of Apollo's line would have ended forever, I think.
You think?
There have been stories about Eidolons that survive for a time and go wandering. That's probably all they are, though. Stories. It's not something we've had much opportunity to study, but normally death without passing on is how an idol really dies. Forever.
It's a lot to consider. Assuming I'll even have time to worry about it, what with the trial coming.
Hopefully this eases whatever concerns you might have had. Anything else you'd like to discuss while you're here?
Ah ouais, c'est cool quoi. Au moins là, tu nous as dit qu'on n'allait pas complètement disparaître en termes de personnalité, de souvenirs et de qui on est. Au contraire, on reste qui on est, plus l'XP. Parle-moi de Calliope.
Tell me more about Calliope. You and her were good friends, right?
For centuries, we were far more. I was the god of the arts, and the muses were my constant companions. We went everywhere together. They had many names, but the three most common were Clio, Talia, and Calliope. The sisters of beauty, I called them, though they weren't always women.
I never thought of that. Do idols change gender a lot?
Most of us seek out inheritors who are like us, I suppose, but not all. Calliope, in fact, was a man in her previous incarnation. Christoph, I think his name was. A poet Calliope adored. I was surprised when she made him a muse.
Est-ce que Calliope a changé après Christophe?
Who did Calliope become after that poet, Christoph?
You have to realize we're already into the period where Calliope and I weren't really speaking. She showed up one day in her new form, the one you met. An opera singer whose name she never revealed. We fought, as I recall. I told her she couldn't pass on every time she met an artist she fell in love with. Eventually she'd forget everything about who we were and where we came from. She said she'd rather forget than wallow in old memories like I or the other idols were doing. It was time to wake up and make the best of our situation. Calliope was an idealist without compromise. Always. She hated what we'd become. What I'd become. She wasn't wrong.
From how you describe it, you and Calliope fought a lot.
As often as we saw each other, which became less and less as time wore on. However, she fought with everyone. Calliope hated the idols being kept secret. She and Athena would get into screaming matches over the rules, and it got so I could no longer protect her. She moved out of Olympus years ago and kept to herself. I just assumed she was wrapped up with some new artist when I got the news.
Do you regret not making up with her?
Every day I think about our last conversation and what I should have said or done differently. The problem with immortality is that you think you have all the time in the world.
Calliope avait-elle aussi des bons côtés, non?
It wasn't only fighting with Calliope, right? Surely there were good things too.
Is that how it sounds? No. She was marvelous. A force to be reckoned with if there ever was one. In the darkest days during the war, it was her songs that gave us hope. She kept Aphrodite alive through sheer determination, I think. Calliope cared. About us, about art, about people she'd only just met. It was her greatest strength as well as her greatest weakness.
I wonder why she picked me. I don't feel like I'm any of those things.
You underestimate yourself, Grace. I see a lot of her in you. She chose well.
I'd like to know a little more about the idols. I am one now, right?
You are. What would you like to know?
Well, what are we? Where did we come from? If an idol is a soul that moves from person to person, it must have started somewhere, right?
The short answer is, we don't know. If I think far enough back, I can remember bits and pieces. I remember my first Pythian games, the day the idols split in two over Troy, the day my first son died. But before that, nothing. None of us do. I vaguely recall the very first Apollo many thousands of years ago, but was he the original? Did he appear out of the ether? I couldn't tell you.
Psst. Isn't it strange to not know where you come from? For all you know, the idols could be aliens.
Interesting. The notion that there might be some other place far away where we're the norm is comforting. Sadly, our memories are filled with blanks. There was a war with beings we called the Titans. A terrible conflict where half our number died, yet do I remember a single battle. The last was after Rome fell. Zeus called us together to relay the news, told us to prepare for battle. And then, in the blink of an eye, I was in the 16th century. What made us forget 1,000 years? What happened during that time? We don't know. Athena calls that period the gap.
The gap you mentioned. What was that like? Did you just wake up one day, or...
I know I was alive. I passed on my eidolon who knows how many times, yet the moment I woke up, as you call it, all memory of that period was gone. It was Athena who found us. I was in France, I think. She came to my farm, and the moment I laid eyes on her, I just knew. It all came back. Did someone do that to us? Did we scatter to the winds for 1,000 years on purpose? It's a mystery.
What about Athena? I mean, she's the one who found you, right? She must have been aware.
Athena claims she awoke on her own and spent the next century locating the other idols. We've pieced together very little of the gap or of our origins. We simply live with it. Gods we may be, but I'm afraid we don't have all the answers.
I'd like to know a little more about you. All I know is you live in a dump, you have an oracle, and you...
I'm not sure what to tell you. One day has bled into the next for so long I feel like I've been lost in the spaces in between.
Wow, that's a bit dramatic.
Yeah, well, it comes naturally. Music and the arts were once under my purview as a god.
How did that get decided? Did you have a big hat full of pieces of paper and you all picked at random?
No, we chose them for ourselves. Some, at least. Others were given to us by our priests. We collected godly responsibilities like marbles.
People collect marbles?
Oh, whatever it is mortals collect these days. Cars, perhaps? The point is, we took our godly duties very seriously.
You must have been very different back when you were a proper god.
I think most of us were. We saw ourselves as, I don't know, teachers. Mortals were our students, and we guided them to enlightenment. We thought we were special, infallible. I was as magnificent as the sun, and I surrounded myself with those who basked in my radiance.
That doesn't sound like you.
Yeah. I was arrogant. If there was a man or woman I desired, then I had to have them, or there would be consequences. You wouldn't have liked me. I wouldn't have liked me.
So what is Persephone's beef with you exactly? Is it just about what Hades did to her?
That's no small thing.
It seems more personal than that.
I mentioned how Persephone's kidnapping almost meant war between Olympus and Hades, yes? Well, while this was all going on, Persephone managed to escape the underworld, and I'm the one she encountered first.
Uh-oh.
Hades was hot on her heels, and I had a choice. Either do battle with Hades and start the war right then and there, or let him take her back. Zeus would have had my head if I had sparked a war. Yet all I still think of are Persephone's eyes as Hades smugly took back his prisoner. It's not my finest moment.
J'ai essayé de voir un psy.
Apollo, have you ever tried, I don't know, talking to someone about how you feel?
I will never understand this modern fascination with therapy and focusing on one's feelings.
It might help. You never know.
Yes, I've tried it. There was one I used to speak to. Hecate enchanted him never to reveal what I told him. I don't know that unburdening myself to the man helped. He wasn't exactly trained for this sort of problem.
It's kind of hard to relate to a god, sure.
I do appreciate the thought. But I'm afraid muddling through is as good as it gets for us.
Ah, oh, j'ai raté Bijou. Pardon Bijou. J'étais tellement dans l'histoire depuis tout à l'heure que t'es arrivé maintenant ou il y a quelques minutes déjà? Excuse-moi, parce que depuis 1 heure de l'après-midi, il n'y a que tranquille sur le chat. Donc je me suis habitué à ce qu'il y a qu'elle. Je pensais pas que t'arriverais. Comment tu vas, Bijou? Enfin, si t'es toujours là. J'espère que tu t'es pas vexé que je te dise pas bonjour. Ah. Bah, il est peut-être parti, Bijou. Il a pas attendu que je finisse la ligne de dialogue pour lui dire Bijou, bonjour. Bon bah, en tout cas si t'es toujours là, on joue à un sorte de visual novel mais moderne, enfin très moderne quoi, qui s'appelle donc Stray Gods, ce role-playing musical, où nous jouons une personne, elle, Grace, qui est une simple mortelle, est devenue une muse, voilà, est devenue une idole, enfin est devenue une déesse, mais plus particulièrement une muse. Et donc elle s'intéresse, et elle, sa spécialité c'est la musique, enfin les arts et la musique, et en plus elle a le don de bien chanter. Donc elle, son pouvoir c'est d'influencer les gens à travers la chanson. Elle peut pas les forcer à faire quelque chose, mais elle peut les amener à réfléchir sur tel ou tel choix ou telle réflexion. Tout ça en chanson. Et en plus, on a une enquête à mener parce que la muse précédente qui nous a choisi pour prendre le flambeau, bah, elle est morte, quoi. Et donc, on a une semaine pour prouver notre innocence, que c'est pas nous qui l'avons tué. Donc, à travers les rencontres que l'on fait, des discussions que l'on a et des chansons que l'on chante avec les différents dieux et déesses, eh bien, on arrive à trouver des informations petit à petit sur qui aurait bien pu tuer la précédente muse que l'on a remplacée. Voilà, donc là, apparemment, on est en train de parler avec Apollon depuis tout à l'heure, quoi, sur son... Il y a des périodes où c'est pas mal de lore, pas mal de personnalités qu'on découvre, quoi. Et donc, bah voilà, c'est au niveau gameplay, c'est comme tu vois, c'est que ça ressemble à un Telltale, si on veut, de manière moderne, où on a beaucoup de choix de dialogue et donc des parties musicales où pareil, il faut qu'on choisisse les bonnes paroles, les paroles qui nous plaisent pour en savoir plus sur des personnages ou bien les inciter à nous aider ou des choses comme ça. Voilà, bijou. Donc là, on joue ça depuis 3 heures et franchement, ça passe crème, quoi, parce que euh, le dosage, on n'est pas asséné de chansons toutes les 30 secondes comme dans un film Disney, quoi, donc ça fait plaisir. Les chansons sont plutôt sympas. Les choix de dialogue aussi, et l'enquête, et puis bah, découvrir un peu le monde des dieux, mais de manière intime, quoi, c'est vraiment sympathique, quoi. Donc, moi, je passe un bon moment, quoi, depuis tout à l'heure, quoi. Voilà, bijou. Bon, bah, le décalage doit être énorme parce que j'ai eu le temps de te lire 3 fois tranquille et bon, bah, bijou doit être reparti, quoi. Désolé, bijou. Alors, tu as dit que tu avais un fils.
Earlier you mentioned your son dying. Did I hear that right? Can idols have children?
It was rare, but yes. Back in ancient times, some of them even became idols themselves.
Some of the idols are actually family, then.
Not anymore. Most of our children met terrible ends. A gift of the fates, perhaps. I don't know. The ones who weren't idols... It's hard. Watching your children grow old and die. Never understanding why they can't have the same immortality you do. Why you can't grant it to them. My first son is why I'm not permitted in Hades any longer. Let's simply say that most idols have stopped having children, and maybe leave it at that.
Qu'est-il arrivé aux autres muses?
What happened to the other muses? You mentioned 2 others. Were they lost in the war?
Leo perished centuries before. The victim of an obsessed writer she'd spurned. He kept her in a cage as his personal muse.
Ugh, that's pretty dark.
It was. By the time we found her, she was already... Well, it's enough to say her captor didn't survive her for long. Talia, however, was lost to us on the very last day of the war. We were about to leave on the ship, but she just never showed up.
You know what happened to her?
Never found out. I worried for years, even hired people to look, but as far as I can tell, she up and vanished into smoke that day. War had ground her down. I was upset, but not surprised.
Tell me more about the war. It seems to have had a huge effect on all of you.
I don't think we would have left the old world otherwise. It was home.
From Aphrodite's song, I know Ares betrayed everyone. What did you do?
I caused it. I foresaw what was going to happen, so I tried to prevent it. I told Ares. I figured if the god of war couldn't stop what was to come, then
And that's why he betrayed everyone.
he decided the idols were a lost cause. Because I told him we were.
Ce n'est pas ta faute.
Surely it could have happened anyhow. It was a big war. The biggest.
Perhaps. We'll never know, will we? My time afterwards was spent helping the survivors, keeping us on the move. If Hephaestus hadn't intervened, we would have all been captured.
And he's...
Oh, gone now, we assume, like so many others. We are nothing more than refugees from a war long over, Grace.
Ça a été dur de rejoindre le Nouveau Monde.
Was it hard for the idols to come to the New World? It's just a place like any other, isn't it?
I don't think it was the place so much as the condition we were in. Shell-shocked, one might say. Our entire world had been turned upside down. Suddenly, we had rules. Secrecy was paramount, and no one was permitted to leave the city. Some, like my sister Artemis, couldn't abide it.
Yeah, I've heard the name.
Goddess of the hunt. And a wild thing herself. She left, I think. Faded away without a word. As many did in the early days here. Later, Athena became even more strict. For our own good, of course, but it hasn't been easy. This city has never felt like home, so much as a temporary shelter.
That's all I can think of for now. I'll see you around.
Of course. I look forward to it.
Eh ben, c'est pas des petites discussions. Hein. Ouh. Ça peut être très long. Il y a le temps de faire le tour de toutes les questions. Et puis, dès qu'il nous dit une chose, on rebondit dessus. Et on rebondit. Bon, avant d'aller voir Hécaté, Astérion et Aurelicaire, on va aller voir le monstre, donc la méduse, et à qui on doit beaucoup de respect si on tient à notre vie. Je me demande à quoi elle ressemble.
This must be the Viper's Nest. Scariest part of town, no sign. Just that one dude glaring at everyone. Well, I'm here now. Just another day in the life of an idol.
Oh, there you are. Man, this place is the worst. I think someone peed on me.
Freddy? What are you doing here?
What, you thought I wouldn't notice you skulking off? You didn't even bring any equipment, Grace.
Je n'arrive toujours pas à suivre leur échange. Pas toujours les yeux sur l'écran. Bah oui, c'est vrai que vu que t'entends que de l'anglais depuis le début, et puis que je parle pas par-dessus. Alors, je la renvoie.
What kind of equipment does one bring to a meeting with Medusa?
This isn't a meeting, Grace. You're not here to sell her on your business plan.
Please tell me you don't have any weapons in there.
I certainly hope one of you brought more than sheer ignorance.
Oh, it's you.
It is me. How exciting, no?
Anne, what are you doing here?
I'm the one who told you about this place. You didn't expect my curiosity to get the better of me?
Why are you really here, Pan? The truth this time.
I need to have some dastardly ulterior motive other than to be of assistance. For shame, Grace.
God, how can you even stand him?
I simply thought, there is no way Grace knows what she's getting into there.
And of course you came running to offer your services, right?
Grace can handle herself, it's true, but surely even you can see some advice from an idol might be worth a listen?
I suppose.
Alors, est-ce qu'elle peut vraiment changer les gens en pierre?
Medusa is the one who turns people into stone just by looking at them, right?
People, yes. Idols, not so much. Or that's my assumption. I'll admit to not knowing if she's ever turned her gaze on one of us.
Great. Is there any way to make someone not a statue, if it turns out she can?
Short of Medusa dying? No. Not unless she wishes it.
Apollo said she's some kind of spy master for Athena. Is that right?
A truer description, I'd say, is that she's more Athena's servant. Poor thing can't survive on her own. So she's become whatever Athena needs. Spy master, enforcer, provider of garden statuary.
That doesn't sound fair.
It isn't. But keep in mind, Medusa is no helpless maiden. She is as clever as she is dangerous. And Athena knows it.
Medusa's clever and works for Athena, but what's she really like?
She doesn't exactly come to the parties, Grace. Medusa is an enigma to most of us. If idols hide in the shadows, she lurks in even darker places. She's an outsider, and she loathes us as much as she needs us.
Is she dangerous?
Let's just say we're all rather relieved she stays away.
If you have any advice, Pan, I'm all ears.
Well, I assume you know how Medusa became what she is.
She used to be human, right? And then Athena cursed her. Pretty unfairly, too.
Now, however, Athena hasn't the power to undo her own curse. Or so she claims.
That's gotta suck.
Medusa isn't happy about it, no. Yet she survives because she must. As do we all.
C'est parti.
Okay, enough talking. Time to do this.
See? That's the spirit. Now there's simply the matter of getting you in before she's aware you're here.
You're gonna help her do that?
Why not? You're more apt to become a statue than to be any true help, my dear.
Knock it off, both of you. I have a plan for getting inside.
A word of advice before we proceed. Once you find Medusa, make the number a knockout.
Alors, recourir à une distraction. Pourquoi pas.
My good man, I'm wondering if you could help us with a little problem. You see, we...
That's your plan? You're just gonna walk up to him and ask? He doesn't care what our problem is.
If you could both
little does he know that you're my biggest problem. It's been snipe, snipe, snipe ever since I arrived.
Oh, and I guess you'd rather I
Nicely
left, huh?
done.
That would be convenient,
I'll just
wouldn't
keep
it?
him busy
I'm not
while
going
I look
anywhere,
around.
goat man.
Bon. C'était pas super bien fait, mais on est rentré.
What a long day, hiding in the light. Such a long day, dreaming of tonight. This sacred bite. Hello, who's that there? You've messed up my flow. Just get your drink, girl, and take your seat. Oh, it's the muse. There are sacred bites, and then there's this sacred bite. So wrong, so right. I'm really gonna hate myself.
Medusa, listen, stop, I'm warning you. This is something you don't wanna do.
Tell me more about me, look at you. A prime sashimi with opinions, too.
Medusa, listen, I'm warning you.
Yes, keep on warning
There's no
me.
rewinding, it's something you can't undo. Can't undo.
It's kind of the point, lovely. Now, look into me. Your body goes freely every time as it tenders, turning gently as it renders. What'd you say, Grace? You okay, Grace? Where's the game face this time? You are currently experiencing something I like to call the preparation. Any questions or comments? That's right, it is widely known that I can turn folks to stone. But oh, I won't this time. Cause this time I find dine that oozy musy bloods my wine this time. Look into me. Oh, she's looking away. Hey, look
You flipped that hood. Then out came the snakes. Oh, you're so good. Finally, some steaks. Oh, the ice thing. What a difference an actual monster makes. Murdering muses
helps me relax.
I should sound out Athena about your naughty night snacks. Me and Athena need to touch base. I'll say what I've seen.
I'm getting quite keen to chew off that face. Now look into.
Listen, Medusa, please. Athena hides you, she's ashamed of you. But she profits all the same from you. If she'd done that to me, I'd be like you.
You could never.
If I'd been damaged in a way that you can't undo.
You're not a killer.
I know. Wait. So you know that it's true that I didn't do it.
No.
Yes, you do know. You know. Does that mean Athena knows?
No. Okay. It's dinner time now. You're not gonna look. Fine, Grace.
Don't you see, Medusa? You are just her tool. Your queen's a user. You're Athena's fool. Apology could get you free. He's a friend to me.
That's what you said to me. Apollo
Can get you free.
can get Medusa free.
Is that a yes?
That's a maybe.
Maybe what?
They must be hypnotized by your amazing butchness.
Must be, I guess.
Are they serious?
That depends. What do you think, Medusa? Will you help me out?
Oh, fine. Fine. What exactly is it that you want, pretty muse?
Eh ben. Sais-tu ce qui arrivait à Calliope?
Isn't it obvious? Tell us what you know about Calliope's death.
Blast! This is why I didn't tell Lady Athena. I knew it would come back to haunt me. I only followed pretty Calliope to the reliquary. I didn't touch her. I didn't even know she'd been attacked until I saw her flee. You did not even know that much.
This is the same reliquary where your friend is? The one who needs the favor?
That's pretty convenient.
She was at the reliquary the eve she died, but I had no part in the Muse's death.
You followed Calliope to the reliquary. Why were you shadowing her at all?
I am Lady Athena's spy master, yes. Calliope has been trouble from time to time.
So you were spying on her?
I keep watch over every idol who no longer lives in Olympus, but especially Calliope. When I realized she was headed to the reliquary that eve, I followed. I had a duty to Athena.
As-tu découvert ce que faisait Calliope là-bas? Pas mal à Méduse, sa voix aussi. Ouais, la chanson était particulière, celle-là. Très particulière.
Did you ever find out why Calliope went there?
I was never close enough to ask. When I drew near to the reliquary, that is when I saw the Muse fleeing. She was frightened, bloodied, dying.
A tasty snack for you to hunt down.
I gave chase, yes, but to discover the truth. I knew Lady Athena would wish to know.
Uh-huh.
And you wonder why I said nothing to anyone. After all, who would believe ugly, monstrous Medusa?
You said Calliope was attacked. Who could have done it?
I thought it might have been Asterion. I saw the great beast chasing her, as I was.
Pan's friend?
Oh, that seems rather unlikely. The bull's as gentle as a lamb.
It was not him, alas. He was as confused as I, and not a drop of the Muse's blood on him. Yet I realized this too late.
So what happened in the reliquary?
I never entered, so I do not know. A question for Asterion and Hecate, perhaps.
Why should we believe you? You did just try to eat me, remember?
I agreed to help you. I speak the truth.
Right, and not at all trying to cover your own ass.
And why would she?
You presented an opportunity. Oh, to taste the sweet, sweet blood of a hero once again. It's a problem. I've been working on it, I really have. I know it's hard to believe what a monster tells you, but it is true.
You haven't told Athena any of this? You agreed to help, remember?
I told her Calliope was at the reliquary that night. I did not tell her I was also there.
So Athena knows Calliope was attacked there?
Yes, no. If she does, surely not by whom. I am but guessing, however. Lady Athena tells me oh so very little.
Okay, let's say we believe you. For the moment.
I've told you everything I know. We have a bargain. You said my curse might be lifted.
I'll ask Apollo. It's all I can do.
Whatever you do, pretty Muse, I beg you. Do not tell Athena of my indiscretion. Show mercy. I know what I am horrifies you. It horrifies me as well. I cannot help what I am. I did not ask to be cursed like this.
Tu as déjà fait ça?
Whether I tell Athena depends. Have you done this before?
Medusa? What happened to Artemis?
She left? I am a lost and cursed thing. No idol. If Lady Athena should learn the truth,
I hope you find what you seek, pretty muse. And that we meet again someday. And sing a different song.
Donc elle aurait bouffé Artemis? Je sais pas.
Freddy, may I just say what a delight your resourcefulness has proven.
And you're not completely awful, I guess. Pondering the big question, Grace. Do we actually believe her?
C'est trop gros.
Seems a little obvious, doesn't it? If Medusa wanted to eat Calliope, why didn't she?
Well, you got away. Maybe Calliope did too.
So Medusa stabbed her? And then ran off hoping Athena wouldn't find out? Now, Medusa's fear was real. She just doesn't want to be blamed.
Everything okay over there, Mr. Goat Man?
Oh, yes. Just thinking of the war. How it was at the very end. Some of us argued we should leave Medusa behind. That she didn't deserve the safety we'd find in the New World.
She didn't ask to become what she is.
We idols were petty and cruel. We lorded over mortals because we could. We didn't learn our lesson until the war. By then it was too late, wasn't it? Certainly for Medusa. Such thoughts run contrary to my bon vivant spirit, do they not? Come to me once you've gone to the reliquary, Grace. I look forward to your visit.
Donc en gros, la Méduse, le soir de la mort de Calliope, l'a espionnée et l'a vu qu'elle était rentrée dans le reliquaire et qu'elle en était sortie blessée, couverte de sang et apeurée. Mais elle ne sait pas qui dans le reliquaire lui a fait ça. Voilà. Je vais reparler à Apollon, hein. Je vais boucave comme d'hab.
Grace, back again so soon. Did you find Medusa after all? You've been on my mind ever since you told me about her.
Did, and it was fine. I told you it would be. Okay, it almost wasn't fine, but it worked out. Nobody got hurt.
I see. Perhaps you'd best tell me what happened then. That sounds like quite the harrowing experience. One that could have gone very poorly indeed.
Mais ça n'a pas été le cas.
It could have, sure, but it didn't.
This time. Still, you learned a great deal. Which is that Medusa seems to have been cleared. And that brings us back to Pan.
We'll see, I guess.
Anything else you'd like to discuss while you're here?
No.
No, that's okay. I'll see you later, Apollo.
Et bon, voilà, c'est parti pour le reliquaire.
When I opened that shipping container, I was expecting, I don't know, rats.
Yeah.
Instead we have... Where the hell are we?
Hard to say. Weren't we going to some kind of library?
Mais c'est dangereux pour notre copine Freddy de nous accompagner. Enfin, qu'elle lui ait dit qu'elle était une déesse et qu'elle le garde pour elle, que personne ne le sache, tant mieux. Mais là, Freddy, elle rencontre petit à petit les autres idoles, c'est dangereux pour elle, quoi. Elle est pas censée savoir qu'ils existent, quoi. Enfin, je sais pas, je comprends pas la réaction des autres idoles quand ils la voient, quoi. Bon, Pan, il l'a vu au tout début, ça passe encore. Mais là, qu'elle aille voir, que Freddy l'accompagne pour aller voir Hécaté, par exemple, ça craint, quoi. Ça craint pour elle. Elle est pas censée du tout être là, quoi. Mais... ah, c'est dangereux, quoi.
Maybe I shouldn't have brought you here.
I live for danger.
This isn't D&D, Freddy. Some of these idols, they mean business.
Ah, voilà.
Do not start dissing D&D. There is literally no better preparation for facing a world of gods and magic. Plus, my initiative is ace.
You are such a nerd.
Speaking of, how much do you actually know about Hecate and this idol you're supposed to help?
Alors, à propos, c'est déjà que nous devons aider.
The idol we're here to help is named Asterion.
And you know who that is, right?
No. Should I?
That's the Minotaur's real name. You know, big bullhead, horns, lives in a giant labyrinth.
Pan did not mention that.
Am I not surprised?
Et donc le Minotaure aurait... le Minotaure aurait une peine de cœur avec qui, quoi? De qui le Minotaure est-il amoureux?
This Minotaur. You don't think he might be dangerous, do you?
Well, traditionally he eats people, but he was also supposed to have been slain by the hero Theseus.
Well, not so slain after all. Pan says he has a problem with his love life.
Maybe he needs to stop eating all his girlfriends? Okay, I knew that sounded wrong the moment I said it.
Dis-moi plus sur Hécaté.
Do you know anything about this Hecate? It's not a name that rings bells.
Let's see. Well, she was the goddess of witchcraft, the really dark kind.
Oh.
She's never really portrayed as evil. She was more of an outsider, lived alone, off in her little corner of the underworld. Do you think that's where we could be? Oh, that is so cool. I bet knowledge is important to her. It could be an angle if you talk to her.
Pour toi, peut-être.
An angle for you, maybe. Books are your thing.
She says, knowing full well she's the smartest person I've ever met.
If I'm so smart, how am I in this predicament?
It's not a predicament, Grace. It's an adventure.
We should go inside instead of standing out here in the fog.
It's more of a mist, really.
A mist potentially full of monsters.
In we go, then. Are you really planning on doing that favor for Pan?
Il est amoureux d'Ariane. Le fameux fil d'Ariane. D'accord. C'est les reliques qui m'intéressent. On ne doit pas s'approcher des reliques. Ah, tant pis.
Honestly, the reliquary is what I'm really interested in.
Ooh, a plan C. Go on.
There has to be some magical relic that could help me out. The trick will be finding it and getting my hands on it.
That will be a trick, yeah. I love your plans.
Ça craint. Ah, Susano. Ouais, tu es là. En quelques heures de jeu, tu es seulement la 3e personne qui arrive sur ce chat. Bienvenue à toi. Pio, les sous-titres sont un peu petits, heureusement que je comprends l'anglais. Ah, je peux augmenter la taille des sous-titres.
Titan thing is literal, huh?
Alors attends, dès que je peux.
Within the reliquary. Who permits this intrusion, this sacrilege? This knowledge is not meant for the likes of you. I shall grind you into the dust from whence you came.
Oula. Alors attends. Alors pour toi, Susano. Hop. Taille des sous-titres. Grand. Voilà. On va voir ce que ça donne. C'est vrai que moi je suis près de l'écran, ça va quoi, mais on va voir. J'espère qu'il faut pas redémarrer le jeu pour que ça soit pris en compte, mais alors cours Freddy. Tu veux que je te fasse un résumé rapide, Susano, ou ça ira quoi, ou tu t'en fiches et tu regardes comme ça quoi. Sinon je peux te faire un tout rapide résumé. Bah, t'aurais dû me dire tranquille depuis le début que tu trouvais les sous-titres trop petits. Alors, je ne suis pas une mortelle.
But I'm not mortal! Wow, does that sound weird coming out of my mouth?
You, perhaps, but the one with you? Mortals cannot learn of the knowledge kept here. Not ever!
Eh ouais. C'est ce que j'avais dit, quoi. Il fallait pas que Freddy soit là, quoi. Tiens, qu'est-ce qu'elle fout là, quoi. J'ignorais que pour les agrandir. Ah, désolé, ouais. J'aurais dû le dire en début de stream. Freddy different.
Freddy's not just any mortal. She's special. And she already knows about the idols.
We have been revealed. We are undone!
What? No! No, not undone. I swear, I can go if you want. I will. I'm not gonna tell a soul. It's enough that I even got to see this place. It is so amazing. It's like the Great Library of Alexandria, which, you know, was destroyed, and one of the greatest tragedies of human history.
Elle va pas aimer ça.
I have created this sanctuary at great cost. Knowledge is fragile and must be respected.
C'est plus confortable comme ça. Bon bah, moi je trouve que c'est un peu moins, esthétique, mais parce que je me suis habitué à l'autre, mais alors, Hécate, voici Freddy.
If you want someone who respects knowledge, Freddy is definitely your gal. Hecate? Meet Freddy. Music lover, writer of lyrics, reader of so many books, I doubt she even knows how many.
Big fan.
Ah, mortal. You wish to see more. I can see the fire burning in your eyes.
Could I? Oh my god, you have no idea. Ever since Grace told me about this place, I have been dying to see it with my own eyes. Seriously. Like, is that a spiral staircase over there? Can I climb that thing? Do you have like those ladders that like slide around and like help you go higher? Because I would love to just like stand on those. It's like my dream. I have dreams about it, and it's like my favorite thing to even just dream about. Just books in general.
No, you cannot be Grace. Sure am. Then Calliope is dead. Is that now? I thought that was not for another 11 months yet.
Quoi? Tu savais que ça arriverait?
Wait, what? You knew Calliope was going to die? No, I am not informed of this for another 11 months and 3 days. Or I could just tell you now? That cannot be. It is written.
Ah non, elle est morte.
Yes, it's right here. Calliope joins Grace's band. They become friends. Months later, there is an automobile accident and... Accident? No, that's not what happened. Are you saying the books are wrong?
Eh ouais. T'as un problème.
Guess I'm not the only one with a problem. But this cannot be. The sooner you accept that someone, somehow, screwed up your magic books, the sooner we can get on to figuring out what happened.
Uh-oh.
You will explain. We will both sit, and you will explain. There will be tea.
Ah, et des petits gâteaux, s'il te plaît.
This book you speak of, she goes back in time to meet a Scotsman lover who exists in the past?
Oh yeah, several times. It's pretty awesome. You really don't have it?
Mortal printing has outpaced my capacity, I fear. I must focus my efforts on a select portion of... Look, I hate to interrupt girl talk, but you said we have a problem? Indeed. From what you have described, something outside the realm of fate has occurred.
Is that even possible?
It is, but I must follow the threads back to their source to find the origin of the deviation. It may take years of research. Years? I don't have years. That is unfortunate. If there is nothing else, I must ask you both to leave so I may begin at once.
Tu ne peux pas faire plus vite?
Is there no way to speed that up? Whoever's behind it might be the murderer. Such threads are not so easily untangled. I must consult the Moirai, if indeed they are not the ones responsible. The Moi what? You might know them as the Fates. They, or any beings of a sufficiently cosmic nature, have the power to undo the order of things.
That does not sound good.
Certainly not. They are also not beings I can summon at a whim to solve your mystery. I am sorry.
Alors, je suis juste venu te demander ton aide. Est-ce que je peux voir Astérion?
Actually, I came here to speak to Asterion. If, he is here. A visitor for Asterion? How strange.
Oh, are we doing guests? Is that a thing? I didn't know.
Wow, okay. Freddy was right.
As if there was any doubt.
My old friend, this is Grace. She is our muse from the line of Calliope, and it is she who asked for you.
C'est Pan qui m'envoie.
I'm here on behalf of Pan. He owes you a favor? Something to do with...
No, not Pan. Nah, never heard of him.
Asterion, of course you know Pan.
No idea what he'd want. No, sir, no favours. Nah, not this Minotaur.
There you have it, Grace. I believe now is the time when you... There must be some mistake. There is no mistake. Not this time.
Please say, it is written.
It is written. Did you hear that? Pan sends me all this way and Asterion won't even talk to us?
Maybe there's another Asterion?
More likely Pan's got me chasing my tail. This was pointless.
Well, I don't think we're getting back inside. Do you have another plan?
De quoi? Kirby 54. Qu'est-ce qu'il a à voir là-dedans? Alors, on est du même département, ouais, mais peut-être qu'on est de la même ville, dire avec Kirby. Je sais pas, là, on n'a pas parlé de brocante, on n'a pas parlé de rétro gaming, on n'a pas parlé de collection, là. Éclaire-nous ta lanterne, Susano. Alors qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire? Je retourne voir Pan. On pourrait se faufiler à l'intérieur, il est temps que j'utilise mes pouvoirs. Bon, alors qui dit pouvoir dit chanson. Alors on va chanter.
I don't know if my powers will even work on Hecate, but it's worth a shot.
Ooh, a musical number. Do you think this one could be... do you hear what I'm hearing?
Oh, you're still here? I had to run the entire... Oh, that's a long way, innit?
Huh?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to send you away, alright? I just couldn't tell you, not in front of Kate.
Son pseudo c'est Astérion. Ah bon? Ah, il a changé de pseudo, Kirby? Je savais même pas, tu vois. Moi, tout ce que ça me disait Astérion jusque-là, c'était le personnage dans Baldur's Gate 3. Parce que j'ai commencé à regarder le let's play de Hooper sur Baldur's Gate 3 et dès le début du jeu, pratiquement, il y a un personnage du nom d'Astérion aussi. Donc, qui a l'air plutôt un vampire dans Baldur's Gate 3 ou un truc comme ça. Donc ça n'a rien à voir avec avec le Minotaur, mais je ne savais pas que Kirby avait changé de pseudo. Pour moi, il fait toujours des brocantes et il arnaque toujours les brocanteurs en leur sous-payant des jeux qui valent des milliers et des cents, quoi. C'est un peu son credo, non, à Kirby, quoi, d'arnaquer les brocanteurs en profitant de leur faiblesse et de leur ignorance. C'est pas ça le but de sa chaîne, un peu? Enfin, il me semblait, hein. Bon, Kat, à mon avis, c'est pour écater.
Kate? You don't mean...
Oh, that is so cute.
I heard what you said about Calliope. I can help you. I really, really can. It has to be you. I am so in love with my dear sweet Kate. I just don't know how to tell her. Please, help me tell her.
Avec les brocanteurs. Bah oui, c'est un peu ça, hein. Ça a un peu changé, je crois. Bah, tu sais, de profiter de... Je sais pas, tu vois un jeu qui vaut 200 balles, tu dis au brocanteur, je vous l'achète 2 euros. Et puis le brocanteur, il fait, non, 5 euros. Puis Kirby fait, ok, pour 5 euros. Et comme ça, il a gagné 150 euros. Ah, c'est une technique comme une autre, hein. Et oui, profiter de l'ignorance des gens. Ah, tu es amoureux des catés?
Let me get this straight. You're in love with Hecate. That Hecate.
Oh, mate, Kate is... She's just the best. Like, she knows everything and she always smells so good. She's so nice to me and she doesn't even have to be. Oh, we got stuck in the tower together because we can't live in the mortal world. I know I could make her happy. Well, I want to try. Oh, won't you help me?
Pourquoi Kate?
Do you really call Hecate Kate? Off topic, I know, but I have to ask.
Sometimes she has to go into the mortal world for a short time and do things for Athena.
Uh-huh. And...
Well, she had to make up a magic disguise, you know, a new identity. And I thought she should give it a proper name.
You suggested Kate?
She really liked it. She said, "Thank you, Asterion."
Non, mais il a changé de contenu, il fait plus le brocante, je crois. Ah, d'accord, bah, il s'est fait griller. Il s'est fait griller dans toutes les brocantes de France. Oh non, la Kirby, planquez vos raretés, ne vous faites pas avoir. Attention, il vient avec sa caméra, il fait un stream IRL. Planquez-vous. T'imagines, il va dans n'importe quel patelin de France, dans des patelins tout paumés avec la brocante de l'année le dimanche matin, et il se fait caler partout. Toi, je te reconnais, toi. T'es l'arnaqueur d'internet là, de YouTube. Je te vendrai rien. Et comme ça, il s'est fait recaler partout en France. Il peut plus aller dans n'importe quelle brocante sans qu'il ait la pancarte et l'étiquette arnaqueur. Oh, j'exagère. Je le connais même pas, ce Kirby 54. Je crois que j'ai jamais regardé une de ses vidéos, mais j'ai tellement entendu de choses, j'ai entendu quelques trucs comme quoi, voilà. Enfin, il en faisait un peu trop, quoi. C'est vraiment toi le Minotaur?
Are you really the Minotaur? Like, the monster who roamed a maze and ate people?
And is supposed to be dead?
Well, my father locked me up in a labyrinth, but I never ate anyone.
Oh, well, that's good.
Except Theseus. But he was a bellend.
Sauf Thésée, mais c'était un blaireau. Ce serait drôle, hein. Même les mamies derrière leur stand. Hé, Kirby, je t'ai reconnu. Mon petit-fils, il m'a parlé de toi. Il m'a dit de pas te faire confiance. Pourquoi tu... On a que le haut commun. Donc il aurait juste mangé Thésée, mais Thésée était transformé en blaireau. Je savais pas, moi, attends. Je vais juste regarder vite fait sur YouTube, enfin sur internet. Thésée, blaireau. À propos de les contes du blaireau, Thésée et le Minotaure. Tiens, c'est marrant. Ouais, écoute, hein, peut-être bien, ouais. 54, c'est la Lorraine ou la Moselle, j'oublie toujours. C'est la Meurthe-et-Moselle pour le département, et la région, c'est la Lorraine. Et dans la région, il y a la Meurthe-et-Moselle, le 54, la Moselle, c'est 57, on a les Vosges, c'est la 88 plutôt, et pardon, et, et euh, la Meuse, c'est 55. Merde, pardon. Voilà, donc on a 54, 55, 57, 88, voilà, dans la région de Lorraine. Et en 54, la ville, c'est Nancy. Alors qu'en Moselle, un peu plus haut, c'est Metz. Dans les Vosges, c'est Épinal. Et dans la Meuse, c'est Bar-le-Duc. Voilà, tu sais tout. Pourquoi tu vas pas parler avec Cathy toi-même?
Have you tried, I don't know, talking to her about how you feel? I take that as a no.
I don't have the words. I've tried. Every time, I end up knocking over a table, or killing a cat, or talking about how sometimes meat has that grisly texture I don't like.
Killed her cat? Oh, no.
It was a small cat. I panicked. I'm just not good at words. Right? Really not good.
Oh, il a tué un chat, quoi. Noted, Dixit, je suis fils de prof d'histoire. Ouais, mais pas de prof de géographie. Ça peut tout expliquer. Si ton père était prof de géo, tu saurais tout ça. Admettons que je t'aide.
Okay, so you're in love with Hecate. What is it you think I can do?
Muse knows about poetry and the heart and how to make words beautiful. All I want is to ask her, but I need good words. You know, please say you'll help me.
Bah, écoute, là, depuis tout à l'heure, là, Pan qui veut qu'on aide Astérion, il a pas l'air si méchant que ça, Pan, parce que aider juste Astérion à déclarer sa flamme à Kat, c'est plutôt mignon, quoi. Histoire géo, mais j'oublie. Ah. Et toi, t'habites dans quel coin, Susano, déjà? Je ne me souviens plus. Enfin, j'ai une idée, mais je suis pas sûr. Il se passe quoi si elle ne veut pas de toi?
Hecate might say no. You know that, right?
Well, she probably will. I mean, she's Kate. And I'm me. Just once, I'd like to be able to ask her, you know, to say it out loud instead of thinking it. Still help you. No matter what she says. I promise.
I don't know. Doesn't this feel a little weird?
Which part?
Helping him woo her with my powers.
You heard what Pan said. You can't make anyone do anything they don't want to do. You can only make them say what's in their heart.
Yeah, that's the part I can't do.
Qu'est-ce que tu vas faire en retour?
I do this and you'll help me in return, right?
Athena made Kate swear she's not allowed to say anything about what happens at the tower. But she never made me swear. She never thought anyone would ask. But I'll tell you, even if Kate doesn't like it, I'll tell you.
If I do this first.
If you help me, any trouble will be worth it.
Ah, le Cantal. Ah bah j'en ai mangé hier soir du Cantal. J'adore ce fromage. C'est un de mes fromages, c'est un fromage que j'aime bien. Le problème c'est que dans les supermarchés, ils ne vendent que du Cantal jeune. Bon, question de prix aussi, mais cette manie qu'ont les supermarchés à te vendre les fromages goûtus qu'on a, mais jeunes. Bon, il y en a qui aiment bien, hein, quand c'est pas trop fort et tout ça, mais moi, tous ces fromages-là, que ce soit Cantal, Comté et tout ce qui s'y ressemble, moi, je préfère, à choisir, plus c'est vieux, mieux c'est. Plus il y a d'affinage, même quand il y a des petits cristaux de sel au bout de 15 ou 18 mois d'affinage, moi je kiffe quoi. Après, bon, quand il y a que du contact jeune, bah je prends du contact jeune, ou quand il y a que du comté jeune, je prends quoi. Mais voilà, tu sais que ça pourrait être bien meilleur que ça quoi. C'est pas le même prix non plus quoi, quand tu veux du vieux. On peut toujours essayer.
I can't say I'm exactly sure what to do.
Can't you just, start the music?
Yeah, but to do what?
Oh, leave that to me. I am so excited about this, I can't even stand it.
What exactly did you have in mind, Freddy?
Ah, tu peux vers le vieux aussi, hein.
I'm not great at words. I'm more of a dancer.
Just speak from the heart. Be honest.
Alors tu vas voir ce que c'est que ce visual novel, Cora Susano. Apprécie la chanson.
You cast a spell on me. Not literally, obviously. But I feel in summary, you and me are meant to be. 'Cause you put a hex on me. You didn't do it to me directly. I'm not blaming you specifically, just that metaphorically. Shit, can someone help me?
It's okay. Okay, what are some of the things you love about her?
The desert.
With you, there's so much to love. Oh, I'm not saying you're fat. Okay, to me, you know you in rapture.
Ooh, good word.
Is your pallid skin, your lips are so thin, your love of books.
Asterian, I have but one thought. Why is it that you seem so distraught? Are you saying you're in love with me? You couldn't possibly. Really?
Oh, you're doing great. Give it another go.
Désolé, je vous lis après la chanson.
You've cast a spell on me. It's a feeling that's killing me. But let's say categorically, oh Katie, it's just you and me. Katie, yeah, that's what I've always called you. It sounds juvenile, but that name makes me smile. I've always wanted to tell you. Anyways, as friends, I'm only a fraction of what I can be. I mean, I'll still make you tea, but don't you want more than tea?
Is this what you truly wish to do? This love could easily fall through. Imagine if we ceased to be. It's a possibility, don't you see?
Oh god, he's looking pretty bad.
Hecate, it could be this spell on me has blinded my eyes from what you can see. If there's even the smallest possibility of losing you somehow, I'll take it back now. I'm finished, could someone please rescue me?
Stand back, there's nothing to see. Everyone move along, it's a car crash of a song.
But you're wrong, make no apology. See, she hasn't disappeared.
She is standing right here.
I know when I stand next to you, I don't feel like such a freak. I know you feel that way too. You're not like other gods. My love, what are the odds that we're here? Us outsiders should cheer that we found each other.
Why didn't you open with that?
Oh, was that good?
I have always counted on you to speak to me honestly. You're at my beck and call. I've never thanked you at all, and yet you still love me. I let travelers know which way to go, but it bothers me. My own path I forego always seemed apropos, yet where has this led me?
Maybe one step across the line will weave its own spell in given time.
The thought with which I must contend is, can I love my best friend?
Yes! Just decide.
Allez. C'est insupportable qu'ils le vendent jeune. Mais ils sont impatients.
It seems you've cast a spell on
Ouh là là, ouh la vache.
You will not regret this.
Not yet. It is written. You've cast a spell on me to think I shall have my own story. You've cast a spell on me, and we shall write it together. You've cast a spell on me, a tale of romance and glory. You've cast a spell on me, but do we have enough leather? You've cast
Ah,
a spell on me.
on aura assez de cuir. Oula. Voilà, qu'est-ce qu'elle vient de dire là, à la fin encore? On aura assez de cuir, mais c'est pourquoi? Ah, on a réussi.
Well, that was diverting. You felt this way the entire time, Asterion, and you said nothing?
I didn't think I was worthy. I mean, look at me. I'm only, you know, half a man.
You have been a devoted friend over the long and lonely years, Asterion. I only wish I had realized sooner we could have been more. As for you, Grace, I thank you for arranging this diversion, however it came to pass.
Ah. Tu pourrais m'aider en retour, je suis heureuse que ça ait marché. Ça n'était pas écrit.
I don't get it. Didn't you know this would happen? Wasn't it written?
Of course it was. It was also written that I would be unaware of Asterion's feelings until he spoke them to me.
But you knew that.
I follow the rules. It is written.
It is written. Ah, qui c'est qui débarque 5 heures après? Zblah. Ça y est, qui finit enfin sa journée de travail. Et qui court pour prendre le train maintenant. Et qui regarde le streaming sur son petit téléphone. Bonjour Zblah. Bonsoir. Comment tu vas? Tu as raté un grand jeu jusque-là, quoi. Un grand jeu de comédie musicale. Je suis sûr que tu aimes les chansons de comédie musicale, Zblah. En tout cas, il est super ce jeu. Et même pour des gens comme nous, quoi, qui sommes pas spécialement fans de grandes chansons et de comédie musicale si on peut dire, mais c'est même pas vraiment ça, quoi. Mais voilà, un jeu avec beaucoup de chansons, il est super, quoi. On voit pas le temps passer, ça avance bien, c'est un câble, quoi. Alors, c'était l'idée de Freddy.
You have Freddy to thank. It was her idea.
It seems you are even less like other mortals than I'd assumed.
What can I say? I like to see people happy.
You will need to visit again in the future. There will be tea. Come, Asterion. I wish to speak of this further, and find an appropriate outfit.
Et mon aide?
Hey, wait for me outside, yeah?
Ah, tu nous as manqué cet
How long
après-midi.
are we supposed to wait? It's been over an hour.
I'm sure it's fine, Grace. I doubt the Minotaur would break his promise. Say, didn't I tell you?
Whew. You still here? I'm sorry. Kate had a lot to say.
Du va bien?
Everything's okay, I hope?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it was so wonderful. Kate just wanted to talk about feelings and that, which, well, neither of us are good at. Right, so, I suppose you want to know how Calliope broke into the reliquary that night.
We heard part of the story from Medusa. She saw Calliope fleeing from the reliquary, bleeding.
And when Medusa ran after her, that's when she ran into you.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I was also chasing after Calliope. She'd broken in. Why she did? Hecate can't figure out. She didn't touch anything or take anything, but somebody attacked her when she was here.
Ouais, mais vu qu'il y a que Hécate et le Minotaure, qui d'autre aurait pu l'attaquer? Enfin, il y a que eux deux qui habitent là, quoi. Donc qui d'autre aurait pu l'attaquer ici, quoi? Ça aurait pu être... Comment tu sais qu'elle n'a rien pris?
How do you know Calliope didn't touch or take anything?
It knows everything in the reliquary, right down to the last book. She's been looking, but she can't figure if anything was touched. It makes her so mad not to know. And it made Athena pretty mad too.
Athena got involved?
Yeah, when Kate finally told her, Athena wants Kate to keep investigating, but it doesn't look good.
Ah. Donc Athéna sait ce qui s'est passé ici.
Athena knows what happened here the night Calliope died?
Yeah, Kate told her a day or so later, I think. We didn't know Calliope died that night, though.
What? Athena didn't mention it?
Nope. Not that that's weird. She's not the chatty type, you know? She came in all quiet and cool, wanted to know who was here that night and what Calliope might have wanted. She swore Kate to silence. Not me, though. Guess she's not as smart as Kate.
Couldn't Medusa have been the one who attacked Calliope?
I thought maybe because she was chasing Calliope too. Why would she do that? Now I don't know. Medusa never got into the reliquary. I sure never let her in.
Couldn't Medusa have broken in like Calliope did?
Yeah, but I chased Calliope from the reliquary. If Medusa had been there, I would have seen her.
Ça peut pas être la Méduse.
What relics are there? Maybe Calliope was looking for one, but couldn't find it before...
Yeah, that I'm not supposed to say.
You have the Golden Fleece, the Shield of Zeus, the Sword of Damocles. Is it suspended?
You know a lot about that stuff for a mortal.
So it's all real?
I can neither confirm nor deny any of that. All I know is that nothing got used and nothing got taken.
Est-ce que tu as retrouvé Calliope?
You chased Calliope, but did you ever catch up with her?
No. If I'd have caught her, I'd have brought her back and Kate would have gotten answers out of her. After I ran into Medusa, Calliope was long gone. Only thing I found was Pan's key.
You mean this key? The one Pan gave me?
Yeah. Well, Calliope must have dropped it. I sent it back to Pan.
Comment Calliope a pu avoir la clé de Pan?
How could Calliope have gotten Pan's key?
The same way you did, I guess. Pan must have given it to her. There's only a few keys to get into the reliquary. Athena doesn't want the idols to come here much.
And Pan has one. That's odd.
Yeah, so, I made it for him a while back. Different favour.
Alors, qui d'autre aurait pu s'en prendre à Calliope?
If it wasn't Medusa, who else could have attacked Calliope here? Who had access?
It was just me and Kate. I didn't see anyone that night other than Medusa.
How did Calliope get inside?
She must have snuck in the back way. Where do you think I keep running from? Until the alarms went off, though, we didn't even know anyone was here.
Reliquaire a des alarmes.
Did you say the reliquary has alarms? Like burglar alarms, cameras?
Oh, no, nothing like that. It just has a lot of protections. You know, magic.
I don't know magic, actually.
Oh, well, it's just meant to keep the dangerous stuff from being touched. That's how Kate knows nothing was touched or stolen.
We just don't know what did happen. Yet.
Ouais, c'est bizarre, hein, quoi. Donc, la seule pour l'instant, du peu qu'on sait, la seule personne donc, qui aurait pu rentrer dans le reliquaire, autre que Kat, enfin Hécaté et Astérion, bah ça reste Pan, quoi. Enfin, même s'il avait donné, enfin, il a donné la clé à Calliope pour rentrer. Mais qui dit qu'il en a pas un double ou... En tout cas, c'est le seul qui peut rentrer, quoi. Mais il manque un personnage, là. Voilà, ok, voyons ce qu'on sait, je me tais.
Then Medusa's story checks out. She was here, yeah, but she was never in the reliquary.
And Pan's name popped up. He sent you here, Grace, to do some favor, yet he had to know Calliope came here that night.
He failed to mention, for some reason.
For some reason.
If that's all you need, then I have to go. Kate will be so mad if she finds me gone. Good luck, Muse.
You okay there, friendo?
Ouais. Un truc m'échappe. Je peux pas. Bon, bah, on a bien avancé.
I'm okay. We learned a lot. I just wish I knew why Calliope was here in the first place.
Maybe that's a question for Pan.
He knows. Why didn't he tell me?
One thing at a time, Grace. You'll figure it out. I know you will.
I guess so.
J'espère aussi, hein.
Next thing is to go to Pan. Confront him.
What an adventure.
Sorry?
Just lucky, Grace. Luckier than you think. You go do what you have to, and I'll meet you back at the apartment, okay?
Bah, j'espère que la fin va pas être comme les autres fins qu'on a vécues. J'espère qu'il y a une vraie fin, quoi.
I hope you're here, because I don't know where else to look for you.
Of course I'm here, Grace. Where else would I be but amongst the trees and the wild things? I really must thank you, by the by. Astarion is simply over the moon, and he's already repaid me with this select tome from the reliquary.
Ah. Tu voulais un livre?
That's why you did all this? Because you wanted some book?
Not just some book, but a tome from the forbidden depths.
I doubt Hecate would be pleased.
Oh, most assuredly not. Neither would Athena, which makes it all the more delicious. I trust you got what you needed. More grist for the mill of your innocence, as it were.
Tu le savais dès le départ, salaud.
You already knew I would, right?
Oh? Did I?
Come on, Pan. How stupid do you think I am? The place you sent me for this favor just happens to be where Calliope was attacked. You gave her the key. The same one you gave me. What's the angle? Tell me why I shouldn't be suspicious, Pan.
The truth? The truth is Calliope asked me for the key that night, no questions asked. Why would I refuse her? The truth is also that I have no idea what happened to her there. I wanted you to discover that on your own. I suppose the question at the heart of this is, do you believe me?
Ça te fait triper, hein. Ah, Rebijou, cette fois-ci, je t'ai pas loupé. Désolé de tout à l'heure, il y avait tellement de dialogues d'affilée que j'avais le nez sur le jeu et je t'ai vu après. Je t'ai vu parce que Tranquille te disait bonjour. Fait plaisir que tu repasses, quoi. Je pensais que tu l'avais mal pris que je te dise pas bonjour et que tu t'étais barré comme ça, quoi. Par manque de patience. Mais sinon, oui, ça va bien et toi? Ah. Pas sans preuve. Est-ce que tu me crois? J'essaie. Pas sans preuve. Je crois. Ça te fait triper, hein. Alors quand il y a un petit cœur, c'est qu'on peut, comme dans les FF, gagner des points d'affinité avec avec des personnages, parce qu'on peut, oui, avoir des romances. On peut avoir des romances avec qui on veut. Bon, il y a juste au tout début du jeu où j'ai fait une remarque. J'ai fait une remarque à Apollon, mais sans savoir que je le draguais. Bon, je dis bon bah j'arrête là. Je savais pas que c'était ça. Je savais pas que ça correspondait au lien amoureux. Mais sinon voilà quoi. Pour l'instant je reste célibataire quoi. J'ai pas le crunch pour j'ai pas le crush pour ni Pan, ni Apollo, ni d'autres personnes. J'ai J'hésite entre j'essaie ou pas sans preuve quoi. J'essaie.
I'm trying to, Pan, but you make this really hard.
Ah, yes. Doubt. What a fascinating concept, and an excellent reason to hesitate. Alas, it is my burden to be forever condemned by my idle brethren. I've become accustomed to it. Truly. I've never lied to you, Grace, and I never shall. If you're looking for innocence, however, well, I'm afraid that's one thing I cannot provide.
And if I can't accept that? If I find out you're somehow involved in this?
You'll do what you do, and I'll do what I do, and we'll see where that takes us.
Après, pour l'embrasser, c'est pas mal. Ouais. Mais, comprenez-moi, ça fait bizarre en tant que mec d'interpréter une fille qui drague un mec, quoi. Tu vois, c'est pas mon délire, quoi. Voilà, quoi. Donc, je préfère rester neutre, quoi. Si j'étais une fille qui jouait à ce jeu-là à la place de Grace, oui, je ferais mes préférences, quoi. Mais bon. Voilà, c'est une situation un peu inédite, quoi. Alors, est-ce que j'ai encore besoin de ton aide? Je m'en vais alors. Tu es horrible.
We'll see where that takes us. Pan, you are just the worst.
Aren't I, though? You could live the high life, Grace. Throw caution to the wind. Embrace what you can before you...
Avant de mourir, ouais.
Before I die? You don't have any hope for me, do you? You're just taking what you can get before it's over.
I've seen this story many times, Grace. I've told this story many times. And it always ends the same way.
What's the point of even getting to know me then? Right?
Salaud. Tu penses qu'à ta gueule. Et voilà. Ouais, je comprends. C'est pour ça qu'au début, je me suis même demandé si c'était pas un jeu plutôt orienté pour le public féminin. Après, non. On peut jouer en tant qu'homme. T'es pas obligé d'avoir une histoire amoureuse avec qui que ce soit. Tu peux tracer ta route. Voilà. Parler à Apollon. Parce que moi, je suis une vraie boucave. Et dès que je fais quelque chose ou que je fais quelque chose, je raconte tout à Apollon. Parce que c'est celui qui m'aide le plus depuis le début, quoi. Pour ceux qui arrivent récemment. C'est celui qui m'a déjà évité de mourir au début.
Welcome back, Grace. Is there something you came to discuss?
Ah non.
No, that's okay. I'll see you later, Apollo.
Pour une fois, j'ai rien à lui dire. Bah, tu vois, comme quoi. J'ai tellement boucave que j'ai plus rien à lui dire. Ah,
oh,
Hermes.
Hi, Grace. I can just call you Grace, right?
That's my name. Where's Freddy?
She went out to get snacks. We were gonna watch TV while we waited, but, well, here you are.
Mm-hmm. Tu connais Freddy?
What, you and Freddy are friends now? When did this happen?
I came looking for you. Freddy has this movie that I've never seen. Super cool, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh, would you rather not share your mortal friends? Anyway, I guess Athena wants to talk? I can zip us over to Olympus anytime, if you're free.
J'ai le choix.
Do I have a choice about seeing Athena? I'm not in the habit of being at anyone's beck and call.
I mean, I guess you could say no, but I wouldn't. If Athena wants something, she's gonna get it eventually. She had that look in her eyes, like she really wants to talk to you.
She could always come here. Everyone else does.
Athena entered the mortal world? And now she doesn't do that ever. Can you imagine?
How does Athena manage never entering the mortal world?
She doesn't have to, I guess. Everyone brings her everything she needs. And that creepy owl of hers? Apollo says it's her eyes out in the world. It's everywhere. Watching.
So what, she just never leaves the building?
She'll go to the reliquary and places like that. Just never where mortals are. She wears a toga and calls cars iron horses.
C'est ça ton boulot?
So this is what you do? Ferry people around?
I'm the god of messengers, baby. Travelers, doorways, any kind of transition, really. The old Hermes said that the transition part made even more sense for me, which, you know, extra cool, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I can connect any two doorways anywhere, just like that. So it's super easy to take people wherever. I don't mind.
Hermès, on dirait un perso de Teen Titan. Ah bon? Ah, j'ai pas la ref, désolé. Ah, t'as bien faire le larbin.
You say it's easy, but do you like doing all these errands?
Huh. Yeah, I never thought about it. It's nice to have a purpose. Athena is super sweet, and she has a big, important job. Why wouldn't I want to help her out?
You can't be this nice. Are you for real?
Oh, well, the old Hermes used to say that a willingness to serve is more important than a willingness to be served.
Une bonne phrase, ça. Tu connaissais l'ancien Hermès?
You mentioned the old Hermes a lot. You knew him?
Yeah, I was homeless for a while. It wasn't a great time, and he took me in. Everyone's on the same journey, he used to say. Only the roads are different. And then he went on his journey. Man, I still miss him every day.
Isn't he still inside you? Aren't you kind of the same person now?
Not yet. It's only been a year. Maybe I'll feel him again one day. That'd be nice.
Bon, bah, c'est y part.
I suppose there's no point in putting it off. Do your thing. Take me.
On ne crache
Okay.
pas.
Oh, when you see Freddy, tell her I'm sorry I couldn't stick around for the movie. And mind if I say something?
Sure.
You've changed. I mean, from the person I met when I first came here. When, you know, you got it together really quick.
Thanks, I guess.
C'est marrant tous ces petits glitches qu'on voit de temps en temps sur les persos. C'est fait exprès et c'est très sympa. Allons voir la boss. Postman! Alors comme j'ai dit au début, j'espère que c'est pas Athéna la traîtresse, enfin ce serait vraiment dommage qu'on ait fait tout ça pour se rendre compte que le premier perso qui nous parle, bah c'est le meurtrier, que depuis le début elle tire les ficelles Athéna, blablabla. Mais on a évacué cette possibilité depuis le départ aussi. Alors ce serait, pour l'instant, pour moi, c'est un perso qu'on a toujours pas vu, quoi. Soit c'est un perso qu'on a toujours pas vu, bon, soit c'est Pan, mais bon, le jeu veut nous faire penser que c'est Pan, mais j'arrive pas à y croire non plus. Voilà, c'est Athéna. Mais voilà, on n'a pas beaucoup de choix. Mais moi, je voudrais bien que ce soit un autre perso qu'on connaît pas, quoi. Mais c'est bizarre parce que dans la tour où elle a été agressée, il y a soit Hécaté, soit Astérion, soit Athéna. Donc, bizarre. Alors maintenant, j'ai le choix d'un deuxième trait. Moi, au début, j'avais choisi intelligente. Maintenant, j'ai le choix entre badass ou charmante. Et je vais choisir charmante. Cette grâce et la bonté et le charisme incarné, elle est éprise de justice et n'en est que plus séduisante.
There you are, Grace. Do have a seat.
Les cookies.
I prefer to stand, thanks.
As you like. You've certainly been busy, haven't you? Everywhere I turn, there you are. Including the reliquary.
Oh.
I'm uncertain how you got access, but even you must have realized it's off limits. Particularly for your mortal friend.
Ah. Faut pas déconner avec la bosse. Ça t'ennuie? Ça te pose un problème? Vous savez ce qui s'est passé là-bas? Je dois prouver mon... tu sais ce qui s'est passé là-bas.
But you know what happened there. That's where Calliope was attacked.
But it's not where she died, Grace, is it?
So, because she made it all the way to my apartment, we shouldn't care why she was bleeding to death along the way.
You think our judgment was rash? It was. In truth, I worried that giving you time, letting us all get to know you, would make it harder in the end. I am sorry, Grace. You may not believe it, but I care deeply. I care about what happens to you and to all the idols.
Oh. Soit je peux l'énerver en disant comme vous vous préoccupez de Méduse, alors faites quelque chose, et ça leur a amené à quoi? Ouais. Moins provoque.
Do you really? Let's explore where all that caring has gotten them, shall we? You're holding on with a grip so tight, your knuckles are turning white. That's not enough, is it? Every idol I've met is either lost or broken, or both. They're all slipping through your fingers. If you actually cared about them, you'd do something about it instead of sitting up here worrying about your precious rules.
Zeus was the first to leave. King of the gods. And we don't even know what became of him. Vanished into the ether. Poseidon was next. Walked out into the seas, never to be heard from again. Ares betrayed us. Hephaestus saved us. Hades was murdered. And by one of our own. The list goes on.
All of that sounds terrible. But I don't understand what...
We are dying, Grace. I don't mean diminishing or drifting apart. I mean our immortality is disappearing. Very soon now, the idols will be no more. We are a legacy that spans millennia, dating back to the very dawn of humankind. So yes, I care. I will do anything and everything in my power to avoid that fate. Even if it appears unfair.
J'aurais pu vous aider.
It's too bad. I've been an idol for 5 minutes, and I've been out there solving problems you've all wrestled with for how long now? I could have helped you, Athena. I could have helped all of you. You don't see that, do you? You're so busy holding on to what you have. You can't see what you're throwing away.
Fais gaffe, hein.
I know we've put a great deal on your shoulders, Grace. I do. All I called you here to ask is that you please not make my job more difficult than it already is. If you have any other questions or concerns, now's the time to bring them up.
Bon, parle-moi de Pan déjà.
What do you know of Pan?
Pan? That's not a name I expected to hear. Been sniffing around you, has he?
I have some suspicions, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Pan lurks at the edges because he likes it there. seeking out whatever profit he thinks he can get away with. Avoid him, dear, or he'll stick to you like gum to the bottom of your shoe.
Who has access to the reliquary? Is it anyone with a key, or...
Doesn't matter. You gained access, so clearly it is not difficult to get. Speaking of which, I don't suppose you'll tell me who gave you that key.
Ah, c'est risqué. Hein. Soit je balance Pan, soit je protège Pan, soit je suis évasive. Ouais, la même personne qui l'a donné à Calliope. Et elle va deviner tout de suite.
The same person gave it to me, who gave it to Calliope.
And who gave it to Calliope, then? I see.
Et voilà. Elle a deviné.
Okay, so you don't like Pan much. I get that. But do you think he could kill someone?
We've all killed, my dear. I was once a warrior queen, feared by mortals and gods alike.
Another idol, I mean.
Is that where your investigation has led you? To Pan?
Un truc méchant.
Sort of, but I feel like I'm missing something important. Maybe the goddess of wisdom could help me out?
It would be helpful to know what Calliope was doing at the reliquary, but she's not available to ask. Not until you regain her memories, at least.
Why not put off the trial until then? Seems like a good way to solve all this. Yeah?
And trust what you decide to share? I think not.
Attendez, il y a la tempête qui arrive sur Nancy, là, il faut que je ferme ma fenêtre. Je vais parler du sujet qui fâche à la fin, c'est-à-dire Méduse. Je vais d'abord lui demander qu'est-ce qu'elle allait faire au reliquaire le soir où Calliope y est allé aussi.
Speaking of the reliquary, you went there, right? Once Hecate told you what happened?
No, I was not impressed by the delay.
If you had known about that, the night Calliope died, would it have made a difference?
The chances are exceedingly small that you attacked her there, it's true. Yet, Calliope was weakened, which made her more vulnerable prey for an enterprising mortal. One she knew. Perhaps the incidents are connected, perhaps not. I cannot afford the risk of uncertainty, Grace. I'm sorry.
Donc en gros, elle croit que qu'on l'a pas tué au reliquaire parce qu'on n'y avait pas accès, mais qu'on l'aurait tué, enfin, qu'on aurait poussé sa mort juste au moment où elle attaquait à la porte et qu'elle s'est écroulée chez nous. Et on l'aurait tué là. Bam. Ouais, c'est un peu gros. On savait même pas qui c'était, quoi. Donc, dire comment tu peux convoiter quelque chose dont tu as l'ignorance.
Alright, let's talk about Medusa.
Met her, have you?
Elle a essayé de me dévorer.
You have to know she's a monster. She tried to eat me.
I've been lenient on account of my involvement in her predicament, but perhaps it's time I dealt with her once and for all. I'm sorry she attacked you, Grace. It will not happen again. Now, if there isn't anything else...
Oh, mince, j'ai oublié qu'il fallait que je protège Méduse. Oh là là. Elle va lui faire sa fête. Pardon, Méduse.
I guess I'll get back to my investigation.
I am rooting for you, Grace. If there's another way to resolve this, any way at all, I will take it.
Will you? Really?
Good luck. Feel free to take a cookie on your way out.
Ah. Les cookies d'Athéna. Je savais pas qu'Athéna elle savait faire des cookies.
can't say I'm surprised. Athena has always struggled in a crisis.
Well, that's a nice way of putting it.
Remember, she was a warrior. When pressed, she's always turned to that aspect, sought to maintain absolute control. It'd be hypocritical to say it's wrong of her. She's battled for me as much as for anyone.
Elle fait de son mieux.
I do have sympathy for her. She feels like she's the only one fighting to keep the idols alive.
I'm certain it seems that way to her.
She kind of sounds like my mother.
Well, then you're fortunate. Athena has guarded us faithfully for almost 1,000 years. Sadly, while I'd prefer to stay in her good graces, I doubt that will be possible.
Uh-oh, what now?
You may not like this, but you need to go back to the reliquary.
Oh. Tu crois savoir pourquoi? Pourquoi?
What for? Is there something I need to ask Hecate?
Here's the thing. We don't know why Calliope went there, but it must have been important.
Okay, I'll bite. How would I find that out? You think she left clues?
Remember how I told you it'd be years before you got Calliope's memories back? Well, it's true, but not entirely.
Okay.
Those memories are inside you. You go somewhere important to Calliope or touch something special to her, you will get flashes, feelings.
Do you want Grace to go to the reliquary so she can have deja vu?
Deja
vu.
vu.
Calliope there. It ended her life. All we need to do is uncover those memories.
Comment on rentre si on n'a plus la clé, ouais.
Last time Freddy and I were there, Hecate wouldn't let us into the reliquary. Not without Athena's permission.
Okay. Do you want to ask Athena for permission?
It just seems like a radical step. For you.
A week ago, I would have said that breaking into the reliquary couldn't be done. A week ago, I couldn't have imagined being here. My stance on a lot of things has changed. If you have another idea, however, I'm happy to go along with it.
What about the alarms? I'm not eager to have Asterion chasing me through the fog.
Calliope snuck in without setting off any alarms. At least at first.
Well, I'll be following in Calliope's footsteps, won't I? What if I follow the wrong footstep and set them off?
And the alarms bring Asterion and Hecate, and all three of us do a great deal of apologizing.
Let's just hope that's all those alarms do.
Are you sure about this? You want me to wander around hoping something comes to me?
Am I sure? No. No, I'm not.
Oh, that's comforting.
What if Medusa is lying? What about Pan? We could look into him some more, couldn't we?
Oh, well, do you have a way we could look into those things without encountering even more lies?
Deja vu it is.
Un rendez-vous. Qu'est-ce que je dois chercher?
Let's say I do this. What am I hoping to find?
Some memory of what happened to Calliope, even a flash. Anything that gives us something to work with.
And if that doesn't happen?
Make it happen, Grace. As if your life depends on it.
I can really see why the idols call you the cheery one.
I'm sorry, but why is she here again?
Is there really no other way? This seems a bit desperate.
I think that's kind of the point, Grace.
There isn't much time left, and I'm out of ideas that won't take more time than we have.
Well, there's always running, right? Grace leaves the city, goes on a world tour, becomes rich and famous. It's just me. Okay, then.
Right then. Back to the reliquary it is.
Any idea how you want to do this, Grace? Because I'm game to help.
Cool.
No.
I'm sure we can figure something out.
I can't go into the reliquary with you. Not without tipping off Hecate. But I won't be far. If anything goes wrong, I will come running. But even so, Grace, please be careful.
J'aurais pas besoin de ton aide. Trop tard pour ça. Tout ira bien. Mais tout ira
You
bien.
know me. I'm always careful.
Come on, the time for adventure is now.
Be safe. Both of you.
Mais quelle divinité pourrait débarquer tout d'un coup comme ça, sans prévenir? Parce que là, plus on avance, il y a plus de nouveaux personnages. Donc c'est forcément un de ceux qu'on a déjà rencontrés. Et encore une fois, si on se contente de ceux qu'on a vus, les plus suspicieux, c'est Pan et Athéna. Mais bon, on va dire c'est Pan en numéro 1, Athéna en 2. Et après, des autres personnages que j'ai vus, Perséphone, peut-être. Eros, je le vois pas trop. Aphrodite non plus. Hermès encore moins. Qui d'autre que j'ai vu? Bah, il y a Béduse, mais bon, apparemment non, elle est blanchie. Bah, il reste Apollon, mais ça veut dire que celui qui nous aide depuis le début, c'est le coupable. Alors que moi, je lui dis tout. Ce serait cocasse. Donc ouais, moi je voudrais bien un autre personnage quoi. Alors, Freddy détourne l'attention, être honnête avec Hécaté, passer par derrière. Tu sais, par ce petit couloir qui sont pas très bons. Ça c'est Georges Abitbol qui le dit, hein, c'est pas moi. On va passer par derrière, si tu veux. Pour l'instant, il n'y a pas de game over dans le jeu. Mais,
Wait, are you sure this is right? Was that the right door?
You're asking me like I'm supposed to know?
Just feels like we're back outside again. Maybe that was some kind of portal or...
Oh.
Or maybe we're right where we're supposed to be.
C'est trop facile.
Doesn't this feel a little too easy?
Why does everything have to be difficult? I'll take easy, for once.
How do we avoid getting lost? It's like a labyrinth.
Oh, it is a labyrinth, but I've never had any trouble finding my way around. Hey, easy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, no need to freak out. I'm a guardian, sure, but I'm not a monster. But, yeah, you know you're not supposed to be in here, right?
C'est peu sur les hauteurs. Bah, j'ai vu les gros nuages gris dans ta direction, tranquille, et il y a le vent qui se levait, tout ça, donc avant que la pluie ne rentre. Alors, tu nous dois un service. Je mange, j'ai la permission. Laisse-moi passer. Et alors? Allez, laisse-moi passer.
I need this Asterion. I have to figure out what Calliope did here. Please, can't you just let us look around?
Oh, it's just... Kate would be so mad.
She knows you're the sweetest, most thoughtful bullman there is. She'd understand.
I want to, but...
I'd really appreciate it.
Ah, un petit clin d'œil.
No, I need to bring you back to Kate. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh no. Hey, come back! Oi, come back!
Okay. I don't hear anything. I think I'm alright. I hope Freddy's okay. She better be. First things first, how do I do this? Where do I even start? Calliope must have been here. She could have stood in this very spot. Maybe if I just... focus.
Elle chante.
That's weird. Like, I've definitely been here before.
Les fameux artefacts interdits. Oui. Il fait très sombre ici, hein. Je te crois, je te crois. Enfin, là, j'ai mis la lumière pour qu'on puisse me voir, mais... Donc, il y a quoi? Il y a un œuf. Il est où l'œuf? C'est quoi l'œuf? Ça? Non. L'instrument. Le masque, oui, ok. Le trident, d'accord. La pomme, d'accord. La branche, d'accord. Le parchemin, oui. La statue, oui. Mais il manque plusieurs objets là. L'œuf et l'instrument, c'est quoi? Ça, c'est l'instrument. Ça, c'est l'œuf. Bon, on verra. Observez l'œuf. Ah, c'est ça. Alors.
I don't get any feeling from that. Will I know it when I see it?
Bah, pas de choix. Instrument? Ah, qui était là. Il était
Is
caché.
that a weapon? A musical instrument? Maybe it's both.
Ah, le masque.
What did Freddy say about mazes? Was it always go left? Or go left and then go right?
D'accord. Ça doit être le trident de Poséidon.
Is this an armory too?
La pomme.
Freddy, are you out there? Can you hear me? What am I doing? All that'll do is tell everyone where I am.
Bah, tais-toi.
They should really charge for tours. It's kind of amazing. I don't even know what language that is. Shouldn't that be in a museum somewhere?
Ok, donc la réponse était le miroir.
This is it. Calliope was here. She was standing right here. And she...
Oh. Oh. Non. Non.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
I
Reculez.
don't suppose there's any chance you'll put those knives away.
Qui c'est ça? Qui c'est?
Okay then.
Chante-leur une chanson. Vous n'allez pas me tuer. Bah, ça sert à rien, tu vois. Qui c'est eux, quoi?
What's happening? Why didn't it work? Grace? Freddy! We've got to run! My powers don't work on them, they just keep coming!
Non, Freddy. Non, Freddy. Qui sont-ils? Pour qui travaillent-ils? Quel est leur rôle? Ils sont pas avec Hécaté, ceux-là, c'est pas possible.
Oh God. Oh God, Freddy.
Aïe aïe aïe.
No. Oh, Grace.
You summoned the Furies.
What?
Les Furies?
Those beings were the Furies. Beyond all our laws. Not idols, but the embodiment of retribution. How did you draw them here?
I didn't. There was a big mirror, but I didn't even touch it.
There is only one mirror of which you could be speaking. That used by the goddess Nyx to contact the Fates. Using the mirror would not have brought the Furies down upon you. Not unless the Fates themselves decreed it.
Bah non. Apparemment, ce sont plutôt des potes au moire. Ouais. Donc les moires ne régissent pas aux mêmes lois. Ils incarnent la vengeance. La déesse Nyx.
Who are the Fates? Who are the Furies? I didn't do anything. I didn't touch anything.
This was no defense or spell of the reliquaries. I do not have the power to summon the Furies, and I know none who do. You should consider yourself fortunate, Grace. They do not desist until retribution has been exacted. But now is when you leave. Pray the knowledge you obtained was worth the price.
No, I'm not leaving, Freddy. Not like this. All this magic. There has to be something. Don't tell me there's no way to undo this.
We have to leave. We have to leave now.
Jour 5. Donc a priori, il ne reste que 2 jours. Mais j'ai pas compris la relation avec la déesse Nyx qui aurait invoqué les Furies, enfin qui aurait utilisé le miroir pour invoquer les Furies, à moins que ce soit les moires elles-mêmes qui auraient envoyé les Furies. Non. Nyx a utilisé le miroir pour parler aux moires. Bon, on verra, on va voir. J'ai fini que l'acte 2 seulement. Ouah, l'acte 3. Ah mais il dure combien de temps ce jeu là? Ça fait que 4 heures qu'on joue? J'ai l'impression que c'est...
Grace, I'm sorry.
Je crois que c'était au moins 6 heures qu'on joue.
I know what Freddy meant to you.
It should have been me, not her. This was my fight, my problem. I'm already slated to die, if anyone paid the price.
And repeat history? Would you rather have died there, passing your Eidolon onto Freddy instead? Freddy gave you a chance. Is that what happened to Calliope? Was she attacked by the Furies as you were?
Yeah. She meant to use the mirror, but she never had the chance before they came.
The Furies. Sent by the same person, I imagine.
Ok, voilà, ça s'éclaircit. Donc, mais pourquoi elle voulait utiliser le miroir? Voilà. Bon, d'abord, on va demander qui peut commander aux Furies.
Who could send the Furies after me? Even Hecate had no idea who possessed that kind of power.
Even in our prime, none of the idols had the Furies at our beck and call. Perhaps Zeus, but he's long gone. I honestly didn't know the Furies still existed.
Clearly someone can do it.
I mean, unless they weren't sent, unless they were responding to something else, something you'd done unwittingly. I'm sorry, I'm afraid your guess is as good as mine.
Elles auraient agi par elles-mêmes.
What are the Furies? They didn't seem like people.
They're not. Hecate called them embodiments of retribution, and I suppose that's the best description. They go back to, well, the time before my memory. I was once told they were created to enforce the most ancient laws.
There are ancient laws now?
Decrees one couldn't break, written in blood. Laws even idols abided by in the days of old Olympus. But those surely died with Zeus. Even if they hadn't, you can't have broken any. They're not easy to overlook.
Pourquoi les Furies se sont arrêtés?
If the Furies are so powerful, why did they stop? They just stabbed Freddy and left.
They're not assassins, Grace. They're enforcers of the old laws. I imagine they decided the debt was paid, whatever it was, when blood was spilled. The blood didn't have to be yours.
So if Freddy hadn't interfered...
Then they would have come after you. And they wouldn't have stopped until they were through. Not ever.
Qu'est-ce que Calliope essayait de faire? Bah, et pourquoi utiliser le miroir? Et c'est quoi ce miroir?
I know Calliope was there to use the mirror, but it was just feeling. I still don't understand why.
Well, apparently she wanted to speak to the Fates.
Yeah, okay, but why?
The Fates are primordial beings, like the Furies. They're said to control destiny. Perhaps Calliope wished to know her destiny. Or change it. I'm not sure.
Can these Fates really control the future?
They're tied into fate, as I am. Perhaps they're even where my power stems from, or how Hecate's books are written.
So someone really didn't want Calliope messing with them.
Or you, apparently.
Could it have been the Fates? Maybe they don't like being called on now for anything.
I doubt it. If they didn't want to answer the mirror, I'm certain they simply wouldn't.
Qui c'est qui veut pas qu'on parle au bois?
I don't know what to do. We still have no idea why Calliope wanted to talk to the Fates.
Why not ask them? You too have caused quite the stir. Hecate is beside herself, and Athena is out of her mind. Well done.
How long have you been listening?
Long enough to know that you need another way to speak to the Fates, unless you're planning on trying the reliquary again.
No, not a chance. We'll find the truth on our own, Persephone.
If you sent Grace to wander about looking for Calliope's memories, you're already out of options.
Why are you here, Persephone? You made it clear you didn't want to help me.
Oh, she doesn't. What she wants is to help herself.
May I explain it to Grace, or do you have another option, Apollo? If so, now's the time. I thought not. Fates will respond to the ruler of Hades, the true underworld and realm of the dead. What I propose is that we go there and take back the throne that was stripped from me.
Ouh là là. Mais... Attends, mais je croyais qu'Hadès était mort. Je croyais que Perséphone avait tué Hadès. Bah. Je croyais que Perséphone avait tué Hadès. Il est toujours vivant.
Is that something we can do? Just go to the land of the dead and overthrow it?
Truth be told, there isn't much to overthrow. Few mortals still believe in Hades, and thus Its halls have been nearly empty for eons.
So how do you...
The throne itself is the key, both symbolically and literally. Claim it, and Hades is yours.
But you can't claim it because you're barred from Hades.
A rule that we would need to break were we to do this, yes.
How do we get to Hades? Do we need a key, like the reliquary?
Athena took my key, and the entrance at Lake Avernus was sealed long ago, which leaves only Hermes.
They won't take you.
They might, if you ask them to. So your promise to help Grace was an empty one? Step up! Get us there. I'll lead us to the throne, and Grace can speak with the Fates. It's simple.
So if we go to Hades and, find your throne, how much trouble would that get us into, exactly?
A great deal.
It's not as if Athena could execute Grace a second time.
She's already been warned about breaking more rules.
The responsibility of this will be mine. Let Athena try to take my throne again.
Is there really no other way to talk to these Fates? Do we have to take the nuclear option?
Do you want to try going back to the reliquary?
No, hell no.
The only other person with a direct connection to the Fates is Apollo here.
You know it doesn't work like that.
Then it's the throne or nothing, isn't it?
Is Apollo right? Is this something you planned all along, Persephone?
Meaning what? What, that I knew what would occur at the reliquary? Perhaps you think I'm the one who unleashed the Furies upon you.
You've waited for this opportunity for over a century.
Waited, yes. Bided my time. And the moment has arrived.
But you came here to help, right?
And I came here to help.
What's another crazy plan, right?
Grace.
I know, but there's no point in stopping now, is there?
I can't. I'm sorry, but this is a step too far.
And consider this, Apollo. Grace's mortal friend was slain by the Furies, according to the old laws.
Her soul is in Hades.
Wait, what? Freddy's in Hades? Well, Persephone, why didn't you lead with that?
I didn't want it to seem like I was playing on your sympathy, Grace.
But you'll play on mine. Fine. I'll get you into Hades. But I'm not going with you.
If that's what you prefer, by all means.
Let's find Hermes and get this over with.
Shall I wait here, or...?
No. I'm not gonna lie to them. Hermes has always treated me fairly.
Oh, hey, if it isn't Apollo and Grace, and, Persephone. Wow, the whole gang, huh?
I'm afraid I have to call in that favor. I need you to take Grace and Persephone to Hades.
Oh, man, I don't know. Athena specifically said I wasn't supposed to take anyone, you know? No matter what.
Oh, this is pointless. They're never gonna help us, Apollo.
Can I ask what's going on? Nobody ever tells me anything, and you want me to get in huge trouble, but for what?
It's the only way to find out why Calliope was trying to contact the Fates.
The Fates?
There's something going on, Hermes. I'm at the edge of it, but without the Fates, I'll never know the truth.
And that means going to Hades, with or without Athena's permission.
Okay. Signal when you need to come back.
You sure?
Feels like the right thing?
Be careful, Grace. And remember, the underworld doesn't give up its shades without a price.
I think I can tell her the rules, Apollo. Let's go.
Il disait juste au dernier moment avant de rentrer, c'est cool. Tu peux rentrer, mais tu peux pas sortir comme ça.
Welcome to the real underworld.
Wow. It feels so empty. So lonely.
It's not completely empty. Neither is the throne, for that matter. A bitter shade named Orpheus has been squatting on it since my exile. I fully expect he'll be waiting for us.
Un nouveau perso, Orphée. À ce niveau du jeu, tu arrives à faire des déductions? Bah non. Non, toujours pas. Toujours pas. Pour l'instant, nos seules options, c'était soit Pan, soit Pense à Athéna, mais maintenant qu'il y a les Furies qui sont entrées en jeu, et qu'a priori c'est quelqu'un qui les commande, aussi bien pour Calliope que pour nous. Donc il y a forcément quelqu'un qui veut pas qu'on aille plus loin, quoi. Et maintenant on a un nouveau personnage, enfin, qui est Orphée. Alors est-ce que c'est Orphée qui a envoyé les Furies? On va voir.
Who is this Orpheus? The name sounds familiar.
It should. His is a popular tale among mortals, regarding how he once came to the underworld to retrieve his love, Eurydice, and left with nothing. Hades tricked him, you see, and with Hades dead, the blame has evidently fallen to me.
So he's not a fan of yours?
He is not a fan, no. Not that it matters.
You didn't think to mention earlier that the throne was occupied?
Because it's irrelevant. Orpheus isn't an idol. He's just an angry little man clinging to an existence that doesn't want him any longer.
And what are we supposed to do? Organize an armed resistance? Challenge him to a duel?
That's what you're here for.
I'm gonna fight him?
Oh, you'll see.
Je vais devoir chanter avec lui.
Okay, so there's an angry ghost sitting on your throne. Anything else about this trip you've neglected to mention?
Come. It's time to cross the Styx. The ferryman will come soon. As we are not dead, you will need to convince him you are worthy of passage. State your case clearly and with determination.
Waouh, il est énorme.
I am Persephone, also known as Despoina and Kore Sotiera, once queen of the underworld, and shall be again. No, Corone, I did not bring you any cards. I am not here to entertain you.
Hey there! I'm Grace, idol and last of the muses. Is that enough?
Of course she's a muse. Why would she lie about such a thing? He says he's always liked the Muses and that you're very pretty. No, she didn't. Neither of us brought games to play with you, Carone. Stop asking.
Il est toujours comme ça.
Has he, always been like this?
Once he was as grim as the grave itself. Time has clearly eroded his gravitas. And it appears I'll have to find Cerberus as he's gotten himself lost. Wonderful. Let's get underway, Carone. It's a long ride to the throne room.
I wouldn't touch that. Way too much for you. Overload you. Blow a fuse. Every story, every memory winds up here in the water. I used to dream that this river would rise, swallow the anger, tears in my eyes. Then suddenly I was found alone. I destroyed Hades, but was denied his throne.
Everything here is fading away. She needs her queen.
We're here for Freddy, too.
I killed the king fair and square. They had no right to take it from me.
It wasn't your fault. There was no right or wrong. It wasn't your fault. You didn't belong. If my life was stolen, I wouldn't know where to turn. Candle isn't finished. It's a slow burn.
Someone's coming. There's music floating through. Someone's coming. And it has me singing too. We have visitors. I think we all know what to do. To the throne room. This bard's about to meet a muse.
There's someone singing with us.
That would be Orpheus.
Is he a muse?
Oh, he's so much more than that.
Someone's
You
coming.
better be ready.
A wolf is waiting in the tomb.
He's a master of his
Someone's
craft.
coming.
We have to take back
I can feel them howling at the moon.
what is mine. Forget why we came here.
There's a name here
I won't forget,
that reeks
but you
of
can bet he
enemy.
knows someone's coming.
It's about time, Persephone.
Orpheus, I've been.
What happened to the music?
I have been waiting for you, Persephone, for so long. And you brought a muse. Hi. Lovely tune, by the way. Can't remember the last time I collaborated with someone so talented. No offense, Benny. Welcome to my underworld. Let me treat you to a song, a welcome gift. I have the floor. It is mine, after all. Muse. Any requests? Questions?
What's your problem with Persephone?
Do, 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 loop it. Do, do, do. I didn't do what I was told, didn't know that it was all a game. I didn't think that he would do it. Then Eurydice was gone. And Persephone stood right beside him and said, what a shame. He was always gonna kill her and you knew it. And I never got to have my revenge. My pain never ends. I see you now. Persephone won't turn my back. I won't turn my back. Turn my back on you again.
It wasn't your fault. How are you to react? It wasn't your fault. Now there's no turning back. If my love was taken, I wouldn't know where to turn. Your candle isn't finished. It's a slow burn.
This tete-a-tete is over. If he's the victim, what am I?
Queen, let's not lose our composure. The muse understands.
Well, I won't comply. I'd rather die. The throne was stolen after I murdered the king. You should be grateful and thank me for everything. And yet you scream like a boy. You kick the ground. I was a slave.
Eurydice is gone because you did nothing.
Orpheus, there was nothing I could do.
I saw your whispers, poison behind your king.
Wasn't me.
If I cannot have my revenge, you're the next best thing.
His bark is louder than anyone's bite, and he's no match for your godly might.
You're right, killing is so unbecoming.
That's never stopped you before.
I did what I had to, Bard.
Non,
As do I,
je suis trompé.
former queen. As do I.
It wasn't your fault, you were never to blame. Hades was a monster, we were part of his game. Orpheus, where's your fire? When will the music return?
The candle isn't finished. It's a slow burn.
It's a slow burn. It's a slow burn.
You didn't do what you were told, but you won't face the fact that you're to blame. And Persephone, you blew it. You must understand each other by now. All of this is getting kinda old. What a shame. There's the door, walk through it.
But I never got to have my revenge.
Our pain never ends.
Our pain never ends.
Orpheus, I promise you now, belatedly, I won't turn my back. I won't turn my back on you again.
C'est fou le pouvoir de la chanson.
We have been fools.
You're right. Yet, what about the throne? We can't just leave it empty, can we?
Détruire le trône. Ouais. Et si seulement on pouvait régler nos soucis chez nous à base de chansons, ce serait plus simple. Détruire le trône.
All that going around in circles, digging up old wounds, and for what? So you can fight over a chair. There.
Comment elle a fait ça? comment elle a fait ça?
You dare. It gives you the right to interfere in this manner. That throne was not yours to break.
I'm sorry, it felt like the right thing to do.
Oh, Grace, you are infuriating. Is there a voice in your head that tells you to make decisions for everyone else?
There really isn't even a small part of you that knows this had to happen.
Knows what? I should toss aside something I paid for, bought with the blood of my husband? So what's your plan now, Grace? I assume you must have one after that big demonstration.
Je n'ai jamais eu de plan.
My plan? It's exactly the same as it was before.
You've lost me.
Come on, Persephone. Do you really expect me to believe you just showed up at my apartment eager to help? You wanted to do this, but you couldn't. You needed to convince me, to convince Apollo, to convince Hermes to help you. For that, you'd say anything, right? You'd tell us there was a way to contact the Fates.
Which there never was. You're correct.
And Freddy?
If the throne alone could bring somebody back from the dead, surely even Orpheus would have figured it out.
That's it then. We came here for nothing.
I doubt the Fates would have responded even to the mirror, Grace. And the boundaries of death cannot be commanded away. Not even by the ruler of Hades.
Then what is this throne good for? Just a fancy chair? Bragging rights?
Very least, I had hoped we might find your friend's spirit.
Why? We can't bring her back.
Not without great sacrifice, no. No, the rules of death are clear. Yet, you might have spoken to her. I know what it's like not to get the chance to say goodbye.
Freddy, you're here.
Yeah, I've actually been watching you since you arrived. It's not like there's much else going on.
Fred,
No, don't even start, Grace. I made my decision. I don't regret it one bit.
Et pourquoi elle se retrouve en enfer Quoique, si ils ont dit tous ceux qui ont été tués par les furies se retrouvent en enfer direct. Ouais.
You shouldn't even have been there. I never should have gotten you involved.
Hey, no. You didn't get me involved. I got myself involved.
And look what happened.
I got to be the hero of the story. Just for one shining moment. How cool is that?
This isn't a story, Fred.
Huh? You're wrong. It is a story. And you need to finish it. Without me. Hey, no.
I guess this is it, huh?
Almost. I found someone while I was down here. Someone you really need to meet.
Ah. Calliope. Donc elle a bien été tuée par les furies, quoi.
Calliope? This... You can't be real. Your soul is inside Grace.
My eye alone is inside Grace. The rest of me... I'm here, Persephone.
This is real.
n'étiez pas juste amis, hein. Cette histoire d'âme me pose encore problème.
I don't get it. I thought the Eidolon was Calliope's soul. But if that's true, then...
The Eidolon is what makes us an idol, but it's not our soul. Each of us adds a piece to it as it passes on.
But what about the memories?
The memories are but a reflection. And after the Eidolon is passed on, old memories become a reflection of a reflection. That's why the idols have forgotten so much. You knew this truth once, Persephone. Long ago.
I guess you two were better acquainted than you said. Huh, Persephone?
We parted ways years ago. Persephone couldn't take my lectures any longer.
I'd take them now. I miss them.
No, you don't. Think about how bitterly we argued at the end. Don't blame yourself. Not when there are so many fond memories to cherish instead.
Alors, dis-nous enfin ce qui s'est passé. Ah, si on y arrive.
We need to know what happened to you, Calliope. How did you die?
Why didn't you come to me? If you were in trouble, I would have protected you.
I know you would have. But I couldn't let you be drawn into Apollo's prophecy as well.
Ah.
Apollo's prophecy?
Uh-oh.
He didn't tell you? No. I don't suppose he could have. It's a long story.
Alors si je disais que je comprends tout, non. Dis-moi juste qui t'a tué, peut-être pas non plus. Commence par Apollon. Voilà, tout notre temps.
I don't know about you, but I have all the time in the world. Okay, yeah, bad joke. But I really do need to hear this.
Apollo delivered, with great reluctance, a prophecy that said I needed to die.
And who did he deliver this prophecy to?
No.
She sent the Furies after me when I went to the reliquary. I barely escaped. I fled back to the mortal world. To you.
Apollo hates using his power. Why would he have given a prophecy to Athena?
Because she demanded it. She was desperate.
How did you even find out?
Apollo was horrified after he delivered the prophecy, and he refused to stay silent. And he came to warn me. He was torn. Telling me meant I was locked into it. I still think he did the right thing. Though I expect he disagrees.
Que disait cette prophétie?
What was the prophecy? Surely I need to hear it.
I tell you, you'll be locked into it, just like me.
But the prophecy doesn't just say you have to die. There's more to it, right? They always require interpretation.
Apollo told Athena that. He begged her not to jump to conclusions, but maybe she was right.
It doesn't just involve you, does it? It involves me. It must, or you wouldn't hesitate.
Athena wanted to know if there was a way to save the idols. The answer was this. The idols cannot continue so long as the last muse lives.
And I'm the last muse.
And now you know the prophecy.
Attends. Les idoles ne peuvent pas survivre tant que les muses ne sont pas mortes. C'est ça la prophétie? un peu bizarre comme prophétie, quoi. Pour que la majeure partie des idoles survivent, il faut que les muses meurent. Je vois pas pourquoi, mais bon.
Why did you go to the reliquary? We know about the mirror, but...
You wanted to annul the prophecy.
And the Fates are the only ones who could, if they would even help me. I doubted it, but I was desperate. I never got the chance to ask. Someone told Athena where I was going, and she must have realized what I meant to do.
But how did she get the Furies to attack you? They aren't pets. You didn't break any of the old laws.
I don't know. Maybe it's something the ruler of the idols can do. But you'd have to ask Athena.
Non, il n'y a pas de raison en dehors d'en faire des martyrs. Ouais, c'est ça, quoi. C'est comme si, pour que le peuple survive, il faut sacrifier un de tes membres, quoi. Ouais, c'est bizarre comme prophétie, quoi. Tout ça, ça repose sur ça, quoi. Toute cette histoire repose juste sur le fait que pour sauver les idoles, il faut tuer les muses. Ok. Bon, on prend pour argent comptant, mais c'est bizarre, quoi. Y a pas. S'il y avait un lien, si on nous expliquait en quoi la mort des muses permet aux autres de survivre, je veux bien, mais peut-être que Athéna va nous expliquer après, quoi. Mais bon, je sais pas.
You went to Pan for the key to the reliquary, right?
Yes. He's the reason I knew about Nyx's mirror, actually. He told me about it long ago.
He told Medusa where you went. She, I expect, told Athena.
Pan couldn't have known what it would mean. I didn't explain.
That's it. You forgive him, just like that.
I'm sure he feels guilty enough, my love.
Mon amour. D'accord.
Why come to me? Of all the places you could have run to, why come to my apartment?
Because I was dying.
I couldn't save you. I barely even knew you.
I was wandering the streets that night, wondering if I should go to the reliquary or just flee. And I heard you singing. I followed you home after to see where you lived. I didn't know what would happen to me, but I thought, just in case, I knew I had to hold out until I reached you.
Tu m'as pas laissé le choix, merci. Ce n'est pas ta faute.
I don't blame you, in case you're wondering.
You don't?
You didn't ask for all this to happen. You did the best you could, Calliope.
Thank you for saying that, Grace. Truly.
Apollon aurait dû nous le dire.
Can't believe Apollo didn't tell us about this. He kept quiet the entire time.
He knew Athena killed an idol. He had a duty to tell us.
If he had, Grace would have been locked into the same fate as Calliope.
We don't know that.
Donc c'est bien ce que je craignais au début, quoi. C'est bien Athéna. Voilà. C'est Athéna qui a condamné Calliope. C'est elle qui a apparemment commandé aux Furies de tuer Calliope. Parce qu'elle voulait échapper à son destin et en plus en la tuant, bah ça sauvait les autres idoles. Et c'est pour ça que quand elle a vu tout de suite qu'il y avait encore une dernière muse avec nous, peut-être pour ça qu'elle voulait nous tuer dès le début, qu'elle nous laissait pas le choix et Et je comprends mieux pourquoi Apollon a dit que c'était injuste et qu'il fallait qu'on prouve notre innocence pour comprendre ce qui s'était passé entre Apollon et Athéna sur la prophétie.
I have to go back. And I have no idea what will happen. None of this seems real.
Chanson. Et voilà. Ou alors, pour savoir si elles sont vraiment réellement talentueuses, il faut éliminer les muses. Celui les inspire. Ouais, mais il fallait les éliminer de toute manière. Quoi.
I'm so proud, Grace.
Freddie, I gave everything to watch you go. I know. Now it's time to go.
It's time to go.
Ça, je sais pas tranquille. Ça, l'histoire des 11 mois, aucune idée.
You've returned. And I see Freddie isn't with you. I'm so sorry, Grace. Did you at least get to speak to the Fates?
No.
Then what happened?
Ouais, pourquoi quelqu'un lui dit qu'elle avait encore 11 mois? À partir du moment où Apollon, enfin, dans l'ordre, Athéna demande à Apollon comment sauver les idoles. Du coup, Apollon lui dit la prophétie, comme quoi les idoles seront sauvées à partir du moment où la dernière des muses sera tuée. Après, Apollon, pris de remords, va informer Calliope qu'elle va mourir. C'est peut-être lui qui lui a dit qu'il lui restait 11 mois. Peut-être lui qui lui a dit qu'il lui restait 11 mois avant de mourir, et que c'était la prophétie. Et à ce moment-là, Calliope a essayé de changer son destin en allant parler au moire, grâce à l'aide de Pan. Mais alors je sais pas si c'est Pan qui a dit à Athéna, non, à mon avis c'est la muse qui, en ayant suivi Calliope au reliquaire, a prévenu Athéna. Athéna a compris pourquoi Calliope était dans le reliquaire. Apparemment, c'est elle qui a invoqué les furies. Et elle pensait que la prophétie était réglée parce qu'il y avait plus de muse. Mais ce qu'elle n'avait pas pensé, c'est que Calliope nous transmettrait son âme et qu'il resterait encore une muse. C'est pour ça qu'au début, elle voulait juste appliquer la règle de l'usurpatrice et nous tuer. Mais grâce à Apollon, elle a accepté l'enquête. Mais si elle a accepté l'enquête, elle devait se douter qu'à un moment, on comprendrait que c'est elle qui a tué Calliope. Pour le bien de tous. Ouais.
Then we found Calliope.
Calliope, but her eidolon is inside you. How
It
could...
doesn't work like that. The eidolon is only a part of an idol. The rest just...
Calliope told us what happened. The prophecy, how you warned her, how you've been lying to us. You knew. You knew the truth this entire time, even when you said you were helping Grace.
Yes. Yes, I did.
Is there more you haven't told me? Did you know about the Furies as well?
No. I didn't know how Calliope died.
But you knew Athena was behind it.
I thought I could nudge you in the right direction. Help you find the truth without learning about the prophecy.
Well, you failed. We know it now.
Then it's done. You're locked into it.
Isn't the prophecy open to interpretation? Couldn't you be wrong about how it ends?
When am I not wrong, Grace?
That's right. Leave. It's what you're best at.
Donc pour Apollon, on va mourir à nous, quoi.
I don't know how this will affect your trial. We could tell them what we've learned. Even without proof, it makes enough sense that Athena couldn't just brush it off. But if she believes you need to die in order to save the idols, if she truly believes that, it won't matter what anyone says.
Et puis apparemment, dès qu'on est au courant de la prophétie, on peut plus rien faire. On peut pas aller contre, quoi. Donc maintenant qu'on est au courant qu'il faut que la dernière muse meure pour sauver les idoles, c'est nous qui allons mourir de toute manière, quoi. C'est aussi compliqué la vie du direct, ouais, mais pas aussi compliqué que The Dark Age Memoria. Parce que au moins là, tout le monde sait lire. Il n'y a pas de rubis. Donc au moins c'est plus clair. Et si la prophétie disait vrai.
Do you think the prophecy could be true? That in order for the idols to live...
It didn't say live. It said continue. That word bothers me.
Athena seems pretty certain what it means.
Athena sees what she wants. I don't know that I agree with her. And I won't just give in like Apollo. When you go to the trial, I'll back your play, up to and including overthrowing Athena. Calliope would approve.
But what about...
Just so you understand, our chances aren't good. I suggest you do whatever necessary to prepare.
C'est la chanson finale.
Great.
Tiens, c'est rare que j'ai un bot. C'est rare que j'ai un spam. Jour 7. Donc ça y est, on est au dernière ligne droite. Bientôt 5 heures de stream. Bon. Alors on va d'abord aller parler à Apollon. Comme à chaque fois.
Oh, it's you. Paul comes in, mopier than his usual mopey self, and won't say a word about why. But of course, it's you.
Look, I know you care about Apollo. I'm not here to hurt him.
Uh-huh, yeah. And, why should I believe you?
Because I just came to talk. I want to sort this out. If I can.
I guess I can go ask him if he wants to talk to you. Don't be surprised if he says no, though.
It's all right, Oracle. I think Grace and I need a moment alone, if you please.
Oh, sure. Don't mind me. It's not like I was in the middle of anything.
I know how Persephone feels. But not you. You'd have every right to be furious with me.
I'm not. I was surprised, sure. But I get why you did it. I think.
I wanted you to find out about Athena without learning the prophecy. Yeah, it was difficult to help without helping too much. Even pointing you at Pan. I was hoping he could be pressured into assisting more. When I first became Apollo, I was so sure I could help people. Help the world. Ignored the warnings. You have no idea how many lives I ruined before I stopped. I never should have given in to Athena. This one time, I thought that maybe it will be different.
You don't know everything, Apollo. Half the problem is that you and every other idol thinks they do.
What do you mean?
Trying to prevent the prophecy is what's making it come true.
So you want to, what, stop trying?
Maybe.
I hope you can forgive me, Grace.
I hope that one day we'll be as close friends as you were with Calliope.
Guess all that remains is the trial. Whatever happens, Grace, I'll be standing right there by you.
Thank you.
Allez, on va voir une dernière fois pan. Pan.
Pan? Are you here? Pan! All right then. Guess I'll just head off.
I thought you didn't want to see me anymore. You're not here to yell at me, are you?
Je voulais m'excuser, je veux juste discuter, tu me vois toujours comme une cause perdue.
No, I wanted to apologize.
Apologize? To me? Well...
Thinking you might be behind Calliope's murder. Turns out that's not the case.
Oh, then you've learned something, haven't you? Something not exactly pleasant. I see. Isn't that always the way? Tell you what, Grace. Let's indulge in one last transaction. Relay what you've learned, and I'll see if I have any advice to offer.
Okay, where do I begin?
Well, of course it was Athena.
Wait, you knew?
No, how could I?
So what now?
Let the prophecy play out.
Huh?
Let it play out.
Ah, pardon.
It doesn't say the last muse will die.
Ah, j'arrive, Mike.
Just that she must for the idols to continue. Perhaps the idols shouldn't continue. Seems reasonable enough.
Ah mince, j'ai pas compris la dernière phrase. J'arrive. Ouais. Bah du coup, je sais pas ce qu'il m'a dit là. Je sais pas ce qu'il m'a conseillé. Je devrais les laisser. Ah. Ah bah oui, je pense on l'a même bientôt fini, Big Gamovski. Il doit peut-être nous rester 1 heure, même pas. Parce que ça y est, on a conclu l'affaire, on sait qui est l'assassin, pourquoi, qu'est-ce qui va advenir de nous, a priori. Enfin, je dis bien a priori, parce qu'il nous reste encore le procès à passer. Mais ouais, comme tu vois, j'ai vachement accroché au jeu. Et pour un jeu musical, enfin pour un visual novel musical, il est très 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 bien. Franchement, ça change. Ça change comme jeu, c'est vrai que ça a un rythme très spécial, c'est vrai que ça se rapproche beaucoup du visual novel parce qu'il y a que des choix de lecture à faire. Mais aussi bien l'histoire que la partie chanson est plutôt cool. Et voilà, ça fait du bien d'écouter des chansons comme ça une fois par an, on va dire, une fois de temps en temps. Et on s'accroche au perso, on rentre dans l'histoire, on fait des suppositions, on suspecte telle ou telle personne et voilà quoi. Donc là on arrive à bientôt à l'épilogue, mais justement j'ai hâte de voir ce qui va se passer parce que si on suit là pour l'instant la trame, bah bien qu'on ait découvert la vérité, bah selon cette vérité on est quand même amené à mourir. Donc si on n'arrive pas à prouver notre innocence, on meurt, et si on arrive à prouver notre innocence, on meurt aussi. Donc on est mal barré. Mais il y a peut-être un espoir pour que pour qu'on déjoue la prophétie, qu'on déjoue le destin, et je sais pas comment, parce que comment tu veux lutter contre une prophétie et à partir du moment où ta connaissance de la prophétie, t'es condamné. T'es condamné à subir la prophétie à partir du moment où tu la connais. Et comme ça nous concerne directement, bah, on est condamné à mourir. Et voilà. Et donc on sait pas comment on va s'en sortir là. Je sais pas comment on va s'en sortir, mais est-ce qu'on va vraiment y rester et qu'il y a que des bad endings? J'en sais rien. Attends, j'ai mal mis le chat. Ah, c'est très bien agencé, ouais. C'est pas la samba, non, puisque... Et puis c'est pas... on n'a pas eu 40 chansons, hein. On en a eu quoi? On en a eu... En 7 heures de jeu, on en a eu peut-être une dizaine, même pas. Donc c'est pas imbuvable, quoi. Loin de là, quoi. Moi, je m'attendais à beaucoup plus de chansons. Et puis, je m'attendais surtout à des chansons... comment dire... j'allais dire très Disney, mais... je pensais vraiment que ce serait des chansons dans la surenchère, dans les effets spéciaux, dans les envolées lyriques. où ils allaient en faire trop, choses comme ça, et en fait non, quoi. C'est des chansons plutôt douces, plutôt émouvantes, la plupart sont très touchantes. Donc même les paroles des chansons sont bien, quoi. Je sais pas, c'est pas de la chanson de merde, vraiment de beaucoup de comédies musicales, quoi. Tu vois, justement, il y a la comédie musicale ont vraiment cette mauvaise image de chansons au rabais, de chansons pourries, quoi. Et là, ce jeu, ben, même les chansons sont belles, quoi. Faudra que t'essaies Eyeball World Quantum Pi. C'est dans mon prochain preview, j'ai tout de suite pensé à toi. Ah, encore une fois. Après la suite de Genesis Noir, Albert White Quantum Pi, ça me fait penser à des maths, quoi. Ça me fait penser à Albert Einstein, quoi, mais... Enfin, bref. Ouais, bah, écoute, dès que je vois ta review sur YouTube, j'irai voir, quoi. Je vais pas me spoiler, j'attends que tu sortes la vidéo tranquillement, prends ton temps. Ouais, j'irai voir ce que c'est, ouais. Mais là, comme je disais en début de live, je me suis fait plaisir ces derniers jours. J'ai acheté pas mal de jeux en très grosse promo. Par exemple, celui-là, ce jeu-là qu'on joue, à la base, il coûte 30 €. Et moi, je l'ai eu pour 1 € et quelques, quoi. En promo, hein, officiellement. J'ai pas volé la clé ou quoi que ce soit. Mais sinon, je me serais pas permis d'y jouer, quoi. Mais j'ai eu des promos de ce genre-là, quoi. Donc c'est cool. Alors. Bah du coup, là, je sais pas quoi répondre, parce que je sais pas ce qu'il m'a raconté, Pan. Je vais dire pas pour Etena.
I doubt Athena would agree. Or many of the other idols, for that matter.
Yes, well, if history says anything about the idols, it's that we're a bunch of reactionaries who make poor decisions. Frankly, change is long overdue. Continuing on as we have been isn't appealing, and I doubt I'm the only one who thinks so. I'm rather looking forward to the trial now. How exciting.
Ah, c'est vrai qu'il y a un côté excitant, hein. Même si on met notre vie en jeu, là. Parce que on se sauve, on meurt, on se sauve pas, on meurt. Donc, je sais pas comment on va s'en sortir. Mais vraiment, ce jeu, il est assez atypique. Enfin, en tout cas, pour mon peu de
Did you
culture.
forget something, Grace?
It felt like we hadn't quite finished our conversation.
It seemed pretty finished to me. What more is there to discuss?
Bon, bah, tu peux me dire sur Calliope et toi, bah, si vous étiez copines, hein.
Why didn't you tell me about you and Calliope?
Tell you I loved her so you and Apollo could pick apart our relationship and then cast me as the murderer? Tell you I spent 2 years hoping she would return, only to find out that was never gonna happen? Tell all of that to the one she was now a part of, who would one day remember everything we were? Calliope would not have approved of the way I acted. But then she seldom did. It was so good to see her in Hades, to have her say she forgives me. I just wish it were as easy to forgive myself.
Ah, ça, se pardonner soi-même. Déjà qu'on a beaucoup de difficultés à pardonner son prochain, alors se pardonner soi-même, des fois. Comme on dit, on est plus souvent sévère avec soi-même qu'avec les autres, hein, mais bon. Après, il y a des gens qui sont sévères avec tout le monde. On pourrait recommencer à zéro. Je sais pas. On pourrait recommencer à zéro, moi je parle.
You could apologize, you know. We could start over, from square one.
You shatter my throne without so much as a by your leave. And I'm the one who apologizes?
I could go first, if you like. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too, believe it or not. Is that better?
It's a start.
Is it any easier out there? Do you miss being a mortal, Grace?
Bah, on vit à peine notre nouvelle vie, donc bah voilà, ça fait une semaine quoi.
It's been a week, Persephone. If I live past the trial, I'll let you know.
Yes, the trial.
Bah,
It's a whole thing, I hear.
Whatever happens, Calliope will approve of us defying Athena.
je sais pas, moi, ce qui m'inquiète le plus, c'est pas le procès, c'est pas le procès, c'est la prophétie, quoi. Si on arrive à régler les deux en même temps, pourquoi pas, mais même si je survis au procès, je vais mourir à la prophétie, alors à quoi bon, quoi. Je sais pas. Bon bah c'est parti les gens. S'il y a une scène à regarder, c'est celle-là. C'est comme quand Poirot explique tout à la fin. Ah non, on n'est pas... Non, c'est pas encore tout de suite. J'ai rien dit.
So this is it. All your new friends have lied to you, but somehow they're gonna get you through the trial, right? I wish Freddy were here.
Allez, chante.
Like a boat lost at sea, with no sails, not a breeze. I am drifting cold waters, no star to be seen. I'll embrace the fire as it burns deep inside, bright enough to guide me, an ocean defied. But as I burn, they've all turned away one by one. In the end, am I alone? Like a boat lost at sea, with no sails, no breeze. I am drifting cold water, no star to be seen. In your heart, we're in vain. You do not sail in vain. In my heart, you remain. I do not sail in vain.
Ouais, des chansons douces, la plupart. La seule chanson qui...
Here we go.
La seule chanson qui sortit du lot, c'était la muse, qui était vraiment pas pareille que tout le reste.
Hello?
Et on va dire Orphée aussi, quand il y a la guitare.
Oh, Grace, there you are. Everyone is already waiting for you on Olympus.
C'est pas ça l'Olympe?
I thought this was Olympus.
Not this office building. My word, no. Welcome to Old Olympus, dear.
Is this a real place?
It's the memory of a real place, which for us is the same thing. Let's begin, shall we?
Ouais, celle de Méduse, c'était vraiment différente. Enfin, en même temps, c'est normal, elle voulait nous manger, alors on n'allait pas faire une chanson douce. Hein. Et comment Athéna peut froidement lui faire le procès alors qu'elle sait que c'est à cause d'elle, quoi.
Sisters, everyone, look around you. We few who remain fled to this new land to escape the war, but we are not out of danger. I waited to tell you until I was certain, and now I am. The idols are dying. It will not be long before even our immortality deserts us. The time for extreme measures has arrived.
Ah, j'aurais pu lui mettre dans les dents direct avec comme le meurtre. Bon allez, je vais aller du plus évasif au plus direct. Tu es sûr que les idoles se meurent? Quoique là, non, j'ai pas... Faut que je fasse le bon choix, là. Et c'est à toi d'en décider. Alors pourquoi évoquer ça maintenant?
I have to ask. Why are you bringing this up at my trial? What's the connection?
Execution is an extreme measure, Grace. Yet, it is sometimes necessary.
For someone who claims to be about saving lives, you seem to find it necessary an awful lot.
Each of you is here because I brought you here. I protected you. I carved out this space in a strange land so we could survive. I am at this trial to tell you that, as always, I will look out for you. I will save you. Trust in me, Pallas Athena, daughter of Zeus and leader of the chorus, and I will do anything it takes to keep you all alive.
You'll do anything?
Alors, qu'est-ce que je dis? Tu as fait tuer Calliope? Calliope? Il doit y avoir un autre moyen, non? Ce procès est une farce, non? Alors, tu as fait tuer Calliope, ou alors... Ça a dû être difficile pour toi. Ou ça sent la chanson, hein. Ah, ça a dû être difficile pour toi.
It must be difficult. Feeling as if everything is on your shoulders, and yours alone. One moment of weakness and it all falls apart. You've been doing this for so long, you don't even know how to stop, do you?
Oh, dear child, why on earth would I stop?
'Cause what you've done is wrong. If it wasn't, then why not come clean? Go on. Tell them about Apollo's prophecy. The idols cannot continue so long as the last muse lives. Isn't that how it goes?
It's true.
C'est tout.
We spoke to Calliope in Hades. She told us how you sent the Furies after her.
You couldn't have.
Yes, I could. There's more to an idol than just the eidolon. Maybe you even knew that once, but you've forgotten it, just like all the idols have. You don't know everything, Athena.
No, I do not accept this. You are lying.
You're the one who's been lying. Or would you like to explain to the idols how you murdered Calliope based on a vague prophecy? Tell them.
Ah, ça va être du hardcore. Hardcore!
Yes, it's me.
Ah bah voilà.
It's me. Of course, it's me. The one who gets it done. Don't you see? It had to be. You all turn away when I got the fish. Then you cry hooray once it's on the dish. That's how we do this. Yes, we. Yes, you and me. I have always cared for you. I'll always do all these things for you. All these things that you are not prepared to do. You say you care, Athena, look around. The way you care grinds these idols down. From up above, you played your puppet show. You called it love. Athena, did you know you're turning them to ghosts? Sorry, little bird, time to wring your neck.
This I know, once the muse is dead, questions creep, they'll burrow in my head. What did I do? What didn't I do? All this time, you've shown us what to sing. Wisdom, that's what you bring. Is that still true?
This coming from you. You're lost, little boy. You've lost all perspective. You're ready to throw this away. You call that wise? Nobody needs to make a sacrifice. None of you see. So it's down to me. It's fine. I'll take all the blame. I'll take all the pain. Think you see it all? You just see a scrap. You wanna make the call. You need to hold the map. You cloistered children. It's time for you and all who stand with you. Yes, you too. Form a queue. Time to follow through. Cause and effect. You feed this thing more blood, you'll feel regret. I know you know I'm right. You feel it deep inside. If I stop now, Olympus is wrecked. Cause and effect.
It's time to do something new. I'm ready to see.
Ah, j'aurais pas dû choisir ça.
Grace, I love you. Oh, not in that way. I just meant to say you're great, Grace, and I'm with you. Or I'm not with you. I'm just you. You know what I mean?
Really? Pan, you?
The way I see to take me.
Of course, it's me. Because of me, this prophecy would come to be. My Olympus is gone, and you're all looking on at a stranger wearing my face. My Olympus is gone. Now I'm some other one. Just how long has she been in place? You set off hoping you could get to somewhere right, but it's been too many years since the mainland was in sight. There was a voice in me that shouted, Athena, you be strong. Be strong. No cost is great enough. It was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong, and now I don't know what the right thing is. I leave it up to you what to do with this.
I forgive you, Athena.
Look into me. I know what I see. Yes, a monster. I've met monsters who weren't monsters. I'm a monster to me. I'm sorry, Grace. I'm sorry, all of you. I wish Calliope could know it too. She does. She hears you.
Are you finished? You've been talking forever.
We're done, yes.
And?
You certain about that chair, brother? You've always said you didn't want it.
I think it's about time, don't you?
Il prend sa place.
Wait, you're leading the chorus now?
Only for the moment. That's what we need to tell you. We've decided to disband the chorus. No more laws, no more hiding from mortals. It's time the idols found a new way.
You're planning to tell everyone what we really are? Isn't that risky?
We'll give it some time to let those who are afraid go into hiding, but it needs to happen. We have to rejoin the world.
Ceux qui ont peur peuvent se cacher.
You all agreed to this? No argument?
Oh, we don't do anything without argument, dearest.
It's what Calliope fought for. It seems appropriate. I only wish you were here to see it.
Calliope would definitely approve.
Yes, well, it'll be up to us to pick up the pieces if this all falls apart.
Have to try. What other choice do we have?
What about Athena? She can't be okay with this.
She won't fight it. She said, and I quote, "Whatever your decision, I will abide by it."
That's a switch.
The fight's just not in her anymore. She was so certain she was doing the right thing.
It must be tearing her apart now that she's failed.
Well, we'll see how long this new Athena lasts.
It's hard to picture the idols living without rules. Medusa comes to mind, for instance. Think she'll be okay with mortal laws?
We're not certain where Medusa is, actually. We believe Athena may have dealt with her before the trial. As for the others, I suppose they'll have to answer to mortal authorities now.
These authorities. Do you think we could ask them about Hephaestus?
I don't see why not.
I have a few thoughts as to how you could go about revealing yourselves.
I was hoping you might.
If there's time, we could prepare a campaign.
A campaign? You make it sound like preparing for battle.
It is, kinda. The idols would be stars before you know it. If you're famous enough, there's only so much that can be done to you.
Now that is a marvelous idea indeed.
Would you all give
Je suis pas
Grace and
sûr.
I a moment, please?
Je suis pas sûr que c'est quand même une bonne idée de se révéler aux yeux des humains et ils vont les persécuter. Ils vont les chasser, les persécuter pour leur pouvoir, quoi. Je sais pas. Comme ils ont fait dans le passé, quoi.
You survived.
On verra bien.
We did it. I would have been lost if you hadn't stood beside me.
I was just trying to do the right thing.
And now you're leading the idols. I'm proud of you.
And you. You stood your ground with Athena and won. A feat even the mightiest idols have never accomplished.
Wasn't like I had much choice, right?
Obviously, you're as free to go as any of the idols, but I do hope you'll remain with us. We need you.
Mieux vaut vivre caché. Bah ouais. Je sais pas, ils ont expliqué que à partir du moment où Arès a prévenu les hommes qu'ils existaient, la première chose qu'ils ont fait, c'est les tuer et les capturer, quoi. Et les torturer pour avoir le pouvoir. Donc là, ils disent tranquille, bon bah on va se dévoiler aux yeux du monde, et puis bon, le seul truc qui récompense, c'est ouais, vous allez être des superstars, donc intouchables. Ben, c'est ouais, puis l'envie, quoi, le pouvoir, l'envie de pouvoir, quoi. Je veux dire, s'ils ont fait ça dans le passé, ils ont martyrisé Aphrodite, ils ont tué je sais pas combien d'idoles, ils ont capturé Héphaïstos, ils l'ont sûrement tué aussi. Et là, ils vont faire confiance de nouveau aux humains, juste en se présentant comme ça, quoi. C'est plus que risqué, c'est grave, quoi.
I could manage that, so long as there isn't any more lying. No more trying to protect me.
I think the trial proved that you are the very last person who needs protecting.
That's a yes?
That is a yes. You have my word. What do you say, Grace? Ready to face the music one more time?
Oh.
Always.
Ah, c'est reparti. La dernière chanson. Ah. Non, acte 3, 2 mois plus tard. Ah, fini acte 3. Ah, qu'est-ce qu'ils font
Of course
là?
you're both here. In my apartment. Why wouldn't you be?
We were waiting for you.
How does it feel to be the Idol spokesperson appearing on every newscast, reputable and otherwise?
I'm exhausted.
The Oracle has been keenly following your progress. She records every appearance, every interview. She may be your biggest fan.
The way she talks, you'd think she never doubted who you were.
Well, at least she's been of great help to your online campaign.
Everyone here has also been busy. Would you like to hear the latest?
Oui, vas-y. Demandez des aides, des nouvelles d'Aphrodite et Eros.
Is there any word yet on Aphrodite and Eros? They left the city a while ago.
Eros sent word, yes. Aphrodite has started a spiritual retreat in the mountains?
Let's call it a cult.
Whatever it is, he says it's been helping her. Being the goddess of love to the world once more has at last brought her peace.
I thought for sure they'd go into hiding. Aphrodite fears mortals more than any other idol, doesn't she?
Oui.
Hence why she surrounded herself with only those who shower her with adoration.
As I recall, sister, you also headed several cults across the centuries.
The Eleusinian mysteries weren't about shoring up my ego, Apollo.
What about Venus? Did she go with them?
The mortal? I don't believe so. Last I heard, she opened a gallery. Aphrodite's become her patron.
Venus has painted most of the idols. I sat for her last week, in fact. It's made her rather successful.
Très bien. Allez, demandez des nouvelles d'Hécatée et Astérion.
What about Hecate and Asterion? Are they still at the reliquary?
Hecate leave the reliquary? I'd sooner believe the sun would go out.
It doesn't hurt that they seem enraptured with each other's company.
Asterion is all Hecate is willing to discuss. Do I need to know every detail of his sexual prowess? I do not.
Didn't Hecate say it is written that she and the Minotaur would eventually break up?
Oh, eventually, for Hecate could be centuries from now.
In the meantime, she gushes about her new boyfriend like a schoolgirl.
You should hear Asterion then. His gushing puts hers to shame. I'm happy for them both.
Alors, des nouvelles... Demandez... Oh, il n'y a même pas des nouvelles de Pan, quoi. J'aurais bien voulu avoir des nouvelles de Pan.
Has anyone heard about Athena? It's been a while.
I have. She left the city, as she felt uncomfortable with all the attention on the idols.
Terrified, you mean?
It was more that mortals expected the goddess of wisdom to have sage advice, and she no longer trusts her judgment.
No surprise there.
You don't still worry about her, brother, after all she's done?
I think of her off in the far north, living alone in the wilderness, punishing herself until the end of her days. I know it's her own choosing, but it seems like such a waste.
C'est vrai que pour une personne qui a toujours eu l'habitude dans toute sa vie de prendre des décisions, d'être sûre d'elle, d'avoir confiance en soi et tout d'un coup de plus savoir prendre n'importe quelle décision, ça doit dérouter. Ah, on demandait des nouvelles d'Hermès, tiens, pourquoi pas. D'ailleurs, Hermès, c'est le seul c'est la seule idole qui a pas chanté. Hein.
Is Hermes still around? I'm surprised they're not here with the rest of you.
We've barely seen them of late.
Hermes has been busy. They've become a social media darling, or so the Oracle tells me.
The truly amusing part is that they're not even trying to be famous. They simply can't help it.
Hermes likes to people please, it's true.
Hopefully it won't backfire on them. Fame is a double-edged sword.
Hermes lives a charmed life. Never fear.
Well, it's odd seeing their face on so many billboards, but I agree. Let Hermes have their fun.
Ah bah voilà, des nouvelles de Pan.
What about Pan? I haven't seen him since the trial.
No one's seen him.
Shouldn't we be worried? It is Pan, and what he does will reflect on us all.
Pan is harmless.
Mostly harmless.
As far as I can tell, he did regret his involvement in Calliope's death. He'll lay low. At least for a time.
He'll be back with some new scheme to make us all groan.
You're not wrong.
What about you, Apollo? Still planning on leaving the city?
Not right away. I've been helping the idols remaining at Olympus learn how to live as part of the mortal world.
Every day he parades about the city with idols in tow like...
Ah.
But Apollo barely knows how the world works.
Well, that's what makes it funny. It's the blind leading the blind.
And after that?
I don't know. I was thinking of traveling for a time. Despite my age, there are so many places I haven't been.
What you mean is that all the attention on the idols is dry.
It is a bit disconcerting. The photographers following me around, the letters addressed to the sun god. I don't know what to do with it all. Even so, I'm not running away. I'll be back. I simply think it's time to see the world again with my own eyes.
Demander une nouvelle de Perséphone, effectivement.
How about you, Persephone? Any big changes?
Not yet, though I may be selling the club very soon.
Ah.
The underworld? Why?
I don't need a substitute for the real thing. That's all it ever was, and I'm fine with having neither. That said, I've been itching for a change. I believe it's time to move on to something else.
Do we get to know what that something else is?
No, you don't. I came by to give you all my regards, such as they are. After this, you likely won't see me for quite some time.
You will be missed, sister. More than you'll ever believe.
Mais les humains, ils vont convoiter leur immortalité au bout d'un moment, quoi. Enfin, j'arrête de penser aux humains parce que ça va me gâcher l'histoire. C'est tout ce que je voulais savoir.
I still can't believe it's all over.
Oh, it's scarcely over, Grace. Now that you've toppled the castle, it's barely just begun.
Well, I didn't do that.
On the contrary, you absolutely did.
Perhaps we should leave you alone, Grace. You must be tired from your trip.
Kind of feels like this is it, huh? Like we won't see each other for a long time.
No. Not like this. You're right.
Everything has changed.
Allez, une petite dernière pour la route. Hein. Ouais, je sais pas. Si c'est pour vivre l'enfer tous les jours.
Skies clear, soft breeze blow.
The ocean lies calm.
Là, c'est la dernière. Bah, je pense. Hein.
Where will we end up with different routes? A fresh coat of paint, sails unfurled, ready to go.
Watching the shore as we drift away.
Lost in the sunrise, parting mists of gray.
Sailing to new water, the rush of a new day.
Everything has changed. Everything.
Vous avez survécu aux anciens. Ah, ça c'est quoi ça? C'est pour accélérer? Ouais, c'est pour accélérer. Et bah voilà une vraie fin. Voilà une bonne fin. Ah, ça fait du bien. Ah, ça fait du bien de finir sur une bonne note. Ça fait du bien de comprendre la fin. Ça fait du bien qu'elle soit pas compliquée et tirée par les cheveux avec un twist pourri comme dit Data. Bah voilà, t'as eu la même réaction. Voilà, un jeu avec une vraie fin. Pas compliqué. Une bonne fin. Qui est bien amenée. Avec une petite chanson. On peut se rhabiller, oui, tu peux remettre ton slip, les Game of Ski, c'est bon. Et tu peux payer le pourboire pour le spectacle musical que tu viens de voir, quoi. Si tu veux, je peux te signer un autographe si tu veux, Big Game of Ski. Bon, j'ai pas chanté, si, il y a un moment j'ai chanté parce que il y a eu 2-3 phrases où il y avait pas le son au début d'une chanson, donc j'ai dû improviser j'ai mis de moi-même pour chanter le début d'une chanson. Après ça a repris. Mais ouais quoi, et puis franchement, sérieusement, j'ai passé un super moment. C'était... Enfin... Au début du streaming, en début d'après-midi, je savais pas trop à quoi m'attendre. Déjà des chansons, je savais pas trop quoi m'attendre. La part de chansons dans le jeu non plus. Le reste du jeu, je savais pas ce que c'était. À part les chansons. Et vraiment agréablement surpris. Je peux comprendre que certains joueurs ont été très touchés par ce jeu. Voire même ont versé leurs petites larmes parce que moi j'avoue il y a certains passages de chansons où ça m'est monté aux yeux quoi. C'est peut-être pas vu à la caméra mais il y a certaines fois ouais ça m'est monté. J'ai eu pratiquement à un moment des larmes aux yeux mais je me suis retenu parce que je suis un streamer professionnel et mais ouais quoi, j'ai été sensible à tout ça. Bon, c'est juste que j'avais deviné que c'était sûrement Athéna et à force de regarder des Inspecteur Morse, Inspecteur Renard et puis Derrick, ben voilà, j'ai toute cette expérience des séries de l'après-midi m'a profité parce que j'ai deviné qui était le... Enfin, j'ai hésité mais j'ai deviné quand même. Tu demandes un pourboire à une personne mature qui vit avec 500 balles par mois. Écoute, on est dans le même bateau si tu veux savoir. Donc, je te demanderai rien. Mais je serai à 2000 par mois, je connaîtrai sans doute pour tout ce que j'apprécie. Pareil. Je ferai des subs en veux-tu en voilà, je ferai des subs gift par dizaines. Mais j'arrive même pas à en faire un, donc... Si, ça m'est arrivé j'ai dû en faire 2 dans ma vie, des subs pour la même personne. Et c'est tout ce que j'ai fait, j'ai même pas réussi à aller au-delà de 2 mois, donc... Voilà. Mais bon. En tout cas, si vous voulez conseiller à ce jeu, allez plutôt acheter des clés à droite à gauche de manière légale. Parce que 30 € c'est quand même... c'est quand même un certain prix pour ce jeu, à moins que vous adoriez les comédies musicales. En tout cas, ouais, je suis content de l'avoir fait, franchement. C'est exactement le genre de jeu dont j'avais besoin entre deux gros point and click. Parce que je me souviens dans le passé, quand j'enchaînais trop les point and click derrière les autres, il y a un moment je décapsulais et tu me voyais plus pendant des semaines. Donc là c'est bien parce que j'ai pas eu à réfléchir une seule fois, à part pour des choix moraux. Et c'est tout quoi. Et ouais quoi, encore une fois, voilà la preuve que les visual novels peuvent ne pas être chiants. Voilà, quoi. C'est un très bon exemple. Avec Coffee Talk, moi c'est le meilleur exemple que je peux donner pour ceux qui veulent un visual novel qui change des autres. Parce que moi c'est ce que j'appelle les visual novels plus, qui se contentent pas de lire quoi, enfin c'est quoi que là on a fait que lire, mais bon, je veux dire, là il y a un habillage et un enrobage qui est différent, surtout avec les chansons quoi. Dans la plupart dans 3/4 ou 9/10 des visual novels, t'as pas de chansons, donc rien que ça le sort du lot. Et puis c'est bien fait quoi. Les personnages sont beaux, les décors sont beaux, les chansons sont belles, les textes sont bien, l'intrigue est bonne, les choix à faire sont bons. Franchement là tout de suite je vois pas vraiment de défauts quoi. Pour ce qu'il est, hein, je vais pas le comparer à un AAA ou chose comme ça, mais dans sa catégorie de jeu, il est très très bien quoi. Enfin, moi j'appelle ça un visual novel, mais il y en a d'autres qui appelleraient ça plus un jeu narratif ou un jeu musical. C'est pas un jeu de rythme, ça c'est sûr, mais un jeu musical au sens large du terme. Et vraiment ouais, très 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 bonne surprise. Je me suis régalé, voilà, je me suis régalé sur ce jeu. Puis ça me change des musiques que j'écoute d'habitude aussi, j'avoue. Mais ouais, même les acteurs, les doubleurs, quoi, les chanteurs de ce jeu, il y a pas une voix qui m'a hérissé le poil au point de me dire c'est horrible, quoi. Tous les chanteurs sont sympas, ils ont tous une jolie voix. Peut-être la Méduse c'est la chanson la plus space c'est la chanson la plus chelou, aussi bien au niveau du timbre de la voix que de la musique qui l'accompagnait et que du rythme, quoi. C'était vraiment la seule chanson qui pas qui dénotait, mais qui était pas vraiment pareil que le ton des autres, quoi. Mais c'est pas pour autant qu'elle était mauvaise, quoi. Mais ouais, quoi, pour un jeu narratif, avec de la musique et sous forme de visual novel, franchement, très très bien, quoi. Si à l'occasion je le trouve en promo sur Steam à pas cher, je l'offrirai bien à une personne ou deux, quoi. Mais bon, je peux pas me permettre de l'offrir à 30€ à quelqu'un, quoi. Mais si un jour il est vraiment en promo, genre 90%, et ouais, qu'il est autour de 2-3€, ouais, je l'offrirai bien à une personne ou deux parce qu'il vaut le coup, quoi. Il vaut le coup. Et puis ça se regarde comme un film, quoi. Ça se regarde vraiment comme un film. T'as envie de savoir la suite. La preuve, je l'ai pas lâché du début à la fin. Ça, j'ai pas été gavé de chansons, j'ai pas été saoulé des chansons. Donc c'est cool. Et puis ouais, quoi, entre deux point and click, voilà, c'est un bon jeu narratif comme ça, j'en demande, quoi. C'est bien. Ça, il fait son taf. Alors ça c'est certain, pas ma tasse de thé ces chansons, mais tout de même une bonne qualité. Ouais, bah non, puis elles étaient douces, quoi. Je veux dire, elles étaient touchantes, quoi. C'est pas du chanson du schnapps, quoi. C'était pas des chansons spécialement dédiées aux enfants et aux adolescents, parce que ça aussi c'était le risque d'avoir des chansons un peu bêtes, un peu cucul la praline. Et non, quoi. Même les thèmes abordés dans les chansons, il y a certaines phrases qui m'ont personnellement parlé par rapport à ma vie, à ma situation, au moment où j'y joue, quoi. Je dirais, on est tous un peu comme ça des fois, où il peut y avoir certaines paroles certains dialogues d'un jeu, que ce soit un RPG, un jeu d'action, tout ça, où ça nous parle en particulier, quoi. Et moi, je me suis reconnu dans certains passages de différents chanteurs, quoi. Bon, si ça pouvait m'aider, ce serait cool, quoi, mais... parce que la réflexion, voilà, ça j'en ai, mais après, moi, c'est plutôt l'action qui me fait défaut. Mais... en tout cas, ouais, du côté dépaysement, puis le côté des idoles était bien. C'est vrai que on aurait peut-être aimé découvrir plus d'idoles. C'est vrai qu'il y a des gens comme Zeus, comme ils ont dit, Zeus ou Poséidon, rien que. Bon, on les a pas vus du tout. C'est des choix, à mon avis, ils pouvaient pas payer non plus 40 chanteurs. Enfin, faire le doublage, plus les chansons de 40 interprètes, ça aurait été un peu beaucoup. Donc ils se sont limités entre 5 et 10, ce qui est déjà très bien, quoi. Mention spéciale à Astérion le Minotaure, quoi, qui était marrant, qui était très marrant, qui était très très marrant, c'est-à-dire ces chansons aussi. Mais le perso qui m'a... Si je devais choisir un perso, vraiment le perso qui m'a le plus plu, quoi, au-delà de l'héroïne, c'est Pan. Le personnage de Pan, je trouvais que c'était celui le mieux écrit. Ce côté mystérieux, j'en sais plus, mais je te dis pas, je suis ton ami ou je suis pas ton ami, je suis ton allié, pas ton allié. J'ai l'habitude qu'on me crache dessus tout le temps, qu'on ne fasse pas confiance, mais j'essaye d'aider quand même. Et puis le ton de la voix, quoi, dire la voix de l'acteur, j'aimais bien. Le timbre de sa voix, j'aimais bien. Ça va les doublages. Encore un jeu où ils ont grave appuyé là-dessus. Bah, puisqu'il y a du chant, ouais, quoi. Et tu peux pas... T'imagines s'il y avait un décalage entre les passages chantés et les passages parlés, quoi. Ça aurait été un énorme gâchis, quoi. Justement, le point principal du jeu, c'est quand même l'audio. Enfin, via les chansons, c'est ce qui attire le joueur pour venir faire l'histoire. Tu m'étonnes qu'ils aient un minimum travaillé sur leur casting et sur le travail audio et de doublage en général, quoi. Je pense que c'est normal, quoi. Pour une fois, ouais. Bah ouais, quoi. Oh, puis je sais pas, même graphiquement, rien que le fait que des fois les personnages glitchaient, j'aimais bien, des petits détails comme ça. Le côté animé un petit peu des personnages était cool aussi. Franchement, très bonne surprise. Très très bonne surprise. Je regrette pas de l'avoir mis en wishlist depuis tout ce temps-là, même si je savais pas à quoi m'en tenir. Et voilà. Bon, bah, je sais pas vous, votre avis général, si vous voulez rajouter quelque chose. Qu'est-ce qui vous a plu, déplu Est-ce que... Puis je sais pas, puis là, pour le coup, dans ce scénario, il y a pratiquement... Enfin, je vois pas d'incohérence, quoi. Il y a pas de questions qui te restent en suspens. Oui, mais pourquoi ci, pourquoi ça, pourquoi nana. Contrairement à Memoria, où j'avais 10 000 questions à la fin, mais j'étais pas content. Là, ça va, quoi. C'est clair. À part l'histoire des 11 mois, peut-être. Bon, voilà, c'est peut-être... Ouais, j'ai dit l'essentiel. Bah, écoute... c'est peut-être à force de regarder Hooper que je sais faire des résumés en fin de jeu aussi. Merci à Hooper. Il le sait pas, mais... Il nous a aidé. Il a contribué à ce stream aussi, sans le savoir. Voilà. Parler de Hooper. Check. C'est fait. Et voilà. Et voilà, il est 21h passées. J'ai bien fait de commencer à 13h, hein. J'aurais commencé à 14. On y sera encore, quoi. Mais là, c'est rare que je fasse un jeu d'une traite en une journée, quand même. D'habitude, même les jeux sur lesquels je stream des heures et des heures, en général, c'est des jeux qui sont plus longs que ça. Donc, qui durent 2 ou 3 jours de stream. Là... on l'a dévoré d'une seule traite en OBS me dit 5h30. Mais c'est pas possible qu'on ait joué que 5h30, quoi. Pourquoi OBS me met que 5h30 de stream? alors qu'on a commencé à 13h. Donc tu fais plus 6, ça fait 19. Plus 2, ça fait 8. On devrait être plus proche des 8 heures que... On devrait être plus proche des 8 heures de stream que 5h30, quoi. Vous avez quoi comme timer en dessous de l'écran, vous, les gens? Vous avez 5h30 de stream ou vous avez 8 heures, vous? Sur Twitch, t'es à 7h56. Ah, on est d'accord, hein, d'accord. Alors, je sais pas pourquoi il y a un tel décalage sur OBS. J'espère que ça va pas avoir des conséquences sur la VOD, quoi. J'espère que Twitch va pas mémoriser que 5h40 de stream, quoi. Ouais, 7h57 pour tout le monde, quoi. Bon, on verra dans les réglages de Twitch Studio, enfin de Twitch vidéo, si c'est bien 8 heures, mais comme quoi, je peux pas me fier au timer je peux pas me fier au timer d'OBS, quoi. Il manque 3 heures. Enfin, il manque 2h30. Bref. Et ben voilà, c'était cool. C'était cool, c'était bien. C'était rafraîchissant. C'était dépaysant. C'était chantonnant. Voilà. C'était bien. C'était très très bien. Et là, je repars pas sur une note négative ou amère ou frustrée. Et j'espère que vous aussi, vous avez apprécié un bon moment. Vous avez apprécié un bon moment et de temps en temps, bah, on fera des jeux narratifs comme ça, voire même des visuels novels. S'ils sont des visual novels de ce calibre-là, pour moi, il n'y a pas de souci, quoi. Pour moi, il n'y a pas de souci, quoi. C'est des visual novels plus, quoi. C'est les visual novels modernes qui essayent d'aller plus loin que la simple présentation et la simple caricature qu'on a des visual novels. Bon. Et ben sur ce, bah, il est déjà 21h10, donc il est temps d'aller se faire à manger. Il est temps d'aller manger. Et puis bah merci, déjà merci tranquille de m'avoir accompagné une grande partie de l'après-midi. Et puis merci aux autres, Zblood, Big Gamowski et Bijou, j'oublie pas, qui est venu un peu plus tard, mais au moins on a apprécié le jeu, la fin à plusieurs, quoi. C'est cool. Allez, on va faire ça proprement. Qui c'est qui stream Master C? Ah. Bon, bah écoutez... Bah il y a le choix. Il y a le choix entre Kabuki, entre Six entre L4, qui apparemment regarde avec un jour de retard le live, la conférence Ubisoft, qui à mon avis, enfin je crois que c'était hier soir la conférence Ubisoft. Mais comme L4 est un couche-tôt, et quand je dis couche-tôt, c'est un vrai couche-tôt, après 20h, il est capoute, donc toutes les conférences, après, à partir de 21h, il les regarde pas. Il est déjà au lit, et généralement, il les enregistre pour les regarder le lendemain. Il avait déjà fait ça avec le Summer Game Fest. Donc, bon, je vais peut-être pas vous envoyer chez L4, parce que si vous l'avez déjà vu la conférence Ubi, par contre intérêt. Donc, je vais vous envoyer chez DataRip. Voilà. On change pas une formule. Au revoir Big Game aussi. Peut-être à tout de suite chez Data. Je pense que toi, Zblois, tu seras allé chez lui aussi. Et puis, bon appétit. Bon appétit tout le monde. À tout de suite chez Data. Et sinon, si vous voulez, pour demain après-midi, je commencerai un nouveau Pointing League cette fois-ci. Et je vous laisse la surprise de ce que ce sera, mais on a du jeu en réserve, on a du très bon jeu, et je pense même déjà maintenant ce que je vais lancer, mais je vous dis pas. Allez, sur ce, à tout de suite chez Data. Allez, ciao ciao, et merci d'avoir été là. Bye tranquille.